And I swear to God, I will hold you in my And I swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
Folks, welcome back to the Oceanic Challenger Series. My name is Jake Asterix, Aussie Penko, and it wouldn't be the OCS if I didn't have one of these guys next to me. This is Nathan Mendrix Mendez. You would know him from the OPL, but tonight I've got a hold of him. He's going to be doing all the games with me, and we're going to be getting right into it shortly. Now, Mendrix, I meant to ask how you are. You asked me to, but I don't want to do it. How are you?
I'm fantastic at the moment. I'm really stoked to see what the players have on offer tonight. So,
Okay.
Oceanic Challenger Series, making me happy.
I mean, it's getting really interesting. We saw last week, Alpha Sydney came off with a win. We weren't expecting it. They had a really whole team composition, and they just blew us away. So it's only fitting that we start with Alpha Sydney once again.
Yeah, absolutely right. And one of the things I want to discuss with Alpha Sydney is you did have a different change around of their picks from week one. Instead of there being a Darius this time, we got a bit more of a meta pick. We got the Shen. And Frogger did a really good job making sure that he was using his ultimates appropriately, and that really did help to get them that win as well.
Absolutely. So, they're going up against Sin Academy in this very first game. Now, Sin are one who are, sitting at 1-1. They found themselves in a win last week, first week, not able to pick that one up. But I feel like with a new composition, they are getting there. They're just sort of struggling to start the split off.
Yeah, absolutely. That. I mean, it's one of those cases where you just need to bounce back from the initial loss. And being a 1v1 or a best of one with these sort of situations, it is a bit hard for you to sort of make sure that you make your mark in that initial game. So you really need to make sure that you're more prepared and understand that what your team's got available to you. So really, you guys need to make sure you got everything nice and prepared and ready to go.
Absolutely. So I believe we still are in that lethality meta at the moment. And we know that the contested picks start with Varus. You then start looking at things like the Rengar, although not as prioritized anymore. We're starting to see the succession and the growing part of Graves becoming a reality in the jungle there. So really contested picks. However, I want to have a quick talk about the Varus and why that's so S tier Mendrix.
So the big thing about Varus is the fact that he's extremely versatile in what he brings. If you want to, you can go as a tank buster. If you want to, you can go the lethality build. And if you want to, you can go a poke build. So in terms of what your team composition is and what it's versing, he's able to build around that. So that's what makes Varus so strong. Another thing to add to the fact is he's so good in the red side particularly when he's in the top side of the jungle. It's so hard to get the Baron because he just sits there in those nooks and crannies and fires arrows at everyone.
I mean, there was a lot going on last week, but I'm curious to see if we can see some, influence picks from across the region. Although Graves is starting to get picked up, we start seeing things like Warwick getting picked up internationally and hopefully local soon as well. The Vel'Koz picked up by one of the Sin members as well. I believe it was Rogue. What else are we going to see, Mendrix? I mean, the lethality meta changes everything, but it's still surprising us.
Absolutely. I mean, even picks such as, with the Tangless top compositions that everyone's loving at the moment, you can go for something a bit more dangerous, more lethal in that
Give
top
me a
lane,
lethal
really.
example. Give me a
You
dangerous.
can go with a Talon, you can go for the good old
That's right.
J4. We saw it in the OPL
Prated,
last week,
yeah.
so it's, there's a lot of options available to these top
Definitely
laners at
is.
the moment.
Definitely is. We're going to jump into the first pick and ban phase of the day. Alpha Sydney versus Sin Academy. Alpha Sydney on the blue side there. Now, Varus has been a contested sort of red side pick we know coming in through this. Kha'Zix getting banned off first on the board. A little bit of a surprise. Normally start with the LeBlanc, the Rengar, but I guess Kha'Zix has just had a really successful win rate so far.
Absolutely, and another thing to note really, Rengar, because he's always banned, is sort of taken off the board initially, so that way people aren't too comfortable jumping into that.
Absolutely.
So be interested to see what they decide to do. I'm fairly certain Sin Academy do not have any bans, so it's going to be Alpha Sydney were the only ones with that option. So that means that Alpha Sydney are free to really ban away who they don't want to pick or ban away all the overpowered champions.
But they control the champ
Well, they
select,
control
right?
the champ select, that's correct.
Absolutely.
So they're able to get rid of what they want, and then they can actually pick up the Rengar first if they're good or they're lucky for it.
Well, I think we expect pretty standard stuff coming through, like the LeBlanc, Kha'Zix as well. Wouldn't be too surprised if maybe they took a support ban away, or if they went for something maybe just like the Rengar to finish it off. Camille, probably the best bet as the last ban. Mendrix, what do you think?
It'd be hard to say. There's a lot of options actually now. People are starting to get used to Camille. So, for example, a lot of counter picks that people can think of as the Fiora, or perhaps they want to go for the Illaoi instead. We know Swiper tried to do that in the OPL. So there's a lot of options available to these players if they decide to leave the Camille open. The big thing that Camille brings is she can just destroy your ADC when you're not looking. It's just so hard to deal with. So they might decide to get rid of it, but what they have to deal with, there we go, is that Sin Academy still get 2 picks immediately after the pick and ban phase. So even though Alpha Sydney sort of dictate in terms of how the pick and ban will go, it's going to be a massive problem for them moving for Sin Academy, getting 2 picks immediately after their first pick.
So we know that week 1, Alpha Sydney decided to pick up the Rengar. Mubu didn't have too much success on it. Will they prioritize this again? I mean, after losing confidence in it the first week, we feel like Mubu fell 160 CS behind of the enemy jungler. That was Lisa on the Graves, I believe.
That's just going
Pick
up
it up.
against Graves, really. Graves is just so much better at clearing quickly. When you pick up Rengar, you want him to go out there and assassinate, kill, make plays around the map, whereas Graves is more happy to just to sit back, continue farming up, and he'll sort of overtake you eventually. So if they do decide to pick it up, that'll be interesting. I think they're going towards the Varus, though.
Well, so the first pick, Varus, I mean, that is a safe pick. And Remen on Varus, I wouldn't be too surprised about. They're really not going to flex it anywhere else. You know exactly where that's going, into the bottom lane with the full lethality build. Jhin, the counterplay there, really the only counterplay. Haven't seen too much Ashe coming on the board in this meta. Malzahar looks like it's going to be locked in as well.
That's right. Malzahar's still rolling with those stronger Voidlings
he's got a
at
lot
the
to
moment.
offer.
So he's got a lot to offer at the moment, and it is quite hard to deal with him when he does manage to get all those Voidlings on the rifts as they just chase you down. once he puts
Mendrix,
on
I
the-
can't believe you didn't get more excited about seeing the Ivan there.
I've seen a lot of Ivans.
Well, yeah, but not on Mubu. I mean, this guy, he's played Graves, he's played Rengar. I mean, really different playstyles. Ivan kind of dictates a different type of playstyle, a very supportive playstyle.
That's right. So what's really good about Ivan specifically is that he's able just to move around the map, set up plays, and enable the rest of his team. He can also become more of a secondary support, which means this opens up 2-2-1 compositions, which is really powerful if you know how to make that composition work.
Absolutely, and the possibility of Fiora is actually locked in. We're going through a pretty quick pick and ban phase so far. The Fiora top, now that we're in the second ban phase, remember that Sin Academy don't have any bans. So again, it's being dictated by Alpha Sydney.
So they could probably look to just get rid of perhaps the tank junglers, because Sin Academy doesn't really have that on the
Well,
board.
would you
at
get rid of the
moment.
Maokai then?
No, they already got a top. Well, you don't need to.
Well, no, on the side of, Alpha Sydney.
Yeah.
I
So
mean-
Alpha Sydney, there's no need for them to ban. Like
True.
they want to pick. They know who the
True.
top is going to be for
I'm
Sin
dumb,
Academy.
you're not.
So they want to get rid of what Sin Academy could possibly go for. So if you get rid of tank junglers, because generally that means that's they'll have a tankless composition, which they had last week and they lost, is possibly a good strategy to go for.
So, I mean, again, they are controlling it. Sorry, I got confused in my own petard with Sin Academy. But, I mean, they've got the Fiora there. But they kind of leave that possibility to be counter-banned. I mean, counter-picked. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
To a degree, I mean, she's known as the duelist for a reason, or the
Yeah,
grand
but-
duelist for a reason. So she's very hard to counter in that regard. Generally, if you go for a ranged champions, you're pretty safe. And, with the Ivan, he is sort of pseudo-tank, so you should be okay with that, especially when he decides to pop out the Daisy. But I would expect them to sort of try to get rid of possibly a tank jungler. But as we can see, they got rid of the Graves specifically, so really they want to not have to deal with someone farming so heavily.
Well, I mean, you've got Kha'Zix off the board. Rengar's still the open possibility here for Sin Academies if Alpha Sydney don't ban that one away. But that means they leave the things like Rise open as well. They leave, I mean, what else? We look at the Jace flex possibility.
It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to flex Jace now. The reason you get Jace early to then give you more options to flex. So if you pick up Jace now, it's definitely going in the mid lane.
Well, okay. All right. Well, not the Jace flex, just the Jace. I mean, Jace is still a really strong pick. We're talking about the lethality meta, and he fits so comfortably in, so he doesn't really need to flex his muscles because he's already got them, right? Corki's taken away, but Syndra's still open Mendrix. I mean, there's a lot that Sin Academy can work with here.
That's what happens when there's only 5 bans on there. So much becomes available. And I mean, the mid laner and the jungle are the things that they need to pick through. I mean, Rek'Sai's open. I'd like to see them pick up the Rek'Sai. That way they've got a little bit of beef in their composition.
Well, they've got no front line at the moment.
Exactly. It'd be nice for them to get. And there we go. Looks like they're moving towards it. Never mind.
And then they just pick Tristana.
Just might as well.
Just be like, no, Mendrix, you don't know what we're doing. But look, we do expect that Rek'Sai to be locked in, and does. I'd be curious to see what we go for here. I mean, we still don't have a top or a mid laner, assuming that, yes, the Varus is definitely bottom.
Yeah.
What stimulates well with the Ivan? Well, the Shen, I guess.
Shen's just a really solid pick to have, and the reason why you do pick him up is specifically so that you do have control around the map. You can put out more pressure everywhere, and if they do decide to overextend or your team overextend somewhere, you're pretty much an ultimate away. So he's very good at the moment. He's very safe, slots into any team composition, so I would like to see how this ends up playing for Alpha Sydney.
And we know that top laners have been changing because of that Grasp of the Undying change up there. You see that Courage of the Colossus Mendrix, you should be telling me this, Courage of the Colossus did get a little bit of a nerf.
It's been nerfed like consecutive patches.
So absolutely, and now it's kind of gone it
fallen
down
out of favor.
Not too much, so changing up to the Shen there, pretty common now. Victor Control Mage back into the middle lane, and it's an interesting team comp Sin Academy have drafted here. I mean, there is a front line in the Rek'Sai, however, there is a bit of weird engage potential, if I may call it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the big thing that you're looking there to have is with the Malzahar, he's going to be looking to make the pick at that point while chaos is ensuing. You get the Victor to sort of drop his Chaos Storm. Rek'Sai stops any sort of engagement coming onto their backline. So there's a lot of options available to the Sin Academy side, and having the Fiora to just sort of split push on the side is great as well. That means that you've got this 1-4, this nice strong 1-4 composition that you can put together just by merit of having someone like Fiora in the game.
Now, do you think there's enough damage sources on Alpha Sydney? Because there is 3. Well, technically, you don't count the Nami, really. I mean, it's going to be supportive damage. Same with Ivan as well. I mean, Shen's going to be able to Tiamat, but, once he's level 11, everyone else follows suit. He's not going to be doing crazy amounts of damage. You think there's enough damage on Alpha Sydney? I mean, they've only got the Varus and the Syndra.
They have a very strong poke team in terms of what they've got there. So it's all about really keeping Syndra and Varus safe. If they manage to do that, they should be absolutely fine, and they are inherently safe champions. I mean, if anyone tries to jump onto Varus, he does have the Change of Corruption to keep himself alive, keep himself safe. And the same with Syndra, she's a very far back champion, drops her orbs, and everything's pretty good for her as well.
Absolutely. Let's comment more on the top lane matchup, because top lane in the OCS, unlike any other series, has been a massive part of focus. Like, there's been more blood in the top lane, I believe, and Preacher would back me up on this, than there has been anywhere else. I'm kind of glad that we haven't seen Jace up there, because Jace hasn't had a really high win rate in the OCS so far. I believe up top, it's close to a 0%. It might have been changed since last week. We just got to double check on that one. But Shen versus Fiora, I mean, it's not a skill matchup. Talk me through it, Mendrix.
So, specifically with that one, it is a skill matchup. It comes down to Fiora. Yes, it does. So the thing is, Fiora really needs to be on the ball and make sure that when the feint comes through from Shen, she's able to get out immediately. Otherwise, he will taunt her underneath there and take a good chunk of percentage damage out of her. And she can time her riposte really well, then she's in a good position. Whereas Shen, he needs to sort of make sure that he's timing his feint well enough, so that way, if she does jump into him, he's taking no damage, he's sort of negating all that extra true damage that she does. So between the two of them, it's a sort of mind game, really, to judge who's going to be using their abilities and when.
Absolutely, and it is actually on 7.3 here as well. So Jace has had a little bit of nerf, so it's refreshing to see these other champions come through for once. Now, in the jungle, Ivan, I mean, he has a really good clear speed. He gets level 4 super quick. Where's he going to be putting his pressure?
Good thing about Ivan is he can really go anywhere, start anywhere, be anywhere. So it's hard to say what he's actually going to do specifically. It's completely up to that player.
Let me put you in Ivan's shoes.
Yes.
You are now Ivan. You get level 4. before, you know, anyone else can really get level 3. Where do you go?
That would depend on the game
But you're looking at the matchup.
in terms of who is overextended on the map, where I'm finishing my clear on, and what would be the most logical decision for me to go gank.
That's just such a general answer. I'm going to have to deal with it for now.
It really is. You can't really judge where he's going to be on the map, especially with junglers specifically, because at any moment in time, your jungle pathing could be completely messed up by either one of the laners, one of the other junglers, as another thing that might be able to jump in and actually go for invades. And when that happens, you could just end up anywhere else. Your game plan can be completely changed in jungle just by merit of the other team doing something else.
Now, how do you counter gank this, Ivan? I mean, like with such a consistent clear, I mean, what does the other jungler need to do to come in and destroy his pathing?
So he does need to invade, because the thing is that it's sort of an investment for Ivan. He needs to sit down, set up the camp, come back for it later. If you actually kill the camp before he manages to come back for it, he's lost time waiting to go pick it up. He's lost mana and HP to set up. They'll basically say, yep, I'm befriending and releasing this camp. So if you manage to pick them up after he's already tried to befriend them, that's basically when you're hitting him hard.
Absolutely. Lack of resources there, and a low Ivan is exactly what you want. Now, Alpha Sydney have performed in the past. This is actually a really good start to their OCS split, because in previous splits, they haven't gone too well. They've found themselves near the bottom of the ladder, the bottom 4 as well. They're 1-1 on the board, which is a good start for them. Mubu can be quite a consistent jungler, but in the early game, he struggles behind. Do you think that Alpha Sydney, the way they played last week, can consistently pick up these wins, judging off how they went last week?
So the big thing about it is momentum, and momentum is really one of the most powerful things that you can have, not just in solo queue, but also in competitive. And when you're really on a good streak, the team's feeling great, they tend to make moves, be more proactive around the map, and that continues to strengthen their lead as time goes on. So as long as these guys remain to that sort of degree, continue to hold on to the momentum and not lose it, not play scared, they should be fine.
Absolutely, and I'm glad that we actually still see the Varus coming through as well. Let's come back down to that, because you would say differently, but like Varus is an S tier pick at the moment.
He is an S tier pick, yes.
The only 2 80 carry picks are really Varus, Jhin. Varus, Jhin. And the support is still the Zyra, the Misfortune as well.
Yep.
Malzahar, as you saw there, as we jump into
Well, he is a bit
game.
nerfed this game, so I'm surprised he was picked up, because we are on 7.3.
He
So
still offers
his
quite a lot of
voidlings
utility.
are a bit... well, he still brings fantastic pick and pill. That's the good things about Malzahar. But in terms of his lane dominance, it's been hit pretty hard with the voidling nerf that he received. They don't move as fast. The other thing you need to really take into account as well is that you can't have as many ammo charges in place. So really, he's a bit hit, but...
He's a bit hit.
He's a bit hit, but, you know, in terms of what he brings, in terms of the gameplay, in terms of the big team fights, he's still super strong.
Well, what a way to start the OCS with Alpha Sydney, seeing if they can pick another win up on the board. OCS Week 3 means that we're well into it now. Teams have had a chance to sort of get to know one another if they didn't before, and build on their rapport, because it's so important in these games. Remember, this is not LAN. They're talking to each other from home. So they really need to pick up on what each other are doing. And that was the problem in Week 1, Alpha Sydney. Week 2, look like they're reformed. Let's see if they can do it again, Mendrix.
And there definitely are advantages from playing from home as well. You get to be there with all your creature comforts. You know exactly what to expect. You're playing on your computer, so you know if what frame rates you need to have, your settings are there.
This,
so
yeah.
everything, there is advantages and disadvantages from playing on LAN versus playing at home. So these guys get to be a little bit more comfortable when it comes to playing right now.
I tell you what, everyone needs like a house pet. From what I see from Ivan, it looks so nice.
Get themselves a Kobe.
Yeah, that's it. What a happy dog that is. Look, I'm a bit curious about the laning phase here, because Nami has the sustain, but the thing is Malzahar has so much early game damage and so much negate.
Well, not as much now, because he has been nerfed a little bit.
Been nerfed, but Mendrix, I mean, he's still got it. He's still got the bullying. It's just not as much damage.
He needs to be a bit more, not as liberal as he was before. So the big thing is that it takes a lot longer for him to get his voidlings up and rolling again. And because they do move a bit slower in comparison now, and they tend to move slower the further they are away from him, he needs to sort of put himself in a bit more danger. So there's a bit more risk-reward sort of coming out of Malzahar now with those changes.
And we still have the counterplay from the silence as well. One of the few silences left in the game. Remen, I mean, he needs to sort of poke him out, as we speak about poke in the mid lane. I mean, the control mage
Big
Victor,
poke fight.
Yeah, look, it's going to continue happening as well. The only difference is Chad's probably
Lasers
going to
and
run out of mana.
orbs flying everywhere, but Mobo wants to throw a tree into the mix.
Or some kind of Root, wait for it. We're still waiting
See
for
how
it.
he is. He's, oh,
Maybe not. Maybe not Mendrix. Mubu's actually
I
going
don't
to
know.
wait.
He's still there.
He's got level 3. Remember, his clear is a lot quicker. He's got double buffs as well. There's
we
the
go.
stun. Waiting for the root. Doesn't find it. Actually misses there. Syndra doesn't find the damage she needs either. And Ivan just going to throw an auto.
And to be honest, you can really see Chaz there was using a lot of mana to actually set up that stun, which didn't work out for him there. So now, turns out Ark's got a little bit of an advantage in that mid lane purely because he's got the mana, still on the same HP, and Rek'Sai, he's just finished up his clear, so he's more than happy to make his way around and put some pressure and alleviate that for Ark.
Well, look at the wave that's getting pushed under here. I mean, Shen, with his Twilight Assault, is really not going to struggle too much getting this wave in. He has so much early damage against these minions, so no harm done whatsoever, but Raven is going to push it out, back off quite early, potentially look for his first longsword, but goes for the Doran's Blade for trading.
So it's good that he's managed to get a free back, but as that wave crashed, Frogger actually got to pick up some more CS, and that's something you really don't want to have to happen to Shen. If any extra free CS that he picks up means that he doesn't feel as punished when he does use his Stand United for some other lane point. Now, the big thing that Frogger really does need to be careful of is whereabouts the minion waves are in that top lane, because if he has a big minion wave that he has to deal with and then he uses Stand United, Raven's going to be definitely taking that top lane down.
I mean, the split pushing Fiora is always big. The Aqua Prison does lock down. Nice little piercing arrow. Hail of arrows, remember, on the Jhin is not going to do too much because he's not going to be healing, but you pop a pot on top of that E, and it does absolutely nothing pretty much.
Yeah, you do need to walk out of it before you take any healing, because as it does sort of take away the effects. And really just going to be chilling back there at the moment. Slowly Lumininium. I can never pronounce that name.
Luminium,
He's keeping everyone... Luminium.
It's better than me saying you, dear.
Better. Well, it took you a while to realize that in the end. But big thing about it is he's keeping them fairly helpful at the moment. They're jumping onto him.
Gets the stun, gets the root, forces the flash, but the Aqua Prison misses. An exhaust onto the Malzahar. This might be first blood. Gets it done by the Nami. The teleport is coming through. Hello, Fiora.
I don't like that teleport.
I don't really either. It does force a flash. You could say worth. However, they do find first blood on the side of Alpha Sydney.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what Raven was trying to do there, but with that extra 5, like that 1 extra second on teleport, it used to be 4 seconds. Now that it's 5, it really is hard to tell whether the teleport is still worth it to go into it. I personally would have cancelled that because now you're giving a lot of extra free pressure for Frogger. He will get to level 6 first, and you don't have a teleport to follow through now if they decide to make a play in the bot lane like they did just there.
Well, Mubu being very proactive at the start of this game. They find themselves at a small 500 gold lead. However, Alpha Sydney are showing true colours when it comes to these games now. I mean, 3rd week in, this could be an entirely new team. They never used to be this proactive. They never sort of bounced off the enemy's plays. But now with Mubu on the Ivan, I feel like it suits him so far into this game.
And you really do need to be proactive when you're playing a champion like Ivan. He really is an enabler. He's not a carrier. He won't be a Graves who just sits back farming in the jungle, getting himself to that point where he can absolutely blow people up. But he's making waves, and that is the damage we're talking about. That's the skill matchup that I was saying earlier before.
Well, see, I just thought that, you know, like, Fiora just kind of makes the counterplay. But then again, I mean, Shen at the moment is in such a comfortable spot. Why I really need to comment on it. So far, so good, I guess you could say. Chaz is going to do some deep warding. He's just going to walk around, get the Scryer's Orb as well. Nellis going to spot that ward out with a good little counter ward. I'm a bit surprised at the presence in mid. I mean, Mubu came once and then he left it alone. And Chaz is doing all right, but he's not really excelling in this lane so far. He's missed a bit of CS. He should be up a little bit more than he is. I mean, Ark is feeling a little bit too comfortable in this lane, being a Victor versus Syndra.
Yeah, Ark is having a great time. He's more than happy to sit back, neutralize lanes, and become a lot more useful with his AoE damage in the late game. And Chaz really does need to make something happen. He just got his level 6 now, so Ark needs to be a little bit more careful. If he does get picked up or does get hit by an orb, it will follow through with the unleashed power. So there's a lot happening that he does need to look out for.
Yep. A couple of first items picked up here. Tiamat on the side of Nellis as a Rek'Sai. I mean, you do need that clear. Mubu just doing Ivan things, going around, getting his quick clear. Almost, almost level 6. But he does get it now. Look, Chaz is walking through him with the jungle. Not sure what they're hoping to achieve, but I think he picked up blue. And he took the long way for some reason, Mendrix, but, you know, nice scenic walk there.
It's it's always good to go for one of those scenic routes there. You never know if you find yourself a rogue ward just chilling out, messing up with your jungle clearing path, and you're thinking, why do they always know when I'm coming in for the gank? And there's just a random ward that's just been supporting you out the entire time, a random control ward sitting there the entire time.
I want to put a focus up to that top lane once again while we are waiting for Remnant and Aluminium, who have just going to go to a quick pause there. Look, Froggadog up in the top lane is 15, sorry, what is that, 25 CS
He's
front.
very far ahead.
I mean, that TP play just almost ruined Raven.
And that's what I was talking about. I completely disliked it. He went down there, got absolutely nothing for it, and Shen was allowed to go, sweet, no worries, I'll pick up a little bit of extra CS. When he came into lane, he had came back into lane, he had a level advantage. Came to land.
Ah.
He wants to come to land. That's something that they're
Everyone
aiming to
does.
do. But when Fiora came to lane, Shen had a level advantage and managed to get a really nice chunk, and has actually been able to freeze a wave at a decent point in the lane where she had to back as well just before we were that pause then. So that's a big problem if they have a Shen who's going to be so much stronger than a Fiora, and it's being up in level CS, especially against the Grand Duelist, because really it is supposed to be an even matchup.
Now that you're up in CS as a Shen, do you think that we start seeing a Shen that goes, okay, let's let's build the Titanic Hydra early? Or do we still see that Sunfire Cape rush? I know you are ahead, and when you're ahead, you always say build defensively. But against a split pushing Fiora, do you rush the Titanic Hydra that you're ahead?
No, you just keep on building HP. You keep on get your Sunfire Cape, make sure that you do get to the point that you're able to just to keep the lane pushed up and start calling your jungler as well. Because if you do manage to get the kills, you can follow up with a with your Sten United just afterwards and really do a lot for your team and sort of put a lot of pressure onto the rest of the team.
And I mean, there's a question I want to ask in a second. I've just had news that a player on Alpha Sydney has just lost power, so he's going to reboot up, and then we're going to jump straight back into game and get out of this pause. Now, the question is, Alpha Sydney, I mean, can they commit to one of these players? Can they, the Stand United, you need a lot of global map pressure as well as, global decision-making. I'm just questioning whether Froggadog can make things happen.
Froggadog doesn't need to make things happen. That's the beautiful thing about being Shen.
Hang on.
That
Correct
is
me
a
if I'm wrong.
good thing about being Shen.
Okay, well, look,
Correct you. Go ahead. Finish
he
your sentence.
needs other people to make decisions so that he can make the decision.
That's completely
Correct?
right. That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So what will happen is, I imagine it sort of revolves around Mobo.
Yep.
What he needs to do specifically is force a play somewhere. When everyone starts fighting, all the craziness is happening, get a Shen to use his good old Stand United, get into the middle of that team fight, sort of get in there, get a nice taunt off, and then that should be the game from there. And that just allows them to get all that they need, all the objectives they need off the back of it. And Fiora will be sitting there going, I can only get the tower, sorry guys. And in the end, there should be a win.
Absolutely. Well, we are going to see if that comes into fruition. We are just going to have a quick 10-minute break until this situation resolves itself. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Oceanic Challenger Series. With me is Mendrix here. I am Hysterics now. We just went into a pause in that first game, but shortly we'll be coming out between Alpha Sydney and Sin Academy. Mendrix was talking about the matchups there, and it was really important how we're talking about how Shen and Fiora is a massive skill matchup. I didn't know because I was going, Mendrix, it's a tank. Wet Noodle fights in the top, but you've got a Fiora, so how does that work? Well, let's reiterate on it a little bit and tell me the matchup once again, Mendrix.
Okay, so the big thing that you need to take into account when looking at Fiora and Shen is a lot of them are playing mind games between each other, baiting out their abilities. So when you're playing Shen, you're trying to bait out the riposte when you go in for your taunt. Same with Fiora, you're trying to really look for when he's going to be using his feint to make sure that when he does put up that shield and try to negate your auto attacks, you're free to go in afterwards and do that percentage true damage you love to do when you hit the vitals. So there really is a lot to that matchup, and it is between the two just making it happen correctly.
Well, I mean, the Fiora does find herself behind, though, because Raven teleported bottom for that second first blood. However, the thing is, you know, he had to walk all the way back top, and Froggadog is now ahead. We are back in game, you can see on your screen right there, and Raven and Froggadog are going to go head-to-head. Small gold lead, 1K for Alpha Sydney. Sin Academy need to regain their feet.
There you go. As you can see, there seems to be a lot of fighting between those two now, and Raven more than happy to jump in there, as he knew those abilities were down, and was able to get those vitals. So between the two of them at the moment, there just really is them just sort of whittling down each other's HP and then waiting for someone to make that vital mistake, which allows them to go in. But Mobo!
Again, there's the flash out of Arc. He still has the Ghost available, but good little gank as well. The Tidal Wave helps Remen just 100 to 0 QB, and that's a second kill for Alpha Sydney.
That's really great that their bot lane is shining at the moment, especially with it being a virus. And this opens up the Dragon as well, an Inferno Drake, a very important Drake for them to move to. And it's going to be interesting to see whether they do have a reaction from Sin Academy. So hard with those bushes there.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, Luminium provides a lot of utility in that support. Here comes a curtain call, though. Daisy pretty much going to tank all this up. They're going to go for Luminium. He has to flash away. Blocked by Remen, the last shot. Mubu's just going to send Daisy face first. Brings him back over here, but that's going to be the Infernal Drake for Alpha Sydney, and this early game is looking fantastic for this old school squad. If we have a look at the replay.
So as you can see, that was just a great pickup across the board there with the bubble, and really, when you're a Malzahar caught without your passive, you really are quite vulnerable, and they immediately blow him up. So Alpha Sydney, doing a great job. Chaz!
Chaos Storm, Scatter the Weak, stops Nellis, and he gets out with his life, but the ultimate has been used from Victor.
As well as the flash from Chaz. So I would expect a return by Nellis to make his move down there, see if he can actually pick up this Syndra, who is fairly immobile. She doesn't really have any movement speed abilities, unlike Victor, who can sort of speed himself up a little bit. So she's a bit vulnerable without her summoners.
Well, that's both summoners down for both Chaz and Arc. They do have Ghost available is what I'm trying to say, but Ghost is not as effective as Flash. Let's see who comes back to the mid lane first. I mean, Mubu is in his own jungle, but Nellis is there as well. You see that the tremor sensors are going to pick him out. Mubu, walking blindly in there, does get hit by a Prey Seeker. Nellis going to walk back out, but he's trying to get some early game advantage over this Ivan. He has found it with the farm, but not being as proactive, I guess, as Mubu is in this early part of the game.
Absolutely. Another thing I want to take a look at the top lane there is Froggadog recently used his teleport to get back to lane. Because he does have that Stand United, it is quite advantageous for him to just use it for lane sustain, whereas Raven, he's sort of forced to push in and see if he can actually make Froggadog hold that wave there instead of pushing it in to get back to lane. So it's kind of hard for him to hold on to his teleport advantage without losing too much in lane.
Well, Mubu started coming down bottom, forced Spren and QB to go back and check that rush. But they're already falling behind. I mean, they're getting scared of this bottom lane. Luminium and Remen find themselves ahead, both in gold and CS. You can see that the Varus is almost 10 CS, almost 15, sorry, in front of his lane opponent there. I mean, that's quite significant because, I mean, the Varus lane goes quite even. Curtain Call coming through onto Remen. Now Luminium's going to take the shots. Don't think it's going to kill them, but at least force them out. Luminium has a full mana bar, so he's just going to sustain that one back up.
She's more than happy to just sit back and continue to heal as well. Kube's jumping in though again. Here goes the fight.
Corruption there. Hail of arrows. Misses a stun on Ivan, but doesn't matter. They start going to Malzahar. Daisy has popped up onto the rift. Nice Q coming through as well. And Daisy will help him pick up the kill.
And Daisy there, as you can see, she's not as strong as she used to be. Instantly falls now, and it seems to be just some control happening now for the rest of Alpha Sydney as they continue to push up the lane after getting that kill.
I mean, Nellis is just trying to counter-push this wave at this point in time. Mubu has been everywhere on this map. 2 out of 3 kill participation so far, with the last being a solo kill that Remen and Luminium picked up themselves. They now start pushing this tower for first pick.
Yeah, they really are pushing it forward there, and Nellis is doing everything he can. He's taking a lot of damage.
Aqua Prison, but flashed away from Nellis. He's going to leave this lane, and so are Alpha Sydney.
And it's really just beginning to show the strength of having that poke composition in place as well, just purely with one of the champions there. And Raven is going to sort of bait out that ability there. Now it's her time to sort of sit in lane every single time a favorable Vital will pop up. She will jump straight onto Shen. She's going to jump on now, actually.
Looking for the Vitals, but again, Frogodog finds the trade. I mean, Grasp of the Undying here has got to sort of win the matchup. Chaz has popped the Ghost. Good Shadow Dash there. Scatter the Weak, but Frogodog picks up the kill.
Fantastic roam coming through from Chaz there. And as you can see, we'll probably have enough time to actually get back to lane, probably lose one wave. And really keeping this Fiora down is a great strategy for Alpha Sydney. If they do manage to continue to do this, it's going to be very hard for Raven to deal with Frogodog. And you really don't want Fiora to get to that initial critical mass where she's able just to split push, needs 2 people to deal with her. And if the game goes really long, which by looks of things at the moment, it probably won't.
Okay.
Really, Raven's going to be a problem.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, the thing is, Raven has been pushed behind, almost 20 CS behind. It's massive discrepancies coming on the side of Sin Academy, including that almost 2k gold lead that Alpha Sydney has obtained, with the first dragon being an Infernal. Chaz now picks up blue. I mean, everything is coming up Millhouse for Alpha Sydney right now. 14 minutes in, and they've never looked so strong in the early game.
Yeah, Alpha Sydney is really showing us that they do have the ability to remain consistent and continue to take wins in these competitions, which really ultimately they need. These guys are hungry. They've been in the OCS for quite some time. These guys want to get to the OPL, and they're really showing us now that they are ready for it.
Well, I mean, tell you what, ready starts when you start getting poked out by Remen. And I'm sure that Spren was not ready for that. He's got the Yomus, so he's going to be doing a lot of damage. I feel like the tier is always good. Some viruses don't opt for it if they're that far ahead, or potentially, you know, they get the Yomus and they go, let's go for something else. Not always Mendrix. Mendrix, I have seen, he looks at me like that's not right. But I have seen some viruses not always opt in for the tier.
It's true, you don't have to go the tier build, but traditionally in competitive play, the tier build seems to be the standard normal play that you really go for at the moment. So and that really does come down to those lethality changes that popped up in 7.2. 7.1, you saw a lot more variations, but 7.2, the lethality build virus with the tier seems to be reigning supreme.
We know exactly where he's going. Probably Edge of Night as Mubu misses again. But it doesn't matter because Syndra's doing okay in this mid lane. Mubu is going to get spotted out by Nellis. Scatter the Weak misses. And both these junglers continue to hov mid. But I feel like Chaz has got the advantage here. Sorry, Unleashed Power, I think, actually gets the red buff here. Tidal Wave forces Arc on the wrong side of the rift. Daisy looking for the knockup, finds it, and everyone else collapses. And that's going to be Arc going down eventually after he forces his flash.
Yeah, a lot of work there. Alpha Sydney collapsed amazingly to make that work, and really continuing to strengthen their lead as time goes on. And it actually looked really good at that point. I mean, you had a great Ghost by Arc, a great flash. It looked like he was tiptoeing around, but there was so much happening, and really that kill has opened up the dragon.
And now a double Infernal on the side of Alpha Sydney, who are already fighting with this early game objective control. I mean, honestly, it's now a 2k gold lead. It's continuing to grow. Remen is getting fed. He's got a CS gold lead. And everyone else is kind of just falling into place. The only person I'm worried about is the fact that Nellis, yes, he does have a couple of camps on top of Mubu, but Mubu's 1-0-2 now.
See, with these Rek'Sai junglers, especially when they're the only tanks in the game, I really dislike it when they do go for that Tiamat early. They go for the Tiamat and they say, you know what, I'm going to clear my jungle really fast. It's going to put me in a good spot to carry. But you don't have any tank in the team. I would have much preferred if they decided to go for a dead man's plate. Get utility. Make sure he's in position. Make sure he can actually survive all these burst damage that's been happening around. And I mean, he hasn't died yet, but he hasn't really done as much as what Mubu has done throughout this entire game.
I mean, that's a fair point. We know he's probably going to just leave it at the Tiamat and then go into that Cinderhulk, into that dead man's plate, you would assume. So I guess just for the clear, but Mendrix, it's a fair point if he does want to sort of boost himself up. Maybe not worth at this stage in the game, especially with the discrepancy. I'm interested to see how Arc plays this game out. I mean, he's doing quite consistently in the mid lane. He is the center of control quite literally here. I mean, there's been 3 jungle ganks, I think. 2 failed, 1 successful. He's burned all his summoners, and I'm waiting for Mubu to come back and capitalize on this summonerless Victor.
Yeah, Mubu really does need to push into him there. There's a fight happening bot, though.
Yeah, Curtain Call looking for the last hit, goes into Rem, and good tidal wave to disengage. But it was after the last shot, and that is Lethality Virus with an unexpected kill.
That was really well done. I really liked how the redemption coupled with the heal kept Nami alive, and it sort of forced Sin Academy to a fight. But now Chaz!
Looking for the fight, flashes out of the gravity field, and an outplay with the unleashed power. Chaz proving his worth. This bottom lane turret is next on the agenda. It is 7-0 against Sin Academy.
I'm not too sure what's happening here now.
Daisy's come out, knocked Nellis up on the ground, waiting for the Q from Virus. It hits again! 3-0-2. Daisy going to take the turret. The first turret blood has been taken by Alpha Sydney as well.
I was really confused there. Frogger though, trouble.
Grand Challenge heals Raven back up, and that's the first kill on the board for Sin Academy, so that's a really big deal. Raven will trade this turret off in the top lane, so Sin Academy get themselves back on this board.
Okay, are you guys done fighting? Can I make a point now? That'll be great. So I wasn't too sure what was happening in the bot lane when Nellis decided to go into that. He sort of just went into 3 people, died immediately, and then gave up the tower anyway. And really, you can't do that. You know you just lost your mid lane. You know you don't have any control or any support coming down afterwards. So either A, just look to clear, don't really go too close, otherwise you're just going to lose your life and lose the tower, and that's exactly what happened. Now, talking about Raven specifically, to get a kill on a Shen who's this far up, after sort of dealing with all that trouble earlier, I mean, has caught up in CS as well, is amazing. And we mentioned her being a problem in the late game if she gets there. Well, looks like it's starting to knock on the door.
I mean, honestly, it turns to Raven now. If you look at someone from Sin Academy, who is going to carry us to this mid to late game stage? Well, you now start turning your eyes towards Raven. He's got 1 kill. He's got the Ravenous Hydra, which honestly, sometimes you see different. You see, I've seen a Titanic on Fiora. Let's be honest. You know, it can change depending on matchup. But you know, picks up the Ravenous, going into the next item now, which you could assume would be Black Cleaver. Sin Academy, maybe they're going to start hovering around this top side, send Fiora down to the bottom. We could see a bit of a change up and trying to get Fiora ahead to this mid game.
I really do love how immediately it just seems to be a complete swap around the map. Sin Academy is like, all right, we've got the top side, let's send them down there. Here comes a curtain call.
Again, onto Mubu. Second shot misses. Tidal Wave comes through, but it's just a spell shield and a little bit too late if you ask me. Nellis is going to try for the engage, but rooted up by the Ivan. The rest of Sin Academy are looking for it. Daisy's popped out as well. But look at that damage from the piercing arrow. The stun misses from Scatter the Weak. Daisy's still in there as well. But was that even unleashed power? Yes, it was. That was just disgusting.
And this is what I talk about. When you rush the tier map first, you are very squishy as Rek'Sai, and really is a problem for him there. He ended up getting blown up by the Assassin, and now Alpha Sydney have free reign in this top side.
Well, again, the piercing arrow is just finding its mark. It forces Spren out of this top lane, and Alpha Sydney find another advantage. The Shadow Dash flash onto Raven, looking to force him out. The Scatter the Weak is riposted. Nice work by Raven. He lives to fight another day.
That was a great outplay by Raven, because if he ended up getting caught there as well, Alpha Sydney would lose pressure on every side of the... I'm sorry, not Alpha. Alpha Sydney would gain pressure on every side of the map. Sin Academy would lose it, and you really do not want to be losing at this point in time, because if Alpha Sydney pushes with this momentum, with this gold lead, and starts getting all the towers around the map, it will snowball too quickly for Sin Academy to turtle out.
A 5k gold lead now for Alpha Sydney. Baron is live, and they're still sieging up as a 3-man unit, soon to be 4 when Chaz groups up. I mean, his Scatter the Weak stuns have been a little bit inconsistent, but the Syndra damage coming through with the 2 items. Void Staff Rush second.
Olgaton.
And now, again, we see an engage. But I don't think Frogdog really needs to chase this up. He's doing fine. He's 2-1-0. He finds himself at an even stake with this Fiora. And well played to Fiora to sort of catch up in that CS2.
I really do want to touch on Chaz quietly at the moment, and he really has been everywhere on the map. First, he was up in that top lane when that big team fight happened. Then he was down bot lane afterwards. I mean, he managed to get the kill on Ellis, went down to bot lane, then also forced a flash out of Raven. And then the next time we see him, he's back in the top lane looking for a flank. So at the moment, Chaz has been doing amazing, just walking on the wrap, roaming, really being that center point that mid is supposed to be, a stone-cold killer.
Well, he's always positioning himself really well. I think that's what I like about Chaz's playstyle this game. This next dragon is going to be no exception on the line of Alpha Sydney as it gets taken down quite easily and uncontested. That is a Cloud Drake to add to the 2 other elementals. Next one's going to be Ocean, and the first 2 were Infernals.
So Ocean at the moment, not really the best Drake that you want to pick up. Typically, you like to get Ocean towards that laning phase. That makes you a lot stronger there. Alpha Sydney doing a great job at the moment with that. And at the moment, when you look at these teams, Sin Academy have fantastic scaling, and Alpha Sydney really do need these dragons, considering how strong Raven is getting.
Well, Raven's just fed up. I mean, he's got a big minion wave. He's going to look for this push on this top turret. He does take a couple of shots, but the rest of Alpha Sydney aren't going to rotate up for it. I think when we just saw gold there was a massive discrepancy between Remen, and Spren. Down in that bottom lane, that was just, look at that. That is, I was going to say putrid. I think I should be more positive than that and start looking at other words. However, the gold difference there, that is almost 2,500 gold.
Well, that just tends to be the case when, you know, you're 3-0-3 versus 0-0-0.
Absolutely.
And up in CS. And up in towers as well. And Alpha Sydney are really trying to force the ladder here now, see if they can actually get to that point, catch someone out, continue to get these objectives. And they're doing a great job. They're sweeping it out. They're choking out the vision. Sin Academy don't really have a response. They've got one lone ward on the side there, and they're trying to make something happen. This is leaving Raven free to continue pushing up. Taking a lot of damage at the moment, but with that Ravenous Hydra, we'll be fine to sustain it back up the next wave that comes through.
I mean, the thing is, Frogdog has picked up Titanic Hydra now, so he can kind of push against whatever Raven wants to do. He's still looking for the Shadow Dash. He's still looking to sort of bully Raven out, but the sustain that comes off the Ravenous Hydra, sorry, I said Titanic Hydra before, it's quite big. With Shen with the Titanic Hydra, he can kind of push back, I feel, against this ulting Fiora, who's gone in for the Grand Challenge, doesn't find the last against the wall, but does get the heal in the end. Shen trying to deny that last one, but I got to say, at what cost, Mendrix? Because Alpha Sydney are still sieging up bot.
They're sieging up. They haven't taken it yet. They just lost Daisy. I mean, Sin Academy are more than happy to continue this trend. They're more than happy to keep on getting the kill with Frogdog, not lose any turrets. I mean, they are dead in chip damage at the moment for Alpha Sydney, which does account for something, but the objectives aren't falling, and Raven is getting stronger, so they're quite content to keep up this.
Mendrix, he's left alone on the top side of the map. I mean, Raven now, for sure he'd get that top turret unless he's sort of backing off. He knows that Alpha Sydney...
Yeah, he's playing careful.
Yeah, he's not going over-aggressive, which I like, you know, just taking what little wins you can get. He still finds himself up in CS. He's got the Black Cleaver now that he's backed off as well. I mean, he's going to be doing a lot more damage to the Shen, and Frogdog is now struggling to 1v1 this Fiora.
So at this point now that he's got the Black Cleaver and the Ravenous Hydra, he can't 1v1 him. Like, Raven is just too powerful at the moment. And the other thing to note as well is if any squishies are called out and Fiora gets a really good engage onto them, it's basically like a knife cutting butter.
Yep,
it is just so much a hot knife cutting butter.
I got the first one.
So much damage coming out of them. They really do need to be careful of what Raven and the amount of damage that she can pull out.
The rest of Alpha Sydney, they're moving as a 4-man unit consistently. Shen is actually teleporting bot, trying to match Raven, but meanwhile mid, Alpha Sydney pick up yet another structure, and the gold just keeps on going up.
So this is good for Alpha Sydney. If they can continue to push pressure everywhere else on the map, while Frogdog just continues to hold off this monster that Raven has become, that's fine. Because if Raven gets nowhere and they're the ones getting objectives, Alpha Sydney's content with that. What's not good is when Sin Academy is holding them off and Raven's getting the kills.
Well, look at this. I mean, Daisy doesn't count as a monster or a minion, so they're not going to get that bonus. But now that the minion wave's here, this top turret is going to go down quick, and there's only one tier 2 left on the map for Alpha Sydney to take. They start moving down. Dragon is up in 2 minutes, and Baron is still a possibility.
So a little synergy I wanted to discuss before Raven decided to take the spotlight and get a solo kill onto Shen.
As he likes
that's
to.
forced me on my little discussion about what Raven has become at this point in time. Is the synergy between Ivan and Virus. Puts out those brushes early, actually ends up being a nice shield for Remen who can sit back and poke the entire time. And you can't really predict where those arrows are coming from because they're going to be coming from out of all the brushes, left, right, and center. It's going to be very hard for them to deal with that every single time Alpha Sydney goes for a siege. Sin Academy do need to watch out for that initial combination.
Well, next dragon's going to be Ocean. So, I mean, it's not the end of the world if Alpha Sydney have to give this one up. However, Sin Academy, they've all backed off. Maybe they're preparing for this. Maybe they're just going to get some more ward coverage. They have regained a lot of their territory. Yeah,
Territory?
fantastic.
Like
word.
Luminiminin?
Yeah, that's it.
Territory?
They've regained a lot of their territory on the blue side jungle. So they've branched out a little bit. There's a couple more control wards. They've actually got a bit more vision. But you can see in the top side of that jungle, I mean, that is blue. That is consistently blue. Alpha Sydney have full control. Raven probably not going to get this one, but I mean, a lot more control on the map for Alpha Sydney in the early game in comparison to other games they've played.
And it just makes sense for them to have control of the map now. The Baron is up. Everything is good for them to go. They've got 2 Infernals, definitely going to help with them taking down that Baron. And this forces Sin Academy out of the safety of their jungles. And they're jumping in for it now.
Nice Chains of Corruption, Flash Tidal Wave. It's going to hit 1-2. Stops the Jin ult, and Remen's already picked up the Rek'Sai. In fact, Frogger has come in with the Stand United. The Redemption just for insult. And 2 members down, that one being the jungler. Alpha Sydney, I'm clapping my hands because this is a bright new side that I love to see. They're going to take this Baron.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. They were sitting there, they got control of the top side of the map, they put the wards out, they threatened the Baron. It forces Sin Academy to come out, poke their heads, get a check, stop them from doing anything. And they managed to get the pick, they managed to get the Baron. Sin Academy are getting their consolation prize as we speak.
Which is nothing.
I mean, it's an Ocean who, like, it's not the biggest deal in the world. And Alpha Sydney are in prime position now. Shen doesn't really have anything. It's just what we're looking at. So they've been forced out. There's the Chains of Corruption. And that just forces them into a fight they do not want to take. And Alpha Sydney clean up afterwards.
In the Chaos Storm, just a little bit of damage, but not really too much to worry about. Alpha Sydney with their head held high after that one. You've got to give it to them, almost an 8k gold lead and something to smile about, which could be another win on the board if this keeps going up from here. 29 minutes in, we're well into mid-game, and I mean, Varus has found his power spike. He's got 3 items, almost onto 4. Remen is just one-hitting people, as close to a one-hit as I think we'll see, unless things go even more south. The Varus he's doing a lot of work in these team fights. I've got to give it to Remen. It's a new side of carry that I haven't seen from him in a long time in the OCS.
He's doing a fantastic job at the moment. 4-0-4, 60 CS, or roughly 60 CS over him. And I really like how they decided to choose to start him on the bottom lane, let him clear out that wave, get a little bit of extra experience, and sort of start this long push down towards the last remaining infrastructure outside of it, outside of Sin Academy's base there. And really just so much damage coming through. They really are avoiding those arrows like it's the plague.
Now also going a little bit too far forward each time. Chaos Storm is popped, and the Aqua Prison just used Consolation. Again, going to run away from this one. Luminium is at half health. Deadly Flourish not going to lock anyone down. But the Piercing Arrow will. Nice Scatter the Weak looking for the ultimate, but it has to flash away. There's the Curtain Call, but interrupted again by the Tidal Wave. As I say that, the Piercing Arrow picks up a kill. A 4v5 now, and Raven's got to be so careful how he plays this. Make that a 3v5, as we again see another flash unburrow from Nellis, but he's bursted down. Alpha Sydney are just way too strong here. They're going for the next Shadow Dash flash onto Arc. He gets Aqua Prison. Mubu's following this one up with a kill. Raven has to run away. Even the Piercing Arrow doesn't find its kill, but Alpha Sydney are going to find their first inhibitor.
Yeah, they're just bullying Sin Academy at this point in time. They're 10k gold up. They've got the Baron. They've got everything they need to break the base. Now that they've forced that tower down as well, they can just continue to move around the map, take the rest of the infrastructure of Sin Academy, and go for the win. It's going to be really tough for Sin Academy to make something work. They tried something initially there. They got Nellis in early. They didn't have the Chaos Storm, so it wasn't as effective as they wanted it to be. And they were missing members. Remen just continued to get the hits off, and it's really hard for them to make something happen when Remen's forcing out your back line, and your front line just dies instantly.
I mean, my question there is, Mendrix, I mean, QB, I haven't seen a Flash Nethergrasp yet. I haven't seen the Flash Ultimate come out of this Malzahar support, and I mean, expecting a pick to be the way that they get back into this game. Sin Academy...
Very hard when an arrow is flying at your face.
Yeah, but the thing is, I mean... Mendrix, I haven't seen it in the early game either. Like, if you're looking for a pick, I guess that's the way you start it.
That is the way you start it. But the thing is that Sin Academy have absolutely no control, and Malzahar tends to shine when he's able to sit in a bush somewhere within the jungle and really... Alpha Cine just completely avoided that entire phase. Everything just seems to be them getting control early. Here we go for the fight.
As I was saying that, the Nethergrass is used on Chaz. Curtain Call gets some damage, but not enough. Nella's going to be the first to fall. As I say that, the Syndra is already shut down. Raven is going nuts, but he gets knocked up by Daisy. Alpha Cine are way too strong at this stage. They pick up one, but they have to trade 3 lives for it.
Yeah, and one of those cases where it is absolutely not worth, but really, when you try to throw resources at a team that's this far ahead, it's the only outcome. It's so hard for Sin Academy to do anything. They need to ward up around the map or around their jungle area and get the pick before Alpha Sydney can react. But every single time Alpha Sydney are there first, they've got the wards first. Sin Academy can't set up any form of sort of pick potential which their team is sort of shining at the moment. And Alpha Sydney are just absolutely taking everything on the map.
Look, Luminium has been pretty spot on with these tidal waves so far. Early game took a while to crank up, but now in these team fights, Jin has 2 shots out of his curtain call.
Another thing I want to
pretty
note on Luminium as well, 1-0-14, playing a fantastic game. Nearly perfect for support, had to take that cheeky kill.
Absolutely, as you do.
As you do. It's always nice to get 1 kill. It means you can actually pick up your redemption a little earlier. We actually saw it playing and being a lot more effective previously as well. So Luminium doing a great job this game.
I mean, Sin Academy can look for their pick, but end of the day, there is so much survivability coming out of Alpha Sydney. The double redemption comp and Nami's ebb and flow at level 13, I mean, it's maxed. I assume it's maxed. You normally max ebb and flow first, right? Mendrix, you're a caster. What do you max first? You don't play support, do you?
I play an army when I do play support. You do max 7 flow first.
Thank you very much.
And the reason why you do is because it allows you to harass and heal at the same time. So if you see your ADC move and you pop 7 flow, there's a fight.
They get baited in by their Rek'Sai. Daisy appears, curtain call, stunned up, chain of corruption onto QB, and he's the first one to go. Chaz is surviving in this fight because he's doing most of the damage. In comes the piercing arrow. They get a second kill. Deadly Flourish locks up Luminium. Ivan misses the stun, but Froggadog is still chasing.
Now, Supers are beginning to pour into the base of Sin Academy. They've got pressure in the inside track of mid lane at the moment, so they're just instantly going for the obvious choice. Let's take out the one inhibitor that's left standing. And really, Alpha Sydney now just going in for the win now. This is where they've got all the pressure. Sin Academy need to make their last stand, but it's impossible when you have one of your biggest players down, Raven. 20-25 seconds, and
absolutely. I mean,
it has to be a Hail Mary for Sin Academy to come out of this.
I think here they're looking for the push from all sides. Alpha Sydney have just played this game clinically and correctly. The thing is, this team was not expected to perform as well as they did. Froggadog is going to get some final kills on the board, or at least try. The Chains of Corruption miss from Remen. They might just go for the win as the tidal wave comes through. They lock up Nellies, unleash power to finish off the kill. Chaz almost goes down, but nice scatter of the week to stun up Arc. He has to flash. Raven wants some kind of continuity in here, but he doesn't find it. Ladies and gentlemen, Alpha Sydney now 2-1 on this OCS scoreboard.
And it really is, like you said, that clinical fashion. These guys played around the map perfectly.
Absolutely.
The only real problem they had was in that top lane, who was doing great early, but when you're up against Fiora, that's completely understandable. She does become a monster. She does outscale Shen. Where he shines is with his team, and every single time he was there, he was getting kills, he was protecting his carries. So that's exactly how we expected it to turn out.
I mean, the thing is, Froggadog didn't actually have to go, well in his lane. All he had to do was make sure he had map awareness, which he should when you're playing Shen anyway. And he synergized well with his team. I think we've got to give props to Mubu in that early game for being so proactive. He's taken a step up in this competition. He's gotten even better than he was. And I've got to say, rather than the Graves or the Rengar, I like this guy on the Ivan. This suits his playstyle so much.
Really is a day and night performance comparison from week 1 to where we are today.
Absolutely.
Like looking at him in week 3, he was absolutely down in CS, wasn't doing much, was on what was considered to be an extremely powerful pick at the time. And him on Ivan, who's sort of more of a niche pick, just completely different, like you said, proactive around the map, doing everything he needed to do, enabling the rest of his team. Every single time Nellis went in for a gank, he was there, and he was ready. And with that double redemption comp, with that sort of abilities that you can with Ivan, he shined today.
Absolutely. And I mean, changing our perception, Alpha Sydney are going to pick up a win and go further and further in this competition. We're going to have a 5-minute break, but after we're back, we're going to have Tainted Minds Blue versus Outlaws. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Oceanic Challenger Series. My name is Jake Hysterix Ozzypenko. Next to me is Nathan Mendrix Mendez. If you don't know our names by now, then I'm feeling very upset. Look, we just saw Alpha Sydney come off with a win to start off the night, and our next game is going to be Tainted Minds Blue versus Outlaws, and we have a lot to say about Outlaws, don't we?
I've got a lot to say about Outlaws. These guys really are the shining light at the moment in terms of them sort of coming out of nowhere, getting those 2 wins. So a fantastic start for the Outlaws at the moment.
Absolutely. Tainted Minds Blue still looking for their first win of this competition, but looking for it tonight in Outlaws. Now, Outlaws' Scam Diggity is our talking point because he's just played so exceptionally well. He's been behind in the early game and he's brought his way back. I think he is potentially one of the best junglers in the OCS so far. We've been discussing this, the 3 of us, alongside Preacher. And, I mean, Scam Diggity, he's versatile. He can play anything, and he can play from a gold deficit as well.
And it really is the trademark of a great jungler when you're able to play from a gold deficit. And the big reason behind that specifically is because everyone tends to start chewing into your own jungle as the game draws on. So you really need to find out and eke out as many resources as you possibly can when that happens.
Okay, so I'm curious to see now that I believe Tainted Minds Blue will be losing their bans coming through here. So we still have a bit of an open gameplay, I like to call it, that some of the OPs may get through. I mean, I feel like last game we saw some things that maybe should have been banned away. However, it is going to be controlled by Outlaws. Their first ban is a Nivea, which on Bo Nivea, I don't think I'm too surprised.
I'm a bit surprised by that, maybe, just, with the name specifically sort of suggesting that maybe he likes an Nivea, he likes to play Nivea.
Yeah.
So definitely a smart ban considering they're going straight for the targeting there.
Absolutely, and it's good to see Willaris back in that mid lane. I mean, this guy has been everywhere, He used to play AD carry back in the end of last year as well. This guy used to be on the 4-knot in the OCS. Like, he's been around for a while, so the experience that Willaris brings is pretty much invaluable to this team.
Definitely a veteran as well, and he's someone that could actually play Anivia as well. As they are on the red side, they won't have the advantage to get that specifically, so it makes sense for them to take that away. But in the future, if they are on blue side, they can leave it open and take it away from Anivia.
I mean, see, we've seen Camille off the board, we've seen Anivia, which is a very big target ban in this not-so-niche meta. What's going to be the last? I'm curious to see if they take away the Kha'Zix or maybe they go for something like the Rengar.
Okay, so we're on 7.3 now. So Rengar specifically, he's been nerfed. He copped a little bit of a nerf hammer to the head there.
Indeed.
Specifically what they did there was they made it so that he's not going to be completely immune the moment he comes out with his raw once he's on 5 stacks. And what that ends up meaning is you can't get into the middle, delete someone, use your raw to get out and sort of just walk away as everyone tries to pile the CC onto you. Now what players are doing, going for a more tank-focused sort of tactic on him, see, get him in there, do more consistent damage.
I mean, maybe now we walk away from the Rengar first pick. Instead, Vara is taken for Tainted Minds Blue. And it looks like Outlaws might prioritize something a little bit different. Be surprised if they go for the Fiora first. Maybe something like the Maokai could be taken away. What do we think in this ideal situation? To go for the Jhin, maybe.
I like for them to just sort of pick their bot lane as well. You've taken out the Virus, so what you do is take away a support that synergizes well with the Virus. Carmen is a great pick because she's great at sort of nullifying his immobility. So if you get that, that means you can sort of keep him alive. Well, that's not going to be the case anymore if you take him off the board. And follow up perhaps with your own ADC as well. Get the Jhin. That way you know exactly what's happening. You're not giving too much away of your strategy, so it means that Tainted Minds Blue at the moment, they can't really steal away picks by looking at what their composition is.
I mean, I'm curious to see what the priority is here, but they do actually lock in the Jhin at the end of the day. Don't want that one to be stolen away by a ban by Tainted Minds Blue. I was going to see if they prioritize Scam Diggity's jungler. I mean, they might be looking for the Graves. You know that in 7.3, Graves has still been successful in 7.2. He's still fine in 7.3. I mean, lethality is a big word in this patch especially. Tainted Minds Blue, what do they go for here? I mean, they don't really want to... All right. You know what? I was gonna say something else, but give away the Maokai.
Maokai's a great pick. Maokai's great in terms of just picking him first pick before you have an opportunity to go for the counter. So I would like for them to go for it. Might not be in their game plan. I would like a Shen. Typically when you get the Rengar or you get the Kha'Zix, it's great when you actually follow through with a Shen, because what you do is he goes invisible, you throw the Shen ultimate onto him, he jumps in, and by the time he pops and becomes available, there's a Shen on top of your face as well. So great synergy when you do that. but they decided to finish picking up their bot lane instead.
Unless you want to prioritize the Thresh. I mean, that's an interesting pick. A bit of a niche for Jorn Riggy, and we have seen him in the OCS before. We've seen him in individual tournaments before. And from memory, if this guy's ever played Thresh, I don't remember it because I think he sticked a little bit more closer to meta. Now remember, there is a bit of downside to Thresh Mendrix, but we'll go into that a little bit later for you. I don't want to say Maokai again. It's like me saying, "Oh, where's the Rengar?" You know,
There
the
you
first
go.
week. Okay, all right. So
You didn't
I
want to
know
say it.
something.
The moment you say, you know what, I
Little
don't
bit.
want to talk about it, but it gets picked right there and then, just in typical fashion.
Okay, so it's going to be the Maokai rounded out as we come into the second pick and ban phase. Now remember that the second ban phase is only going to be Outlaws banning because Tainted Minds Blue have lost their bans. That means Poppy's taken off. And do they take off another top laner, or do they take off something like one of the mid laners, maybe get rid of the Syndra safe pick, or Corki?
So, I mean, with there being so many mid laners available, you can just sort of put your focus straight into that top lane. You have got yourself a decent S pick at the moment.
Yep.
With the Maokai, and as they banned away the Poppy, they're pretty much happy with that because Poppy does sort of slowly outscale Maokai as time goes on. So it'll be interesting to see what their decision will be. I'm expecting them maybe to get rid of the Shen because that, like I said before, it does synergize with the specifically with the Kazakhs, and also it is getting rid of one of the strong tanks at the moment.
I would like them to get rid of the Shen. I feel like that's a great idea. You know, take that away, but take away Talia.
Okay,
as
they're
well, 'cause
targeting in the mid lane.
Bonivia hasn't had his pick just yet, and someone who can be quite similar. I remember that the burst out of Anivia is huge. The burst out of Talia is massive at that level 3 mark. So Bonivia must like these bursty control mages. Now that that's taken off the board, hopefully that limits his champion pool and Outlaws get a bit of a free run in the mid lane.
There's plenty of S tiers available at the moment, and what I want to look at specifically, you know, you do have the Orianna, you can go for the Syndra, so there's still a lot of control mages or mages that have the ability to put out a lot of damage. So it is really hard to sort of limit his champion pool, especially when there isn't that many bans to go around. I mean, one of the big things you actually have, or you have to look out for, is when you ban out your own champions because you're trying to get rid of the big OPs. But Corki, as you mentioned before, high priority at the moment. Looks like he's going to be picked up onto the board.
So Willaris used to play a lot of Lulu mid. Remember when that was in the meta, you know, and Lulu was like, I'm going to insinuate the whole of the composition from the mid lane, going to do a lot of damage as well. So he liked some weird picks like that. I mean, I'm curious to see how he goes on Corki in the mid. It's a very different style. The marksman himself. Going to see a Trundle Mendrix. That is first time in a long time. Trundle against the Maokai, I guess, kind of neglects a lot of what he has to offer early.
So the good thing about having a Trundle against the Maokai is you can steal the stats. And when there's only one big beefy laner there, he's the obvious choice you can go for. He essentially gets turned into a squishy that allows the rest of the team to burn him down. And with Trundle, he's just absolutely unkillable, especially if he runs into the middle of the back line. So you sort of just throw your ult onto him and just run straight at the back line, and it causes a giant amount of chaos. So I do like specifically them picking up that Trundle pick, purely because we haven't seen him much. People aren't used to him, and that means that as a counter to Maokai as well, that means he's going to be very tough to deal with.
I wouldn't be too surprised if Scam Diggity actually picks up this Ivan in a lot of other tournaments, a lot of other solo play as well. Scam Diggity really flourishes with the Ivan pick, so if he goes for it, no surprises there. You know, something like a Graves couldn't hurt as well, but it will be the Ivan, so a bit of a supportive comp coming through here. And the Corki and the Jhin, really, I only see them as the other sources of damage here. Of course, Karma's always going to add a bit, but, I mean, limited damage sources, again, were the problem in the last game.
No, it wasn't, actually. The people who had limited damage sources were actually the guys who won.
No. Yes, they were. All right, Mendrix. All right, Mendrix. No, look, I mean, we have seen in the past it's been a problem, right?
Yes.
And I'm glad now the OCS teams are running tanks. Yeah. Because in the first 2 weeks of the OCS, no one ran tanks, and we actually looked at the games, and the teams that didn't run the tanks didn't win.
Well, Sin Academy as well, they actually had a tankless composition last week, so that's another reason why they probably lost last week as well.
You're agreeing with me
and
now.
I do agree with you on certain times, in certain cases, when it makes sense.
Right. When I'm right.
But the big thing about it that we have to look into it is they're running tanks. These are the standard picks that we like to see. And in terms of what they've got there, Trundle's a damage threat as well. I mean, looking at what they had specifically, Jhin is a massive damage threat on the side of Outlaws.
Yeah.
Karma will scale fairly well as well. She can put out a little bit of damage. But with the Jhin and Corki specifically, you sort of put yourself into an item trap because these guys mainly do attack damage. and that means you can atomize against that specifically very well. Corki does do a lot of magic damage, but he has been hit with a nerf bat as well in 7.3, so he's losing a little bit of his damage that he had specifically before.
I mean, I guess the good point of Trundle in this team comp is the fact that going against the Maokai as the only tanking member means that you can steal one person's stats and suddenly they all 5 become squishy. Not as squishy as a normal, a Jin or a Karma. But the thing is, you only have to subjugate one person, and your eyes every time, if you are that Trundle, is I'm subjugating the Maokai, we're going in. I'm subjugating the Maokai, we're going in. Like, you only have to focus on one target, then the rest is history.
Another thing that's so strong with the Trundle is specifically that pillar, and that's really such a potent source of CC around the thing. You can completely change in terms of that, they change what the team fight looks like. Everyone's trying to escape. Everyone's trying to focus for an engage. Immediately, a pillar pops up, knocks 2 people back, slows everyone else. An engage is completely nullified just from that pillar. Just what it brings in terms of its team power, team utility is really strong. The big weakness of Trundle specifically is he's not as mobile. Sure, when he does have his initial when he's on his ground, he's great in those situations. He's able to run really quick, but he still doesn't have any major escape abilities.
So do you think in the laning phase in particular, like we've talked about team fighting Trundle, in the laning phase against Maokai, will he be fine?
He should be fine. He basically he just needs to play careful early.
Ah.
The big time to hit him is between that pre-6. Once he does get to level 6, if anyone tries to focus or tries to force a gank, he can just immediately subjugate and walk away, put his pillar up to sort of give himself a little bit of retreat time as well. And if he's really feeling game, put the subjugate onto Maokai and just immediately either chew down who is the other attacker, because Maokai is still pretty tanky, especially with his ultimate, but he can sort of do that initial 2v1 while the subjugate is on.
And another member we've been talking about, I mean, Walaris is going on Corki this game, so it feels a little bit different. But you said to me in the back today, you said, look, Corki at the moment is just fantastic. Use a different word, but I'll leave fantastic. Why? Like, what's the go with Corki at the moment? He's been a solid pick against Syndra, but why now more so than ever?
So the big thing that he brings is even though he's building AD, he still does a nice chunk of magic damage, and it's really powerful in terms of what he brings with those no one's there. And it's just so hard to itemize against him because initially he's going to be building AD, but with his abilities and the way it scales, he's still dishing out an amazing amount of magic damage, where with lethality just scales great because he has that sort of nice early power spike that he brings into it.
Corki,
Probably not going to see it, but it still does play a factor into it. He does, because he does go for the does get himself a
Trinity?
No, a Thunderlords. Where he goes for he picks up Thunderlords, which does scale with the precision. You get precision and get lethality that way. So that's how you do pick up some lethality in terms of what he has there. And he does a lot of mixed damage that you can't really deal with. And then with the package, he's just so good moving around the map.
Okay, so, I mean, the Trundle comp is interesting enough. Maokai, a pretty solid pick up there as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Ivan, we looked at last game, wasn't versing a Kha'Zix, was he? What was our matchup last game, Mendrix?
We went for the junglers specifically.
Yeah.
So the junglers were Ivan up against Rek'Sai.
Ah, throw you in the deep end. Fantastic. But, I mean, it's different. I mean, Kha'Zix has a lot of assassination threat early. So,
Yes, Kha'Zix specifically does well against Ivan if he finds him. So it's going to be up to, if he finds him. So either A, he doesn't find him and he just takes his camps, or B, he does find him and he kills him and then takes his camp. So it's a bit of a mix-up. But if Ivan's able to elude him early, it's going to be really tough for Kha'Zix to sort of deal with him and the pressure that he puts into lanes.
Well, he's quite squishy early, so would you suggest like a proactive move from Kha'Zix to go in and maybe say, let's shut this down, Ivan down early, let's not let happen what happened and what we saw in the other game, which was an Ivan who pretty much snowballed and got his team so far ahead. I mean, Scam Diggity is known to be a good Ivan player, so I feel like maybe they need to shut him down early. Maybe they need to neglect whatever he can get in his camps.
It's completely possible, but it is going to be reliant on his laners. And the big reason for that is whenever a jungler wants to look for an invade, he needs to do it on the strong side of the map. So that way, if anything goes wrong, the entire invade goes haywire, he's got support to retreat back to. If no one's strong on the map, you can't do that. It's really hard for you to walk into the jungle and then say, hey, I didn't have any strong people on my side of the map. That's going to be great for me to deal with now. And then out of the blue, their mid laner comes, their top laner comes, all your guys are late because they're dealing with the waves they need to do with that just got pushed into them. It just doesn't work. So it is going to be relying on his laners getting that control, and then that allows him to make those invades happen.
I mean, Outlaws have been performing so strong as of recently. I feel like Little Cop sort of letting the team down last week, getting caught out quite a lot, but then Scam Diggity and the rest kind of just pushing back and going, okay, don't worry, we'll make good use of this, taking a Baron when Little Cop goes for the suicide, picking up other objectives like turrets as well. At the moment, Little Cop not the strongest member of the team, but to go up top and sort of play, that Trundle matchup, I feel like that could be a little bit disastrous for him. I feel like the laning phase is not his strongest suit.
The thing is, against the Trundle, when specifically with a Maokai, he does have the ability to sort of bully him out if he does go for that double D-ring build. As long as he doesn't get too close to Trundle, every single time Trundle tries to go in for a chomp, tries to go in to get an auto attack, can immediately Arcane Smash him away and just sort of continue to push him out using his extra wave clear. So he's got a little bit of an advantage early as long as he doesn't get too close to the Trundle, who can then steal his attack damage, then push in for a fight. So as long as he's careful, he can slowly push him out of lane. The moment Trundle picks up his Tiamat, though, that's when it sort of evens out completely and Trundle starts to get a major advantage over Maokai.
Well, that's probably what you need to do. Now, we are just having a bit of an update here that one of the players' mouses has died. I don't know how a mouse dies, but we're going to get back to the game very, very shortly and start things up for you, so it won't be too much longer. I mean, I don't like mouse either, so send them out the door. that's what I would do anyway.
Well, really, mouses are, a bit tricky to deal with.
Isn't it mice?
It's mice.
Did I say mouses?
You said mouse. We said mouse out the door. His mouse died. Mice is the plural version.
I should never talk to you about like linguistics or anything.
Oh, I know.
'Cause for week 1 it was Ezreal, and now it's mice.
Mice,
Damn,
mouse,
it's
mouse, dead mouse. It's a dead mouse. It'd
a
be
dead
nice to get
mouse.
him, playing some music
Anyway,
right now.
look, you can't play Varus with a dead mouse. You gotta
Yep.
you gotta fix that one out. Look, Varus has just been a massive contested pick coming through the OCS, and I expect tonight it's gonna be a 100% pick. I mean, I feel like that's natural, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Because he's not really the one that you want to actually ban out as well. There's so many other priorities that you can look for in terms of the jungle, the mid lane as well. So it's just sort of the automatic default pick that you get first. Varus is up, let's grab him. And as you can see, that's exactly what happened here. It's what happened in the game before. It's probably going to happen there as well. And now we're in the game. The mouse is up and working again.
Mendrix, take my line. That's right. Tainted Minds Blue versus Outlaws in this best of 1 OCS. Now, Dreadlord on the Kha'Zix, how do you perform against Scam Diggity? That's definitely the matchup to watch. I mean, Drax last week, he did perform. This guy has been in another tournament too. So it's good to see these players expanding out. Now, the thing that I want to look at is, Rain and Elec Splash last week had a fantastic bottom lane. Like, Elec, he played the Karma. He's playing it again this week. The Jhin synergizes so well, and this bottom lane could be one of the most synergized bot lanes that we have on the Rift for the OCS. I mean, they're proving their name. Outlaws themselves, again, like this team wasn't 100% favored to be in top 4, but now they're looking like it. They're performing well. All they need is this next win on the board, continue going up that ladder, and potentially could look for an OPL spot if they can compete.
Yeah, incremental improvements as time goes on. And these guys, they're 2-0 at the moment, so really they don't need too much improving. As long as they continue to get these wins,
right.
continue to run away with the games, they're looking great to make their way towards that promotion tournament. And another thing you really need to take into account as well is that this Outlaw lane is going to be bullying Tainted Minds Blue relentlessly. Now, you do have a risk-reward there with John Riggy. He's got the Thresh, so if he does land a hook, they will be in trouble, but as long as they remain relatively safe, they should slowly push Tainted Mind back every single time.
I feel like the Thresh is going to get bullied out and pretty much capitalize on every time he goes for a death sentence. I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? Thresh pretty much immobilizes himself every time he wants to CC.
It's a big thing when it comes to positioning, because the death sentence is really sort of your back away from me moment and sort of allows your ADC to get the CS as well. So technically every single time you see a Thresh go for the death sentence, he shouldn't get punished unless he misses it. So if he throws a death sentence and misses, and if you manage to sort of just sidestep it and you're still in range to do a sort of counter onto it, so whether it would be throw out an ability or get an auto attack off, that's your opportunity to go for it. Otherwise, you're really being careful every single time. Otherwise, that death sentence could be an actual death sentence.
You saw Scam Diggity actually went to Dreadlord's red just then, looking for the steal, but unable to set that one up. Instead, he's going to go back to his own jungle, set up blue. The greatest thing about Ivan is, I mean, Willaris is going to get a level 3 blue buff.
Yeah, it's really great with that specifically, and really as well, it's great for Jhin if he manages to go to the top side of the map every single time as it happens. You do get 4 buffs on the map, or actually no, 3 buffs rolling at the same time for the same amount of resources. Another reason why Ivan's so strong at the moment.
Well, Little Cop, we did say his laning phase could use some work. Maybe now to look out for Dreadlord, has to flash away. They're just going to take the summoners. That means Little Cop has to be careful coming back.
So this is what we talked about. Little Cop will slowly push in early. He needs to remain careful, not really get caught by any sort of abilities from Drax as he decides to push in and go in to stop the counter gate. And, you know, he went too close. Drax continued to push forward. It had the support from Dreadlord, and Little Cop was forced to flash. So, again, be careful. Do not get too caught up when he decides to go in, and again, copping a lot of damage.
Yeah, puts down the frozen domain, the pillar to stop. He just keeps hitting away.
He's got a flash.
Comes through. This might be first blood, looking for the next hit. Good arcane smash. Scam Diggity's here to protect. Really good gank coming through. Saves his life. This might be what they needed. Why did you come back in? We're not too sure. It's going to be a trade-off here, but Dreadlord is going to make sure it's a 2-for-1. Looking for the last hit. Flash, isolation, and Dreadlord trades it back. Mendrix,
okay,
what do you think?
So, okay, I was saying, why would you go back in Little Cop to go for that? He must have saw Dreadlord, and so he thought, I will be better off going in and getting some auto attack damage on. So that's my rationalization for it. But the big reason why that happened was because Little Cop overextended again. So
let's have a look.
I mean, he overextended again, let himself get hit and slowed by the pillar, and this just allowed him to chase him down in the long lane. I mean, you've got no flash, you can't make this work, and
He wasn't there yet.
I'm not too sure what he was thinking. he must have saw him before because he's got the ward coming in, so that's why he walked in to avoid that. And I mean, that's great for Dreadlord. Dreadlord's really already got it going at the moment. He's got double buffs. Everything's great. I mean, in terms of scaling, you really don't want that to happen. So Tendermine's Blue is off to a great start.
I mean, Scam Diggity really good to come in there and try for the counter gank, I wish I could call it, but I mean, Dreadlord, the better positioning wins. Finds himself 1-0 on the board. Bottom lane now getting counter pushed, but I mean, Rain and Alex Splash are going to do fine. I'm surprised this Jin started with boots. He didn't start with a longsword, Doran's blade. He's just decided that boots against the Thresh and Varus lane was better.
Of course, it's good against the Thresh and the Varus lane.
Okay.
You basically can walk out of all the hooks. You get to walk out of all the arrows. You're able to walk out of all the hail of arrows.
You talk
can
to me like
walk
this is
away
normal.
from the. You can walk away from the. It's really good to actually have. I mean, specifically speaking, it's not normal, but it's a really intelligent itemization early against that specific bot lane.
Okay.
Because they are very skill shot heavy, and the big thing that counters skill shots is mobility. So as long as you've got that extra mobility early, especially with Jin, who's not really too mobile, and you've got a fantastic support with damage anyway, you can give up that little bit of damage as long as you're not really suffering on the CS side of things. It's a great pick.
Well, it's an interesting point. Let's see if it affects him too much. He does go back and pull out the serrated Dirk straight away. I mean, the Varus that has sustain in lane doesn't have the damage just yet, so there's more lethality from the Jin at this point in time, with Rain walking back to lane now. Still curious as to whether Little Cop gets forced onto a gank as the Ghost gets pushed through. Oriana's going to take a bit of damage, flashes away. I don't think the grasping root was on point, but
So you still need to be careful, because if it was on point, you're dead. So
you're smart, Mendrix.
So it's better safe than sorry in those sort of situations. Bonivia probably could have been a little bit more risky on it and sort of waited for the flash if you really wanted to put into it. But instead of being more mechanics focused, she was just anticipation focused. And to be honest, you're off to a great start. Your jungler got a kill. Your top laner got first blood. Maybe might die here.
Oh no, but Drax doesn't have level 6. Vengeful Maelstrom is going to do a lot of damage to Drax, looking for the last hit. Pops it. The auto attack from Ivan, he doesn't have red. And Drax, he has teleport. He's going to go back and come back top.
So that was a really great gank there in terms of what they did, because it wasn't expected. They timed it with Little Cop getting his ultimate. They almost had the calculator. There's a landing on the death sentence.
Deadly Flourish comes through, good flay, but the damage is on low as well as the exhaust. Now onto Rain. Alex Splash stops Jorn Riggy, gets a crit. And that's 2 summoners blown from both sides.
A lot of HP traded there, but I really do feel Tendermine's Blue sort of got the advantage with that, because if Outlaws push up, there could be a response from Kha'Zix. As you can see, he's making his way down now as they're a bit low, and Rain's doing a lot of damage still, and it is a sort of gamble that they need to take, but they do need to watch out for Dreadlord as he does come on in.
Well, I do take it back. In fact, Low used the heal as well, just for a precautionary tale. Death Sentence lands again, waiting for the flay, but he flays them away. Lockdown, flashes away from Deadly Flourish. the teleport here, and that is Little Cop, so that teleport's going to be down.
So the teleport may be down, but they've got jungler support now. Here comes Dreadlord.
Dreadlord jumps in, gets the first kill, bursts down LX Splash. Rain is next, flays him away from any kind of kill, and the Kha'Zix now has a double under his belt.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. You may have been trading abilities there. Teddy Mines Blue sort of came out a little bit on top with those there, but you had the minion pressure. That forces you to continue down the lane, and that's just this calling sign for the jungler, and immediately Teddy Mines Blue are taking a commanding lead in this game.
Well, they now turn their attention to the Ocean Drake, and Dreadlord is doing a lot of damage in this early game, very close to that Warrior Enchantment. But nice little double shockwave. We turn our attention mid. Their sentence flay away, but they get way too close. Bonivia goes down for the first kill. Now Daisy's looking for John Riggy. Send him flying, and they do. The big one to help out with that. It's 2 kills already, but Dreadlord's back in town. Willaris, Valkyrie's out of there. Drax still following out. Dreadlord's going to go down. Daisy is such a good champion. Drax is going to trade it off. In the end of the day, big kills across the board, but Tainted Minds Blue, they don't find what they're looking for.
So let's just take a quick look at how this happened here. So Tainted Minds Blue have a great advantage in that bot lane. They sort of make that work. You get the dragon for it as well. But there was a really great job for them to actually make a sort of return kill purely through Ivan. I mean, 3 kills there immediately, and that was off the damage and the fact that he was, in terms of looking at Willaris, he was able to survive long enough, which allowed him to get the next kill onto Dreadlord using Daisy.
Well, I think the best thing, look, I want to look at, yeah, we do actually have a pause coming through as a side note there, but I want to look at, while we have this pause going on, let's have a quick look at that team fight, because the thing is, the best part was Drax coming down. I mean, like, Drax had the positioning, he had the front line, he had the subjugate as well. I mean, he was doing a lot. He does find Willaris in the end, but like Tainted Minds Blue, they don't get everything out of that team fight.
Absolutely, and one of the reasons why they didn't get everything out of that team fight was because there was no teleport for Little Cop as well. He used it before initially, sort of to force them off an engage earlier, and then immediately Drax is the guy that has it. So it really is hard for you to use your teleport advantage and then end up losing it later without making it happen. The big thing that it was is it just sort of curbed aggression. Whereas for Drax, he was able to pick up a kill, and they still got the dragon earlier as well. So there's no real reason for him to need to be using his teleport for any time soon until that next dragon pops up.
Absolutely. We're going to have a quick look at the replay of that fight as well. I mean, Scam Diggity got himself ahead. We have a quick look.
So as you can see here, this is just a really great play by Outlaws immediately. I mean, for them to walk into this, Strong Riggy's got no HP. I'm not sure why he's going into it. These guys just synergize so well in terms of their play. Drax sort of ends up holding himself back there with that pillar, but I love this jump away from Alaris. So he gets out of there, and now Scam Diggity's free to continue his assault onto the Dreadlord. They didn't turn around. Low was just sort of in between the middle of that team fights there, and really, though in the end it is a net advantage, Outlaws clawed a lot more back there.
I mean, what does Scam Diggity get from that fight, though? A quick redemption, now starts roaming around the map a lot more, you know, he finds his level, and now that he has Daisy, I feel like he can suddenly start making more pressure decisions like that.
Yeah, especially with that, when he really does get his cooldown reduction rolling, he does make his clear a lot quicker, and that means he can do even more around the map.
Yep.
Especially with having the Daisy as well, he can sort of prop that up to get rid of the isolation that Kha'Zix brings, so it is sort of a counter in essence if he decides to go for an invade and finds himself caught out.
Well, Daisy, I want to call the champion Daisy. That's what I think Spawn wanted to call Ivan Daisy, or doesn't like Ivan anyway.
Daisy?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Or Bloom, you know, whatever you want to call it. The team fight there was monumental because now Outlaws, you know, they find their way in the early game. Remember that Scam Diggity, Mendrix, we've discussed this. He's really good at coming back from a gold deficit.
I don't think he's at a gold deficit now.
Well, no,
though.
not anymore.
In terms of the team being in a gold deficit, probably, but he himself, he seems to be well and truly well within it. And I mean, if you look at it in terms of CS, probably not the biggest case.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Feel the hype in you right now. Okay. Now, Outlaws, Mendrix is excited. I can see the look on his face right now. I mean, Ivan's 3-1-1. He's got the lucidity. He's rushed the jungle item. I'm surprised. I mean, don't you normally go straight for the redemption?
No, you definitely do get your jungle item. And the big reason for that is if you look at Ivan specifically, he doesn't get to pick up as much experience as other junglers, especially when you look at Grumps, because he doesn't get the initial, you know, they kill and break apart. So he wants to get his jungle items to get that extra experience early, whereas everyone else doesn't have that.
Well, Drax is waiting in here with Dreadlord, sets up the pillar, forces the flash out a Little Cop, and again, No summoners up for that Maokai.
Yeah, it's a bit tough for him, a bit rough, especially with that pillar, and with Dreadlord coming every single time. So now that that flash is down, I expect a return to come on through as well. Probably the next rotation he makes his way into that top jungle, probably look for a gank, especially with Maokai just naturally pushing out now. If you look in terms of the Tiamat though, Drax will probably have control over this lane now.
I mean, I feel like Tainted Minds Blue, they're really prioritizing Drax getting ahead early. 2-1-1 on this Trundle has the Tiamat. Probably going to be going for the Titanic, I assume, and get the tank stats. But again, the package has been delivered. And it looks like the flash will be forced out of Dreadlord. Scam Didi is just trying to force his way into Dreadlord's jungle.
Definitely can as well, and they're sort of getting their cheeky wards out now, putting extra control there. Not the best place to really get control around the map. You don't have a dragon at the moment. I guess sort of setting yourself up for the future if you decide to sort of leave Drax and Little Cop up in an island and sort of just make all the moves around that bottom side of the map.
Scam Diggity and the Lex Splash were looking for a quick kill. They're not going to find it. I mean, Dreadlord playing a little bit safer to the blue side of his jungle. Well, Willaris on the Corki has proven himself so far, and things have slowed down after that very exclusive package. 12 minutes into the game with 9 kills on the board. It has been bloody, but now players just sort of regaining their laning phase.
I just want to do a quick double take in terms of, you know, why they would be making their way towards that bot side, why they'd be putting their wards there, why they're looking for a kill there specifically. I mean, the big reason why is because no one's taken first brick yet. And when you've got the bot lane up, that's basically the easiest way to get it down nice and quick. So you get yourself a pick in that bot side jungle. That means that relieves pressure initially in that bot lane. You know you've got yours immediately there. You can instantly move down and take that first brick, get that first blood gold, make sure that's sort of your catch-up mechanic for this game. That's what Outlaws are looking for.
John Ringy has landed his hooks. I mean, he's got good precision rate, and the Chains of Corruption are going to help. Daisy's spawn, Dreadlord's here on the reaction. Curtain call, the box pushed out, flashed away from the Ivan Q. Daisy's going to get a knock-up, and the Curtain Call's going to get a bullet. They find nothing more as Little Cop has to use his teleport.
Yeah, John Rugi there. I mean, that was a proactive teleport coming through. So these guys are now going to try and force down this turret. If they do not get this quick, Drax will be able to get it. But that's a nice hook there.
Deadly Flourish, Kha'Zix jumps on, but Dreadlord instantly recovers off of that. Redemption is good, but they don't find the turret on the first wave. Up top, Drax actually might trade this off if he can get this turret in good mannerly fashion.
I imagine he will be able to get it. Uses his frozen domain. He'll be able to do a lot of damage. As you can see, he's already dealt more damage to it than what Outlaws have been able to do in that bot lane. And stopping that recall there as well for Little Cop will just sort of ensures this tower's demise. And now they are pushing towards it. He's going to be able to get that. That is going to be a massive boon for Drax specifically. He's going to get the first all that gold, all for himself, which is nice for him to have. And Maokai is just going to have a very bad time against this ever-scaling Trundle.
Even after that rotation and a shockwave that has just been flashed from Bonivia. I mean, the thing is...
Forced a flash from Bonivia?
Yeah, no.
Bonivia forced a flash. There we go.
Thank you very much, Mendrix.
We got there in the end.
Just not myself today, am I? Look, honestly, Drax getting that first brick after that massive 5-man rotation from Outlaws, that's huge. That really starts scaling the Trundle
600 gold for him specifically.
And he buys the Titanic Hydra. Why not?
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. As you can see now, he's well and truly ahead. 1,300 towards Maokai at 14 minutes. I mean, him having that, he can easily 1v2 against Little Cop and against Skemtikity now. So he can just be more than happy to keep on pushing up, continue the pressure in either side lane. And now Tainted Minds Blue is going to just happily to hold this sort of formation that they've put together. I mean, it's still that early laning phase, so everyone's still sort of chilling out in their lanes now, but they can start making a 4-1 happen immediately if they wanted to.
Well, now the time is right. 15 seconds till Dragon. Put some pressure elsewhere on the map, and it may be yours. Outlaws, their bottom lane is going to back off. And with 5 seconds left on the board, I don't know what Dreadlord is going to back for, but potentially Scam Diggity is going to start prioritizing it. Maybe it's, is it a Cloud?
It's definitely a Cloud, Drake.
Let's not worry about it. That's exactly what the teams are looking at here. I mean, unless
we won't worry about
Talon,
one of the major objectives on the map.
Unless you had a Talon or a Quinn, I mean...
Drax has got the teleport advantage, so you can force a fight around it.
Yep.
That's the big thing you can look to do. So Tainted Minds Blue can say, hey, we're taking the dragon, come get us. Outlaws makes the move for it, use the teleport advantage, get some extra gold off the back of it.
Well, Scam Diggity starts it up. This could potentially be a second dragon if Tainted Minds Blue can come in and steal this. Lowe's on the back of this pit, looking for a Q. Bonivia here as well. They're going to walk past Ward so they know that they're there, trying to push it down. And it is taken by Outlaws with their first dragon on the map. Dreadlord looking for a pick, but they won't find anything. Just,
And I feel that was just Outlaws saying, yep, we've got control of this side of the jungle at the moment. Let's make a move on it. Tainted Minds Blue were not willing to use any teleports because it's 5 seconds. There wasn't any close wards for Drax. And that's a really good pickup for Outlaws just to get a free dragon, even though it may be an air drake.
Well, it is one step in the right direction. I mean, Drax is, I feel, the biggest problem right now. You know, Dreadlord is always going to be scary, but the Trundle scaling this early has the Titanic Hydra. Who knows where he goes next? Maybe dead into a coffin as Daisy's pulled up, locked down, but he actually does have to subjugate the Ivan, walks away.
Just in case. Better safe than sorry. It does have a decent cooldown. I mean, 100 seconds at the moment, but I'm pretty sure he'll be fairly safe there. But Dreadlord,
yeah, absolutely.
he should be okay.
Well, Daisy doesn't know. Daisy can knock you out. I mean, that's the kind of person Daisy is. Look, Dreadlord has been trying to be proactive in Ivan's jungle, and for a champion that really can't clear until he has, you know, either the smite or the timing available, he's making short work of those camps. 81 to 55. We never expected Ivan to be ahead, but has 3 kills. 3 kills also on the Kha'Zix, so that's still 30 CS ahead in jungle camps for Dreadlord.
And again, it's still not the biggest thing to look at. I mean, in terms of when Ivan runs around taking the camps, he doesn't get the same amount from the Groms. The big way you can sort of judge jungler's success is in terms of their items, that's how much gold they have, and in terms of their levels. And as you can see, he seems to be right on the mark with Dreadlord at the moment. So that extra CS isn't really the best indicator of how strong Dreadlord is in comparison to Scam Diggity at the moment.
Again, it's just going to be the pushing battle down in this bottom lane. We're getting closer to the mid game, and Varus going to get closer to moving towards his 2-item power spike. I feel that the Edge of Night on Varus allows him to do a lot of things you normally wouldn't do. And so far, Mendrix, I mean, the game has slowed to a pace. It's a lot more conservative this game. Tainted Minds Blue need their first win of the split, but Outlaws, I mean, they feel like they're in control still.
Yeah, both teams do have fantastic team fighting compositions, so both of them are happy and very content to sit back and farm it up, play it safe, especially after Outlaws sort of had that decent team fight to sort of bring the kills equal. The big problem is going to be Drax. I mean, we keep echoing it from before. He's got a lot of control over Little Cop, and this is going to be the real test for Little Cop. He has to sit back, sort of withhold all the damage coming through from Drax, and look for, again, continue looking for these sort of proactive teleports, because if he manages to get there first before Drax, and they manage to isolate a kill, well, that's just going to be dandy for them, because Little Cop's already done his job. He's isolated the kill. Even if he takes a subjugate from Drax, he should be able to just walk away, walk it out. Drax doesn't want to go into a 4v5. That's something you definitely don't want to take.
You can see that Scam Diggity was looking for a gank down bot. Will be spotted out by a ward. Does use the lens, but doesn't clear it. He then walks up to that tri-brush and wasn't spotted out, but will get spotted out by a ward over the side. Scam Diggity trying to get this bottom lane ahead, trying to stop this freeze for freeze happening. I mean, Low has the sustain, so he just keeps poking out with a Q. He's pretty much clearing these waves by himself.
You do have a collapse happening right now.
Well, Mendrix to see if the Corki, I believe, with package, no, doesn't actually have it get blocked up. Death Sentence is counter-predicted. John Riggy picks up the kill, well-deserved. Scam Diggity has to use Daisy, but flashes away from the shockwave. Bonivia doesn't have that, but he still has the damage. He's going to get knocked up by Daisy. Little Cop comes in, now looking for Drax, who's already looked for Rain. There's a lot of looking all around. I could say it 3 times more if I had to. Tainted Minds Blue do find themselves the kill they need.
Oh, that was actually brilliant. So the big reason why that didn't work is as soon as they use it to walk on over, as I'm saying that, they're taking the turret.
Well, Daisy's going to go down first, and turret could be next, but there's no minion wave. They're going to have to wait to the next.
So why it didn't work was because it was predicted by John Riggy. That death sentence was absolutely beautiful. I mean, for him to then say, yep, this is when they're going to jump over the wall, and me throw out that death sentence, that really was a fantastic play.
Well, Little Cop goes onto Bo. Nivea knocks him back. In fact, he survives because of the thresh. Death sentence goes the wrong way. Drax is tanking this turret. Again, they don't find anyone, but Rain has to back off with the rest of his team. Tainted Minds Blue advance their gold lead.
And this is exactly what they want. I mean, if they continue to take turrets without Outlaws picking anything up, they'll keep on getting their gold lead up. In terms of scaling, Tainted Minds Blue do have some great scalers, just with the Orianna, with the Trundle. Kha'Zix, he scales pretty well as time goes on as well. So as long as they keep on remaining ahead of the Outlaws, they can just continue just sort of brute forcing their way down.
Well, Willaris is going to try and push this turret, get another objective on the board, bring Outlaws back up to speed with gold. 6-4 on the map at 20 minutes in. As we move slower and slower to this mid-game, I mean, Bonivia is not landing the shockwaves, but I mean, they're constantly being flashed out of. This guy is playing a pretty standard Orianna game so far, and I'd like to see how Willaris can challenge him and maybe, on an intellectual level, kind of beat him in these team fights.
It is going to be hard because Orianna is the team fighting master. She's the queen of team fights, just in terms of what she can do with that shockwave. Absolutely changes the face of any team fight that happens. Willaris is more all about finding those skirmishes with Corki. He wants to be able to get in there with his package, find a pick, take them out before Tainted Minds Blue have a chance to react, and then sort of make Tainted Minds Blue take an unfavorable team fight. But that just has never been the case for them, and they really do need to try and get their gold percentage back within that 2,000 mark, and or get into within 2K of Tainted Minds Blue if they want to sort of slow down the pace of this game and make sure that both their team have a chance to scale up and compete with what Tainted Minds Blue have to offer.
I mean, the thing is, Tainted Minds Blue have already taken off a couple of turrets on this map. Dragon's live. They picked up the first one, so let the Cloud Drake go. This third one is going to be a Cloud as well. I mean, Outlaws, they're not getting the real luck of the barrel with the Dragons here.
No, they are not, but they're still getting Dragons, and see what they can do.
No, not stolen away. In fact, secured quite nicely by the Jhin. Scamdig did smite, but doesn't get it in the end. So there's going to be 2 Cloud Drakes on the side of Outlaws. I wish I could say that it's perfect for their team composition, but I mean, seen better days, Mendrix. What do you want to say?
So the ridiculous thing about getting Cloud Drakes is how fast you start to become. And it really does make for some interesting position. I mean, like, one Cloud Drake is sort of negligible. You sort of sit there and go, yeah, 15's nice, but really not what I want to get. I mean, every single time I would want a Mountain or an Infernal, but getting yourself a good amount of Cloud Drakes does turn the game and make it a bit ridiculous, because you start to get used to how fast champions are normally. So you see a champion running at you and you go, oh, I'm fine, I'm safe. It's not too bad. But when you've got 3 Cloud Drakes or 2 Cloud Drakes, that misperception really does play a big part, and you end up getting caught because of it. So as though as we sit there saying, hey, Cloud Drake doesn't have that much value, it does have a decent amount of value in terms of, well, you can really psych out your opponent and get kills that you didn't expect to get.
Absolutely. Well, this gold continues to grow here in Bonivia. Still doing fine on this Orianna mid. I mean, there is a deep ward. Jordan Riggy's still looking for some kind of potential. We are going to have a quick pause there, though, ladies and gents. I mean, take away Anivia from a guy that has Anivia in his name, and then you get him on the Orianna, but it's been quite consistent so far.
He's been doing a great job on that area. I mean, he hasn't really found that many kills, but he is forcing flashes.
Yep.
His main objective really is to take it to the late game, scale up, and then look for that almighty almighty hail. Like that. Let me just stop. Let me just stop. I don't know why it went like that, but let's just say he's looking for a fantastic shockwave.
Yeah.
That's what he's going for.
Apparently.
And that's exactly, yes, apparently.
But look, I mean, the thing is, Willaris on Corki is a new pick for me. It's something we haven't seen him on. He's doing okay for the time being, but he's not turning up to these roams successfully. I mean, last time it was stopped by Jordan Riggy. He didn't really make his way into the team fight because he's already dead by the time it
I mean, that
started.
was great from it as well, because what they had initially had set up was those wards. They saw when he actually popped over, his timing on the death sentence was perfect.
Impeccable.
He was CC'd from the moment he hopped over that wall to the moment he died and went back to base. So in the moment he was on that grey screen, it was just, had no chance at all. So Tainted Minds Blue played that really well.
I mean, the thing is, that's what you love about good Thresh players. When they get into this habit of going, predicting your hook, I'm predicting where you are, get the death sentence perfect. I mean, the box has been used quite defensively so far. I'd like to see him on the back line of these team fights. And potentially, I think, Mendrix, you'd agree with me here, or maybe you never do, to see him actually start up one of these team fights as well.
Absolutely. I don't even want to see him start a team fight. I just want to see him to start a skirmish. If he's able to do that, get a pick, they'll start getting objectives, they'll get themselves back into the game. In terms of him looking to start a team fight, he'll have his initial Valkyrie in, hopefully he can get a pick there, and he's able to get out as the team fight ensues from that point on, because if he's caught in the middle of a team fight with his Valkyrie, he will be immediately blown up. He's not the strongest champion in the middle of a team fight. He's great when he's shooting rockets from outside of it.
Absolutely. And the thing is that, look, you know, the packages haven't been used successfully. There's a couple of counter plays coming into this game. However, none more so than the package being misused. First time, fantastic, but we need to see it maybe used a bit more. I want to say aggressively.
In terms of like them making it work, all they really need to do is we're jumping back into the game.
Thank you very much, Mendrix. Have the last laugh. I mean, Tainted Minds Blue, they start strong up in that top lane. We've consistently said that Drax has found sort of his lead. Little Cop struggling to lane against him. Waves constantly pushed, but he's still keeping up in CS.
Yeah, and that's really all you can ask of Little Cop at the moment. Just sort of hold him back, make sure that he's kept in check. He's not just taking free towers, and as long as Little Cop's there for those team fights, he should still be available. He's still got a Vengeful Maelstrom to soak up a decent chunk of damage, and everything's fine for Little Cop at the moment. Outlaws still well within this game.
Well, the thing is, Willaris, as we were talking about the package, has picked it up once again, but no one really near him, so he's going to have to position somewhere else on the map. Maybe start something for Outlaws. There's the speed again. He's going to pick up Blue. This is a growing 4K gold deficit as well for Outlaws. I mean, they have to sort of come back from this. Tainted Minds Blue slowly picking up more and more objectives on the board. Sure, they may be getting Cloud Dragons, but I mean, it's a massive, you know, deficit to sort of try and come back from.
And again, it is really because they've got a lot of standing gold available on the map. There's 2 towers fairly low on Tainted Minds' side there that they've been protecting pretty well, to be honest, for them to be holding on to them still, considering how much range of potential Outlaws have. And not the best shockwave there, but that might open up the inhibitor, not the inhibitor turret.
Away, but Bonavir now has no defense. A flash comes out first. Willaris looking for Low, actually in this 1v1 trade. Now the rest of the team get involved. Jordan Riggy takes a hit so that Low does not. Tainted Minds Blue continue to try and defend this mid turret. Rain, of course, not having the minions there, not going to get that extra damage.
And at the moment, Outlaws do have full control in this team fight. They've poked them out. There's no real way for Tainted Minds Blue to jump onto this without the shockwave. And Drax isn't really the best at engaging, and they managed to get themselves on the board in terms of the turrets.
Okay, so Outlaws, yeah, that's their first turret. And like you said, Mendrix, this kind of gets them on the board. So now 3K gold deficit. Next Dragon, I'll be curious to see if there's a fight around this one coming up through there. Believe it to be, if it's the third Cloud, do you want to say bad luck, or should I, or are we going to...
Well, I don't want to say anything. I would love to see 3 Cloud Drakes. It's ridiculous when you've got the 3 of them in terms of the amount of movement speed that you get. I mean, you saw it before with Corky when he was looking for the package. He was pretty much got extra rocket boosters going on when he had them popped.
Well, Drax now like pushing up in this bottom lane. Feels like Little Cop just doesn't want to go against him. He's going to stop the back of the Corky. 2 minutes till this next Dragon comes up, and with bottom lane pressure like this, I feel like Tainted Minds Blue are trying to secure it for themselves.
Yeah, and it is really hard as well for Willaris to sort of push out Drax at this point in the game. He's got a lot of sustain. He's picked up the Spirit Visage. He's got his Titanic Hydra. He's able to sort of just sustain with his passive every single time a wave sort of walks into him. So Drax is more than happy to just continue on pushing these side lanes down and causing pressure around the map for his team while they sort of look towards getting objectives. And I know Tainted Minds Blue have been giving up Dragons. Cloud Drake's not the best. As you can see there, the rotations from Outlaws now is actually starting to get a bit ridiculous. And eventually they will be able to use this speed to start getting turrets if Tainted Minds Blue don't put the pedal to the metal.
Yeah, pedal to the metal. What a classic. All right. So, I mean, Outlaws here, they're moving into the mid game. We sort of talked about what they need to do and how. I mean, Scam Diggity here hasn't really fallen too far behind. In fact, he's kind of gone at a steady stake. I mean, Ivan going into the mid to late game stage, he can potentially start these fights, correct? If Little Cop
absolutely
isn't already in there.
So in terms of when you look at these junglers, you got Dreadlord, he's an assassin. He wants to get into a team fight, absolutely blow someone up. In terms of Scam Diggity, he wants to get in there, cause chaos, cause disruption. He can be a great initiation tool at the same time. So a little bit extra from that there, from what these junglers bring. And they also it's basically utility versus raw damage. And Scam Diggity, as long as he engages the fight properly, that tends to win out. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. If Dreadlord gets to drop first, he's going to win the team fight. If Scam Diggity ends up positioning better and initiates better, they're going to win the team fight. So it's going to be really the two. One needs to be quick, sort of like Wild West. The other one needs to be the strategist.
It feels like Tainted Minds Blue are in control, but also feels like one kind of pick from Outlaws is going to be enough to do it as everyone starts positioning around the Dragon. And Death Sentence comes through from Little Cop, twisted advance,
He's in trouble.
plays away. But Little Cop is very tanky. They have to call out Daisy. And Little Cop Shockwave only gets one member, but that's going to be enough as Bonivia picks up the first kill. Little Cop is caught out. They're still trying to kill him down, but Drax might be the first one to go down as he's way too low. They get Rain in the end, so Dreadlord has to run away or maybe run into the fight. He doesn't die. He doesn't even get too low. Tainted Minds blue. They win most of that fight. The Outlaws have to run for their lives.
And it is going to be Infernal Drake, so these guys saying we're getting the value Drake instead on the back of that.
That's it.
And really, that was just Little Cop getting picked out early, forcing a team fight the Outlaws did not want to take. Scam Diggity couldn't really do much. He used his Daisy to get into it, but from that point on, Dreadlord had his pick to jump in and start assassinating targets afterwards, and really that was what ended up being the downfall. Ended up being not really strategically placed in the right spot. Here you go, Little Cop goes in, gets caught out. He's in the middle of the team. He even twisted and advances in, and Drax is just absolutely stopping any further damage, anyone else getting into. I mean, that was really well done there by Bonivia to pick up the kill. But the big thing is that they were in a team fight they did not want to take. And that's why Tainted Minds ended up coming out on top.
Well, Karzik stayed for a little bit longer, could have died, but jumped straight out of there with the resets. Tainted Minds blue, they're going to pick up the Infernal, and now they're looking at the Baron as well.
This is a bit of a desperation move from Outlaws at the moment. I mean, really, Oriana's Shockwave is up. If you manage to catch them out there, this pretty much is game over.
Well, Bonivia puts it into the pit. The package is used straight onto Bonivia. He tries the Shockwave, but Outlaws, they find their first, and maybe it was just a bait after all.
It was a bait. They managed to get the pick on that specifically, but look at Drax. Drax is like, yep, you guys, that's great. I'm taking turrets on the other side of the map. And again, it wasn't a desperation move. I apologize for saying that. Outlaws played a great job of making that work and getting the kill in the end. But I mean, they got the kill for the objective. They're going to try again. They got the teleport here. So this is actually great moves. This one I like specifically.
Well, Little Cop teleports down. The last member is going to be Rain to join.
Drax is coming too as well now.
Good redemption to heal everyone up. But Lowe's just sitting in the back of this fight. Has to flash away. Deadly Flourish misses. John Riggy waiting for his death sentence. But you can see how much the piercing arrow is doing from Lowe. They have to pull off Baron and Outlaws. Got to find some other desperation play, Mendrix.
And this is the strength of having a virus on your team. Every single time there's like a massive objective you want to get the Elder, whether it be the Baron and the Elder specifically.
Yeah.
When you've got a virus, you're just able to sit back from afar saying, yeah, no worries, try to take this objective, and just shooting arrows left, right, and center straight into your face. It's really hard for you to get onto it. You really need to find him, you need to deal with him, and then you're free to take these objectives. And that is really what makes Virus so strong on the red side. It's just him being able to shoot those arrows from afar, and as you can see, it's working for them on blue side as well.
Little Cop is... He's only got one death under his belt, but he's done quite a lot in this front line. I feel like the real player here, though, is Scam Diggity. I mean, we've talked him up from the get-go. Everyone else in Outlaws is doing fine, I mean, position-wise. But Scam Diggity is saving a lot of these fights. He's got 4 kills under his belt as an Ivan. Kill secured, I dare say. But, you know, 4 items strong at this point in the game. He's caught up. He's doing well. Securing these plays and securing the lockdowns as well.
He's never really been behind. As soon as he managed to pick up those first few kills against Dreadlord, he's still been neck to neck. Again, we said experience really is the big thing about it. They're starting a team fight.
Curtain Call's going to go into low. Good dark passage to get him out of there. It's another great thing about the Thresh. I mean, a lot of escape. Outlaws are still looking for their play. I don't think it's desperation anymore. They're looking, Mendrix, for their pick of the game.
Yeah, they're trying to make their picks happen, and they're doing it around objectives, around places. I mean, at the moment, it's really hard for them to sort of make that work because Tainted Minds Blue is playing so well, just avoiding all the damage or taking their team fight when they think it's appropriate for them to do so. And Drax, again, continuing just to put that pressure out. As you can see, just Outlaws were forced off any form of extra engage that they could have possibly put out there immediately because Drax was just threatening that topside turret.
Well, Lowe is the one pushing up. I guess that's one way to stop. I didn't know you could do that. So that actually stops the King Raptor from leaving the camp. It's something new you learn every day.
All little things every day.
That's right. Next Dragon's going to come up in 2 minutes now. And Outlaws are pushing back. Top wave is not. Bottom wave going to get pushed out by Bonivia as well. Trying to run a bit of a 1-3-1 Tainted Minds Blue. I mean, they still do have a gold lead. They've still got a 6k gold advantage right now, which is absolutely massive. 2 dragons each, one more important on the side of Tainted Minds Blue in comparison to those Cloud Drakes on Outlaws. But in Tainted Minds Blue, they don't have as much control at this 33-minute mark as you would have expected.
Yeah, I wouldn't have liked them going for a 1-3-1, as you can see there. I think really what Orion was trying to do was push out that initial lane past the river point, and that allows them to sort of get a slow push going there so they can start making their way and get more control towards that Baron side. But Outlaws are doing a great job just sort of slowing this game down now. They sort of had a bit of shaky movements before and were getting team fights they didn't want to take, but Tainted Minds are clearly having a problem trying to break them at the moment, and if Outlaws keep this up, they will have a decent amount of scaling onto the Jhin, a decent amount of scaling onto the Maokai as well, and it is going to be a very interesting late game if it gets there, which it looks like it will in the next 7 minutes or so.
So you think the comfort here is really with Outlaws right now? They're happy holding on to this.
Oh, they're definitely not comfortable. Definitely. It's not comfort
However, comfortable going on with the game as it is, playing very defensively, and
that's their only option at the moment.
Well,
but the thing is, they're doing a great job of keeping that going.
So you wouldn't force a fight if you're
I would not force a fight if I was Outlaws
go.
right now. I would definitely. You're 6,000 gold behind. Maybe they don't know it or maybe they don't feel it, but you're definitely behind on levels. So the big thing they can do is just continue to stall out, get yourself to the same level area as your own team. Try not to really force a fight unless you get an obvious pick.
Well, that wasn't obvious as John Reedy takes half his health, but forced away, but not forgotten. Willaris has the package available. This is an Infernal, so this is pretty important. Outlaws want to take this away from Tainted Minds Blue. The curtain call used to zone, and just like that.
That's
Perfect.
really
Tainted Minds Blue, that's zoning.
That is very excellent there. So the curtain call does a great job there. You really don't want to walk into a Jhin curtain call. That's the last thing you want to do. This does give Tainted Minds Blue the inside track, and they're running straight towards that top side of the map. See if they can actually pick up a Little Cop.
You'd think they go mid, but in fact, like, the cutoff was just a little bit too weak. Drax is up here by himself. Tainted Minds Blue, they're going to rotate top. Little Cop goes onto them, but it's a 5-man unit. Even the Redemption not going to save him. In
nice
fact,
flash.
Scam Diggity will. He goes back in, a double Redemption team comp. Maybe this time he will survive, and he does. Elect Splash on the side, just shielding up the Maokai, waiting for the best ult in the game. And I was going to say it's the Orianas, but hasn't used it just yet. The Fox here to slow down. Riggy has to run away, actually dies from the Deadly Flourish in the end. And Dreadlord nearly dies himself. It's a 1-for-0. Outlaws start chasing down Kha'Zix.
Okay, so the big thing that this brings for Outlaw, especially if they manage to get the kill here, which would be great,
Well,
he's going for it.
Valkyrie, big one, doesn't find its mark. Dreadlord has to flash away.
Okay, so we mentioned the fights are still going,
You
though.
can't talk, Mendrix, because Drax is caught up, locked down. And Outlaws, Little Cop, he comes in with a teleport. He's got the home guard advantage, but they say none of that. We're going to go onto the Baron.
All right, this is good. So this is what I want to talk about. If you've managed to get the kill into Dreadlord, or you managed to force him out, he either needs to go into the jungle to sustain, because he can't really make his way towards this Baron. They're still going to get
You're
low!
just not allowed to talk, Mendrix. Rain goes in with the flash and takes down low. 1-for-0 once again. Outlaws are not going to take the Baron this time, though. They're going to be happy with that.
All right, so
Are you sure you can talk?
I don't know. I'd like to. Let's see how we go. I think we are. Everyone's backing, so this is safe to say. I've got time to talk. So what I wanted to say was, okay, it was good. They got the turret, which is good, but the fact that they lost that team fight opened up the Baron for them. Tainted Minds Blue had to sacrifice low in order for them to actually stop that Baron from going through. So it is a big swing for the Outlaws if they manage to get that Baron. Tainted Minds Blue did a good job to stop it from happening, but as you can see, Outlaws, if they can find a team fight that they want to go for, they're still going to be in good shape as long as this game continues to go forward.
Well, this time Willaris secures the red and hands it on over to Scam Diggity. At 37 minutes, you know, it's not as close as you would have thought for Outlaws how they're playing. They are getting picks across the map. They find themselves at a 5k gold deficit. They've got 3 dragons. One of those is an Infernal double cloud as well. I mean, they're holding on to this game, and like Mendrix said, they want to prolong it, go to late game, potentially look for something amazing like a Jhin one-shotting people, I guess.
That's absolutely a possibility when you do get late enough into the game. Probably won't be Drax because he does have a Guardian Angel, but I mean, there's just a lot of standing gold available for Outlaws. That is 1 turret to 5. That is literally your goal lead at the moment, and that was well done.
Okay, so Willaris, yeah, just going to sneak a blue buff.
Oh, good fight.
Curtain call now. I mean, the confidence is there. If you can steal a blue buff, why not get a pick? Bonivia goes down, and Outlaws suddenly start looking at the Baron once again.
So Dreadlord's here. He's healthy now.
Oh,
Has
doesn't get locked
used his Edge of Night there. So if he does decide to walk into it in the next couple seconds, he can get caught down. I think it will end up being
Chains of
used up.
Corruption, Mendrix, they do miss there. Good redemption to bring him back healthy, and a lot of ultimates were just used with no Varus ult.
This is just your typical issue. Every single time you try to take an objective, oh, low's low. Oh,
You didn't
that's
know
a
how to
massive-
say that, did you?
I did not know how to say that.
The
I was,
burn.
I was like, low, low. He's like ducking at the moment to get away, and he, there you go. He's quite low at the moment, walking
Okay.
away on a slither of HP.
He's not healthy, that guy. Low is not healthy. Look, Outlaws now, they're going to start pushing down mid. They get another objective off on the board, and I like how they're playing behind. Remember we said this, look, Drax has just had enough. He's decided Frozen Domain, I'm going to start hitting the turret.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of damage to it as well. Does manage to get actually half the damage away there. And I think the reason why Cop is re-engaging him is because they're finally trying to make another attempt at the Baron. Nope, they're going to back away in the
They need
end.
help. Drax is going to get the turret if he comes in on this next wave by himself. Mendrix, do you not think?
He'd definitely get it, yeah.
Ah.
Without help, he can. I think that's why they're swapping around as well. Another thing to note, Little Cop doesn't have any mana. So if he manages to get his mana, he'll be able to hold that wave from a point that it will be actually dangerous for Drax to go for it. So if he can just hold that wave at the right spot, he'll be fine, but he needs mana to do that. That's why Drax decided to jump in, immediately start wailing onto that turret, because he knew Little Cop has no mana, he can't fight me properly.
As a side note, Mendrix, I'd like to point out that I think, Rain, you were right, as usual. The Cloud Drake is just making, look at Rain, like, this 80 carries fast. I know he's just popped
Yeah,
Yomas,
it gets a bit ridiculous, really.
but he's pretty fast.
It's just one of those cases where you think, yeah, I'm okay, I can escape from this, and then immediately just they get straight on top of you, and you didn't realize how fast they were.
This is like the 6th Baron attempt now, but no one really able to pick it up. Willaris as the package has to run away. Now he's in defensive position. John Riggy gets Scam Diggity, who was sent into the air, but Low gets sniped out by Rain. 2-man shockwave, that's got to be big, and the flay away. Now Willaris comes back into the fight. Orianna Dissonance is doing a lot. Scam Diggity has to flash. There's a death sentence, but on the back, LX Flash gets taken down. Bonivia is just getting bursted. The redemption's not going to find him. In fact, it finds nothing, and Rain picks him up. It's a massive fight, but in the end of the day, Outlaws are clawing back at this game.
And if you really look at it, the reason why Tendermines Blue can't engage this Outlaw side is because they need Drax there to soak up that damage, to soak up that initial engage, because every single time they go for a fight, they're trying to walk into the brushes that have been set up by Scam Diggity. He uses Daisy, throws it in straight into the middle of the team fight, and I think they might get the turret though off the back of this. Drax has just been persistent this entire time.
Look, he's got the GA, so he doesn't really fear for his life. The rest of Outlaws are here. He will go down, has used the Subjugate, now trying to 1v2. Not much more to say about this in the fact that he will go down. GA are going to pop. The rest of Tainted Blue now, they start looking at the Elder Drake.
Yeah, they do. Drax. He's like, all right, I'm back up, guys. It's all
You
good.
can't let him get out. Oh, God,
Okay.
he does flash in the end of the day. Willaris picks him up now. They've got John Riggy, who's been CC'd up. Scam Diggity, he's pretty low. He's going to use a redemption. Daisy comes back out to play, and Dreadlord's locked on down. Little Cop goes on him with a Twisted Advance. Arcane smash him back home. And where's the Deadly Flourish? Waiting for it. No, actually misses because he uses the plant to get out.
Okay, so this is absolutely fine because this opens up the Elder Drake for them here. And this is what we're talking about in terms of them getting towards that point where it's long enough. Tendermines Blue needed Drax to be in their team fights. He doesn't have it now. There is 2 dead members for Tendermines Blue. There is an opportunity for them to make the steal. So here it comes. We're getting very close. This will be very big in deciding what happens now in the game.
They've dragged it out. It has reset a little bit back to 3k. As Low on the backside will get taken down by Little Cop. The steal doesn't come through. In fact, Outlaws secure it, and the GA is popped by Dreadlord. Little Cop's going to help with that one. He's going to zone off the Orianna. Hello, Trundle. You are dead as well. But this time around, Outlaws, they find their way back in. They find their 3 elemental, Elder Drake.
This is so big as well because now they managed to get the jungler as well. This is basically frees them up going for the Baron. They've got the Elder Drake. We're talking burn, burn, burn. So they're going to do
Disco
a lot of
Inferno,
damage.
Mendrix.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of damage coming. Look at it just absolutely melt before their eyes. And Out of the blue, Outlaws, they've weathered the storm. They've made it to a point where they can actually say, we feel comfortable now because they've got an Elder, they've got a Baron, so we're talking a massive power play coming up.
I mean, the thing is, Outlaws have, like you said, evened up the gold. It's been a long 15 minutes, but Tainted Minds Blue have just not been able to accelerate their lead, counterplay, and pretty much push to end. In fact, Tainted Minds Blue, you know, you thought Drax got that bottom lane turret, but he got nothing more. He gave up his life, it felt, for the opportunity to Outlaws contesting that Elder Drake.
The moment Drax goes down, you lose map pressure across everywhere. It's so hard for him because he can literally go towards top, he can go towards bottom. That opens up the objectives for you to do that. But if he's dead on the map, Outlaws are more than happy to continue any team fight, any skirmish, anywhere, because they know there's no chance that their tower is going to fall down. And look at how much damage they do immediately
Can't
to
even
that
keep
turret.
up. It's like half health.
It's just ridiculous. They've got the Inferno Drake. They're going for a fight now.
Dreadlord goes in. They have Elder and Baron. I'm not sure if you really want to take this. Redemption's going to come in from both sides. Means that Outlaws are really healthy. That's a 3-man shockwave. This could be what they need. In fact, Tainted Minds Blue are still charging up. Little Cop's really big on the backline though. Scam Diggity himself is a bit tanky, but he has a GA, so he's going to go down. Little Cop forces out. The curtain call coming through from Jin, Jetlord. Ooh, actually, no, John Riggy was at the front of that fight. They're all really, really low. Deadly Flourish is going to hit Bonivia, and Scam Diggity forces another couple of flashes. Tainted Minds Blue, they do get one. However,
that was a 4 versus 5 the entire time. You had Willaris in the bot lane. He's taking turrets. He's going to get an inhibitor. This is absolutely huge. The fact that Outlaws were able to survive that is amazing. Like, that is ridiculous. It was an amazing team fight push. They had 5 members strong on Tainted Minds Blue. You can basically say, yep, good job, double redemption. You kept us alive long enough for them to only lose one. Look at them jump in. They're saying, you know what, Willaris is not there. Go, go, go. But just look at how long they managed to keep this fight going against a damage team, against all those abilities happening, is really what bought Outlaws the time to get themselves back into this game, is having that initial double redemption and the double GA as well.
Well, I mean, the thing is, you know, someone had to die there.
Oh, yeah.
Someone had to die.
Someone had to go down.
It had to be John Riggy. And
it's 1-for-1 though. That's the big thing. It was 1-for-1. You had a 4v5. You had your massive Trundle with you who's been there the entire time. And who ends up getting the inhibitor? Outlaws.
And now, 4K gold lead for Outlaws. That Baron power play amounts to so much. Considering that Tainted Minds Blue had control of this game, you wouldn't have thought that 15 minutes ago, Outlaws, it looked grim for them. It didn't look so strong, but they've held their own. Willaris has started to scale up. He's pretty much finished in his item selection there, unless he sells the boots away. I mean, we're seeing last items across the board, so gold not mattering as much before, but the curtain call here is starting to do quite a lot.
Yeah, there they go in. They're trying to just jump it out. Now they're just forcing them off the turret.
Jeez, who hit low? They got so low, I guess you could say, but Little Cop's there. The shockwave to deter, but not really going to do too much. Double redemption heals everyone back up, and Rain is legendary for a reason. He picks up John Riggy yet again, and Outlaws are looking to close this game.
I think they will be able to with that there as well. I mean, they've got the minion track as well. Bonivia is about to die.
Well, Bonivia has to flash, but gets bursted down. This Jin is making short work of anyone who gets in his way. Rain looking to do the damage to finish it off, and they definitely will. Outlaws remain undefeated in the OCS for Week 3.
And that was a struggle for them. I mean, they finished strong, but it was a struggle. Tainted Minds Blue did a great job in that early game, getting that lead, holding on to about Outlaws. I mean, getting those free dragons, allowed them to rotate around the map effectively and just continue grinding out that game, just holding on, dealing with Drax well. They played a great game.
Can we now say that Scam Diggity works well from behind? Can we all agree that this guy can bring back kind of any sort of game? I mean, like, he puts people at deficits, he falls into one himself, and then he just kind of, yeah, well, I'm all right. You know, we'll take this to 40 minutes like they did, and they start bringing things back.
It really was a team effort across the board. And Little Copper, though, he struggled a bit against Drax. As soon as he decided to sort of say back, all right, I'm just going to sit here, make sure he can't just take the turrets for free. You could see it. Drax got a bit reckless. He got overzealous. He was probably annoyed, frustrated that he was dealing with that the entire time. And he made a move which ultimately led him to be dead for roughly 50 seconds. And Outlaws immediately capitalize on it. They get the Elder Drake, they get the Baron. There's no pressure from him. And from that, they were able to close out the game.
Well, Outlaws still remain undefeated in the OCS. Don't go anywhere. We've got one more game for you tonight. It's going to be Corvidae versus Legacy coming up next.
Because junglers really do dictate the pace of the game. And if they continue to hold on like they do with their junglers, sort of jumping in, creating the ganks, creating the objectives, creating the flow, Lisa's going to be a great asset to their team.
Do you think it's very vindicative of a jungler in the OCS like Lisa, to pick up Graves now more than ever? I mean, they're picking it up on 7.2, but 7.3, and it has had a massive success rate in these last couple of patches.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw that she knows how to play it, or he knows how to play it. That name always gets me.
All right, it's all right.
But specifically looking at it in terms of in terms of Graves, he's just a solid jungler at the moment. What's really great about Graves is he benefits from lethality, and also he's a backliner. That means that he doesn't have to worry too much about being blown up too early, as long as he continues to be careful. So he benefits from lethality, but doesn't have to deal with it.
Absolutely. And on the side of Noxide, for a comparative sort of study, you can see that Dan Dane has a lot of focus. Now, Mendrix, like the first week, like last week, there's a lot of focus in a specific type of lane. And there's only one lane on the Rift that Dan Dane likes to go.
It seems to be towards that mid side, I'm guessing, that you're sort of giving me a little bit of hint towards. Yes, Christmas Trees at the moment has been forming very well, and when you do couple that with Dan Dane, who's fantastic at choosing when he needs to go in and also when he needs to re-engage if it happens to be them deciding to retreat, he's fantastic at really facilitating those sort of moves. Going for those junglers like Rek'Sai, not really going for the carry junglers, but your Ivans, your Rek'Sais, facilitators.
Absolutely, and I mean, things like that make a jungler into what they are, I feel. And people like Dan Dane, like he plays the Elise, he loves the Elise. He synergizes well with his mid lane. Last week it was Christmas Trees. I believe this week again he's going to be having his final run there. The Syndra, I feel like, is a massive pick that you need to take away from this guy. I mean, it's solid for everyone else, but Christmas Trees, he looked pretty comfortable last week.
Yeah, it is really good for you to actually deal with specific picks that you see them perform well on, because if they do get too comfortable on it, it means they're probably putting too much resources, too much effort into that initial champion, and taking it away can really hamper them specifically in the role that they're trying to go for, because then they're forced into something they're not really prepared for, because they've been sitting on the Syndra so much saying, yep, this is where I'm great, this is where I want to stick to, and then when it's taken away, it can be just so much more brutal to deal with.
Absolutely. And Mendrix, now that we are in 7.3, what do you feel is the biggest change coming through to this competition? I mean, last week, in comparison to this week, what is the biggest change we've seen so far in terms of competition?
In terms of what I've looked at and what I've actually experienced in terms of trends is Rengar really seems to have taken a bit of dip in terms of the amount of picks and priority that he's had. So with him really off the board and not really something you have to go for now, that he's sort of missing a lot of his utility that he had that allowed him to be so much more dangerous. Him getting extra kills and being able to walk off afterwards and not really trading back means that opens up an extra pick for something else you can go for, means another jungler becomes more prioritized. You're starting to see a lot more Ivans sort of as a result of this.
Well, I mean, Ivan Jungle has had fruition tonight. It has also been a very proactive style as well, I guess you could say. Now, coming into Regicide versus Noxide, Regicide are 2-0 in the OCS so far. Undefeated. It's a good thing. It's a very good thing. You know, you saw Outlaws there. Their morale was high. Even teams like Alpha Sydney that are now 2-1 have got something to boast about as well. So if they can get this other win on the board, they're contending for top 4, even top 2. For a potential place. Remember that we will be going into playoffs. We go then to the potential to go into the OPL as well. I love the word potential. But Regicide coming through, I think our focus probably still needs to be on Lisa, correct?
Well, generally that seems to be the focus for most people at the moment. You can see it with the picks, how they've been generally throughout the time. Everyone's sort of saying, yep, let's get rid of all the junglers, get rid of the Rengar, get rid of the Kha'Zix, get rid of the Rek'Sai, get rid of anything that could sort of use them and sort of slow down what these junglers can do at the moment. They've sort of been taking a little bit of hits over time with the patches in terms of reducing their clearing potential, reducing the amount of experience they get from clears, and as everyone's sort of slowly moving away from it, you're starting to see tops start to expand a bit more in terms of what they do, get onto those carry roles, especially with the lethality being so strong. You can get like the J4s out there, get the talent, give us a Praetor.
Okay, so now that we move into the third pick and ban phase of tonight, I mean, we've seen such a different style coming through. Like you said, no Rengar anymore. I mean, that's a massive change. Kind of makes everyone feel a little bit more safer on the Rift. However, Kha'Zix is always a massive pick as well. Curious to see what we get banned away here from Regicide, but they get rid of the flex. So Arda Fernix has been playing Jace top. However, it hasn't been too successful so far.
Yeah, and Jace is also a great ban for them to just go for in terms of really limiting what your team can go for. You know someone's got a pocket pick on it. At the same time, it's just strong because you can say, you know what, we're actually going to send that to the mid lane, and then you have to deal with us counter-picking your top. So it's a big deal based off that.
This is actually the first pick and ban phase where we've seen all 10 bans come through as well. So it's good to see that now we're actually going to have a pretty solid comp. People have to expand their champion pools, can't rely on anything slipping through. Camille, I'm expecting Kha'Zix, Mendrix, what else?
So LeBlanc, definitely.
Yep.
LeBlanc's what really...
100%, pretty
100%. I mean, she also was another person, another recipient of the ban, or not the ban, of the nerf hammer. In terms of all the time she was copying the ban hammer, really is a priority pick that you do need to worry about. But she's still fairly strong. The hit wasn't too much, just a bit of a numbers tweaking in terms of her stopping the snowball effect that she does when she does really start to hit there, start assassinating everyone off the back of it.
Well, just had word, unfortunately, Regicide will lose their second ban coming through. They're a little bit late in, but we'll get the LeBlanc still off on the side of Noxide. I mean, you don't want to leave that through. Curious to see if Regicide actually maybe try and pick up the Syndra, prioritize it away from Christmas trees, or just get rid of it. As I say that. I'm sorry, Mendrix.
We're talking about them just getting rid of it, and Syndra really is, like you said, if you know someone's tested and true on that particular champion, it makes sense for you to get rid of it as well. So interesting to see what the picks will be coming out now. It will be one more ban for Noxide, and they do get rid of the Rengar, perhaps not too comfortable to deal with a new style of Rengar that seems to be creeping up, which is the more tankier versions of them, looking for more sustained damage in team fights.
Well, I mean, the Graves for Lisa is still open, which we've seen in the first week. There's really nothing wrong with his Graves, and I mean, at the moment...
Probably going to be a virus.
Yeah. Prioritize the virus over the Graves. I guess that does make sense. But then do you go for your bottom lane again with Noxide?
Yes, you get the Jhin, your support. Your support is something you could definitely choose to go through, but it's going to be a Jhin off the back.
I like to think it's something different down in that bottom lane, that we're not going to see Jhin and then Karma or maybe Misfortune. We've stepped away a little bit from Misfortune tonight.
Yeah, so she's actually interesting in that because she's actually gotten stronger because of lethality.
Yeah.
In terms of what's happened with her. So a lot of people have actually been using her as a flex, saying, you know what, we're going to throw her, get that early. She's a support pick. You're not going to have to deal with it. And is that something that might be...
No, ignore it, Mendrix.
It'd be good.
Ignore it. He's not in the mid lane. Christmas trees, I don't feel like we'll play the Yasuo. If he picks it, then I'm being wrong tonight, so what's the difference?
I feel like that's going to be correct there.
Yeah, look, Maokai will be coming top as a big priority.
Okay, so this is interesting. So I imagine Noxide will pick up their support next because then they end up risking all these supports being free.
Yep.
And I imagine Regicide will be like, sweet, let's just take out all your supports, make your bot lane even weaker because we have the ADC that you want to have at the moment.
Well, ADC that you want to have. I mean, Jhin showed his colors in that last game. Remember, Mendrix, I mean, I'm not always right, but when I am, it's Graves.
Well, I expect it's probably going to be a... support afterwards, so it should be okay from that there. So, I mean, that's what you generally go for. You get your bot lane, you get your jungle, or you get yourself a top based off that. Now, that's interesting if they go for it, because that's a flex as well. So not really giving much away, and it makes it hard for them to say, okay, if you want to, you can choose to ban out our top side, and we can just put Nautilus there. If you choose to ban out our support side, that's fine, we'll put Nautilus there and get our top.
I mean, what is Noxide's response? I mean, normally in this pick and ban phase, in the first phase, you'd pick up your support.
That's what you're right. So they've given away their top side at the moment. They say, yep, Maokai is what we're going to pick. I don't think it's going to be the Sejuani. I would love it to be, but it's probably not going to be the case. I imagine they're going to get the support because they don't want to risk Regicide banning it out now.
A little bit sad. All right, so, I mean, if it's going to be the Rex side,
okay,
it's not going to be the Sejuani. That means that we have to look at the opportunity of, right, you've got the Nautilus flex. Noxide don't know what they're doing with it.
Exactly.
Do they start banning out? Well, you don't really ban out supports, do you?
I know you don't want to, but they're obviously starting to do it now. So Zyra's off the board. So that's a really big deal. The fact that they don't have their support yet. So unless they've got a pocket pick ready, maybe like a Vel'Koz or a Thresh, something that's interesting, something that they know is not going to be taken off the board, that means they're pre-prepared for this game specifically. But that being said, I mean, they're expecting that means if they're doing those bans that it's not going to be a Nautilus support, it's going to be a Nautilus top. So this might be from some sort of inside information that they know for them to be taking out supports. As you can see, supports are being quickly taken off the board.
I mean, we still have really important picks like the Rise, like the Corki open. And with your mid laner not picked just yet, Misfortune is another support ban.
There you go. I mean, like I said, they're just taking it out now. So Noxide have a support planned that they're expecting them not to take off the board or pick away. So it'll be interesting to see what Regicide's response here is. Probably going to be another support.
Now, what do you What do you think? I mean, you only
All
have
the good
so
ones
many
are really
pocket picks.
out of there now. I mean, probably a Karma if they're going to take out a support.
Mendrix, can I propose something to you? And
Of
it's
course.
not a ring. Can I say
I'm
that
devastated. I was expecting the ring.
didn't Lulu get buffed?
Lulu did get buffed, but generally the reason why you get Lulu is because there's a Malzahar. And when there isn't a Malzahar, you don't get Lulu. Because
Okay.
Malzahar's been banned. But as you can see, it is another support ban. They got rid of the Thresh.
Well, that's 4 supports bad. I love this. Take everything off the board. We're going to have to go to Urgot support. I mean, like, that's what we're left with in the end.
Brom's still possible. I mean,
Yeah.
you just can go back to your roots, get the Alistars, get those tank supports in there if you really want to. And I mean, as I'm saying that,
You feel pretty good right
Really
now.
good about
I mean, there
that.
was only a couple of supports left, but will be the Brom coming through for Lust Monkey. I mean, Lust Monkey's played the Lulu in the past. Haven't seen him on something so full on as the Brom, I'd like to call it. And with the Jin down bottom, still works quite fine. It's a shame it's not the
definitely. One of the big synergies that you actually used to get specifically with Brom and Jin is that Brom can sit back, put the door up, and you're protecting the Jin while he decides to do his curtain
while he
call.
creates the house.
Pretty much. It is creating a house. You've got the curtains, you've got the door. All you need is someone to bring the brick house, and you're pretty much set.
Fantastic. Build a house with Brom. So the Corki comes through. Now, I mean, what's the response if you're going against the Corki in the mid lane with Syndra off the board?
I'm very interested to say about that. I mean, I would like to see an Echo and possibly get Noxide to go for a 1-3-1 composition because you do have a
Absolutely.
solid tank with that day. You've got solid disengage coming through and enough people to keep everyone strong. I mean, Rek'Sai is very good at just sort of stopping any engages from happening. Same with Bron. If they decide to jump into it, he'll just throw a Glacial Fissure, and that allows you to walk away afterwards. So, all that.
Well, I mean, the thing is, never talk about a hover because it's probably going to bait you in.
Exactly.
We've been baited in many, many times.
I know.
And you said there's also the Cassiopeia open man.
That's correct. So, okay. I mean, what I was going for was a bit crazy because I'd like to see an Echo. I'd like to see a 1-3-1 from there because it's sort of more, it's a lot easier for you to execute in terms of what you bring, especially if you're really good at holding those lanes and holding pressure. But it's always good to stick to your nice tried and tested 4-1.
Okay, so it's going to be Christmas trees coming in on the Cassiopeia. Last week, Syndra. This week, something, I mean, quite similar in terms of the fact that Christmas trees loves is a sat. I don't know. What do you classify Cassiopeia as?
Mage.
These days? Control mage.
She's a control
still?
mage, yeah.
Even though she's a serpent.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
that
she's
snake
still a
is an
control mage.
assassin.
Like if you look at her abilities, her ultimate locks everyone down. She stops people from moving with her miasma. She's got a lot of zone control with her poisons as well. And then she does deal a lot of consistent damage. I understand that specifically, but she's still considered to be a control mage.
And I'm having a look at the summoner spells on the side here as well. There's actually a cleanse coming through for Christmas trees on the Cassiopeia, and Johnson's picked up the exhaust. So I mean, I understand the exhaust on the Corki, but the cleanse, where is that directed on the map?
So it's interesting with her specifically. Probably dealing with the. If I'm looking at it, I'd say it'd be for the Nautilus specifically because he does have a lot of lockdown. Another thing to take into account as well, if you do get exhausted, you typically pick up the cleanse to get rid of the exhaust as well. So what will happen is that you get Corki to sort of jump in. He'll throw his exhaust into it, so that way you're weakened in terms of losing your magic resistance and losing your armor, and then you're not doing any damage. So if you instantly cleanse that, you can then hit back onto the Corki quite quickly.
I mean, how does this matchup go on the mid lane as well? Because I always felt like Cassiopeia had some really early strengths going into a Corki who potentially at level 2 doesn't have as much 1v1 lane pressure.
So it's a simple thing with how these guys sort of play out. It is a skill matchup, a bit more. It's not as complex as the Shen versus Fiora one that we were talking about before.
Definitely not.
Corki's going to be looking to sort of harass out Cassiopeia, and Cassiopeia's going to be looking for zoning. And every single time Corki decides to push too forward and gets hit by a poison, those Twin Fangs will be immediately thrown onto him. So he needs to be careful to sort of avoid the poisons, and then she needs to be careful to avoid getting hit by all of the rockets Corki be showing out.
Well, the thing is, that's level 6 though, right? So
Well,
pre-6?
not pre-6 even
Well,
then as well. I
phosphorus
mean, you have to
bomb
deal
is
with, you
a
have to deal with
bomb, not a rocket.
phosphorus bomb, and you do need to deal with Gatling gun as well. You can't really just walk into it. But again, once you get to level 6 as well, a lot of skill shots will be coming out. But it is a matter of the two sort of avoiding their zone and avoiding the initial bursts that they can do. Zone control for one, burst for the other.
I mean, the thing is, Regicide are coming off 2 wins. Like, they're looking already pretty confident coming into this pick and ban phase. But purely through the drafting, do you think Cassiopeia completed that comp there for the Noxide side?
I wouldn't say completed it. They had a lot of options available to them. Cassiopeia really is a nice way to round it off when you just go for a control mage. I mean, you've already got a solid tank top. You've got everything that you need in terms of the bot lane is well sorted out. You've got yourself a nice tanky bot as well. So putting out someone with a lot of consistent damage, who's a major damage threat, is a good way to sort of round off your team. But there's still a lot of other options you could have gone for.
Well, I mean, it's interesting to see the Brom coming back in as well, something a little bit more refreshing. Why opt into the Brom, though? That's the one thing I want to ask you, Mendrix. I mean, why opt into the Brom when maybe control mages at this point in time are so strong? You're going up against a Karma Varus lane as well, which you might need to poke out. I mean, Jhin has other options on the board, but picking up Brom, was it the right idea coming through for Noxide?
So recently we've seen a lot of success with Bron in the OPL specifically. And I guess the reason for it is they decided to ban out a lot of supports. They had preparation into it. I mean, not in terms of like, there isn't really a clear plan as to why you have Brom in your team composition other than you want a playmaker, you want to actually cause a lot of havoc, and you want someone to be there to protect Jhin. And even though you may have one of those mages at the moment, even though they're all banned off the board, they don't protect Jhin as well as Brom does. I think that's the main thing they were looking for.
So definitely worth the trade-off for potentially a Vel'Koz then.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So, I mean, it's little decisions like this that make these drafting phases, because potentially this Brom could be the biggest playmaker on the map. I mean, Noxide, they need their win here to sort of boost themselves up. Morale in the OCS is a really big thing. I mean, Tainted Minds Blue, they needed that win to sort of boost themselves up. Don't find it. And then earlier in the day as well, I mean, Alpha Sydney, now that they've found their first, they're continually driving that force. Noxide, do you think morale is going to be a massive play coming into this? Do you think their team comp is strong enough? I have so many questions for you. I could just write them all down. But do you think their morale is going to struggle this week going up against one of the big wigs?
I don't think so. I mean, what's the great thing about having one game a week is you get a lot of time to reset, you get a lot of time to prepare, you don't have to worry about dealing with multiple 3-on-1 strategies. So you can sit back and say, okay, what did we do wrong? What do we need to change specifically? How can we prepare better for this game? And if they really took that step back and made sure that they applied that to their strategy going into this game, they're looking fine.
Well, I tell you what is that skin? What is that skin? That is fantastic. Skin ever. I didn't even know. I've seen Mr. Santa Brom before.
It's a fireplace.
Like, I've seen the skin before, but I've never seen him enter Summoner's Rift. That is fantastic. Okay, all right. I was like, a zillion? It's like a zillion on the map? What's going on? Anyway, look, moving aside from that.
We move aside. It's going great at the moment. He's just showing us the...
Yeah, normally I'm not one to get back on topic. I mean, like, it's mesmerizing, isn't it?
It's great. All right, back on topic.
I love the fireplace. Anyway, look, Lisa's on his graves again. This gives me concern because, I mean, Dandane's a fantastic Rek'Sai. Both these guys are experienced on these champions more than any meta could title them with. Lisa was once at a 160 CS advantage at about 35 minutes.
That really is just Graves in a nutshell. He's so quick at clearing his jungle that he can basically move around, get a full clear off while you're pretty much finishing off your third camp, and then after that, just continue to match you in terms of your ganks and all your potentials. That's what Lisa's going to be looking to do specifically, and really, oh, they might be able to find a good fight
Santa
here.
Claus, that is not the chimney. Get away from there. Does take a bit of proc, but gets traded back from Somber. Now, Somber's had, you know, a bit of experience in some other tournaments as well. You know, these guys kind of looking for more experience off the Rift.
As they always should.
Yeah, look, you know, Somber's been known to be a really aggressive AD carry. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. I mean, this guy, he knows how to play to his advantage. He knows how to play into a really aggressive bottom lane. I mean, maybe that's why they went for the Brom at the end of the day.
Yeah, it definitely does help facilitate that play style if you do go for it. If he manages to land his Winter's Bite afterwards, Sombra's really good at following through. And wow, these guys are just really not holding the punches back at the moment.
Johnson, I mean, the Corki in the middle of the lane, he had level 1, level 2, whatever you want to call it. I mean, like Christmas trees probably shouldn't have gone so far in. But the thing is, trading in this mid lane probably going to be negated when we get to the point of, whoa, taking a bit of damage. When we get to the point of Lisa or Dandane, because we know they both like mid, and they're both really versatile, so they could potentially look for mid as their first ganking path.
I really would have expected probably Dan Dane to make that move there first. It is kind of hard for them to jump onto a Corki specifically because he can just Valkyrie away if he's managing his cooldowns appropriately. But as we look into this game, I expect Lisa's just going to sit back and can just clear away. That's what I expected to get a massive advantage off that and look for it. As you can see, Dan Dane's going for the early gank though.
Well, changing his pathing, has the unburrow available. He does flash onto Kedu, locked down with the deadly flourish, waiting for that last hit, and they find it. But a counter gank from Lisa, now trying to find something, but gets exhausted down. Concussive blows will land, and he's going to get sent back. But Last Monkey stays a little bit too long, and it is traded off.
So that is a good trade there. He might find another one.
Oh my God, he has got... I wanted to say something else. Lisa gets a double kill. That was big.
All right, so this is what we were talking about before in terms of Lisa's going to go for the full clear early. As you can see, Rek'Sai wanted to get an early gank off. It looked successful at the start, but Lisa went for an immediate reaction there, and being able to follow through with that aggressive playstyle and trade a 2-for-1 after the first blood is definitely well worth the pickup.
Interesting how Lisa decided he could get it, you know. Everything was in place there, Mendrix. We need to have another look.
So as you can see here, Dan Dane, like I said before, he knows he's not going to be able to match the clear speed, so he has to force something to happen. And this is really well done by them to make this work, but Lisa just comes in immediately, and even though they've managed to get the exhaust on him, even though they managed to do so much, he's got the true grit running. He doesn't really take too much damage for his trouble, and the follow-up here is the speed up, and thanks to that, he flashes and goes for it.
And meanwhile, in the other screen as well, a 1v1 sends Johnson to the grave as he does even up that scoreboard. So real no gold advantage there. But the 1v1 from Christmas Trees, I mean, so early in the game. We expected him to be good, but 1-0 has a bit of CS advantage. 5 minutes in as a Cassiopeia lane.
Yeah, very interesting with that there as well, just to get 1v1 out immediately. So that's great for Christmas Trees, really showing dominance. Getting 1v1 this early in the game really should not be happening, especially at this level of play. So this is going to be a massive advantage coming through.
What did I say, Mendrix? God. No, look, I mean, there has been a lot of success on the Cassiopeia versus the Corki lane at the moment, which is so strong. Potentially see Christmas Trees snowballing in this lane. Has got the tier already. Just going to find the sustain, nothing more at this point. No extra damage coming through.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Like, Cass is happy to sit back. She does tend to have a bit of a mana problem. That's one of the things she gives up with the twin fangs that she has as a strength. So for her to be trading away some extra damage just to get some mana sustain early is really good for her, especially because she can just sort of make up for that damage reduction just by using more mana.
Well, Regicide, I mean, they do find some kind of comeback down the bottom lane, but everything's slowed down. They say that Christmas Tree's still trying to bully out the lane. Lisa's here, looking for the quick draw, but Christmas Tree's just backed out. Now, Dan Dane, I mean, he still hasn't appeared mid. I was surprised, Mendrix. I mean, for a jungler that so consistently loves to camp mid, his first gank was bottom.
And that's just purely because in terms of looking at it in clear. I mean, you don't want to go for the Corki. Corki's very hard to gank again because of the Valkyrie. That was a cheeky try there, but Lisa will be having none of that. And you go for the bot lane because they're not very mobile. I mean, aside from Isla's going to be all right because she's got her speed up, but Kodu's really doesn't have much advantages of getting away until level 6 when he has to change his corruption. That's his main disengage when he uses it. And that's really why they decided to go for that bot lane first.
I feel like this lane is pushing very, very deep considering they saw Dan Dane was down the bottom. He has moved up to the top side once again and now looks for an opportunity in the mid. I mean, Dan Dane, he's got a Ruby Crystal to start things off. And might just be trying to... What is he going to rush, Mendrix? Are we going to see the...
I'd say Bambi Cinder's what he's rushing.
Okay.
So he's basically picked that up to get a little bit of extra HP off the back of it. Well, I mean, he could go for the Tiamat. I guess he's decided he wants to go for the Bambi Cinder first. That'll help his clear, and then he can follow with a Tiamat afterwards. That's available to him there, but it really is just a matter of how he's feeling the game. Generally, if Rek'Sai feel they have a nice early lead, they do go for the Tiamat, but I think he's feeling a little bit down after getting killed afterwards.
What I mean, when you compare it to Lisa, who is 2-0 on the board, I've got to look at the Caulfield's Warhammer, has the General Boots, has got the Tracker's Knife as well, so already a really good start for this Graves jungle. He's found his leap ahead. I mean, you can look at the Cassiopeia, but then you have to compare against a Graves who could potentially come in, one-shot you with that collateral damage.
Yeah, and what's really important as well is that means Graves is going to be getting a bit more experience as well off the back of each camp that he decides to go for. So until Dan Dane finishes, his jungle items. As you can see, he's rushed that Bambi Cinder. There
Yep.
we go. Now he's managed to actually finish off that next set of the item as well, so he'll be able to keep up with experience now. But Lisa's going to have a little bit of an extra advantage purely because he's had his a bit earlier.
Okay, so Sick up in the top lane is one that has always been sort of performing. I mean, it's always the Maokai though. Remember last week, Mendrix, he was a bit dangerous on the Maokai, a little bit intuitive to everything coming across. This week it's going to be the Nautilus, and we'll see how that one goes. Starts with the Dark Seal. And I said to Preacher last week, I said, why doesn't that Nautilus upgrade the Dark Seal? And I think it was something different. But anyway, the point is, Jimmy said, you don't upgrade Dark Seal on Nautilus. What a pointless item. Do you agree?
Generally, you don't upgrade
No
it.
Magi's on Nautilus.
No, generally you don't. I mean, if you're absolutely popping off, definitely can get the Magi's, but generally you don't because you're not really popping off. Your main thing is to be a CC bot. You want to get into the middle of team fights and cause chaos. You're not really going to be causing too much damage because what you have is good bases, but then you fall off, so you don't really have the best scaling. So that's why they don't really upgrade it or try to work and focus on AP, because end of the day, you're not going to be dishing out too much damage when it does get to that super late game.
I don't expect him to do it this game either. He's fallen a little bit behind in CS, but Sick is starting to try and dominate this lane. He's going in for a one-for-one engage, but it's just going to be a wet noodle fight. Meanwhile, down bottom, the curtain is called. Collateral damage to get away, and the flash as well. There's the package, and now Dan has the 1v2. Christmas Trees getting the poison available, has the petrifying gaze, uses it, but doesn't get Lisa. In fact, Exhaust was used but cleansed away. Christmas Trees almost goes down. The depth charge used on Dan. The flash comes through, and Sick is the first one to die. Whoa, the burst that just came through from Somber was disgusting. And NX, they walk away from this fight, and I have nothing left to shout about because the Chain of Corruption misses.
That was really incredible there. I think Sick should have just immediately put that depth charge straight onto Christmas Trees, get the kill off that, actually get a bit of a change of direction from it. But Noxide strike, Regicide think they have a little bit of an advantage gain there because purely that position in terms of Sick, but they're followed up afterwards by Noxide. They do have the inside track of this turret, but they're definitely not getting it.
I mean, Lust Monkey's here on the side. Nice deadly flourish, but no one to follow up with the damage. The Brom, just he's going to share his presence round. That's quite ambiguous, isn't it? Yeah. I love that Corky scene going back. Let's have a look, Mendrix.
All right, cool. So they use a lot of their stuff here to try and catch onto Graves, and Graves also uses a lot of his resources to get away. He actually gets picked up there, and this is what allows Noxide to jump into the middle of this, and they feel really strong going into this initially, but he, as you can see here, Sick's a little early, but they're just piling around him. He has no chance to get into it, and they end up coming up on top of it because that was a forced shot from Sombre there. And I mean, in terms of analyzing what happened, it really should have gone the way of Regicide, but Noxide did a great job in the microplay and managing everything when they all collapsed around onto Sick, and they ended up getting a massive advantage because of it.
And I do take that back. Not an exhaust from Johnson, in fact, a cleanse. So both cleanse used by Cassiopeia and the Corky in that fight. But 2-0-1, Cassiopeia lives, means the Haunting Guise comes out, as well as a Blasting Wand. Curious if they do go straight into that. You go for the Leandries, right? First item is a very powerful item right now.
I wouldn't say normally you would go for the Leandry. Sometimes they like to go for the Morellonomicon. In terms of who's really going to be the big sustainer, it has to be Sick that you're trying to chew through, and he doesn't really have sustainability. So I guess they decided to go for the Leandries instead. That way they can chew through his HP.
Well, good point though. 1k gold lead for Noxide, and they're looking for further invades. Winter's Bite not going to hit. Lisa just going to throw out the smoke screen, walk back into the jungle. But this first one's going to be a Cloud. Might be started up by Noxide. Might be dragged out, in fact.
Let's see if we can get 3 Clouds again. Oh, actually, no, there's only 2 Clouds last game, but it would be lovely to see if we could get 3 Clouds. It'd be lovely to see a Cassiopeia with no boost just absolutely flying around everywhere.
That's a good point. Might actually work well for the composition Noxide have. Cassiopeia going for the 1v1 Christmas Trees. Gets him quite low, but has to be careful of the Corky burst as well.
He's managed to pop the Hex Drinker there, which is a big deal. Actually, no, has he got the Hex? Yes. So he's managed to pop the Hex Drinker, which is huge off the back of that. That means the next engage he can go for, he knows he'll be able to get the kill without sort of building through or having to deal with some imaginary shield that will pop up to protect Johnson.
I mean, Noxide looking a little bit ahead in that top and mid, but down in the bottom lane, falling behind to the Virus. I guess we can expect that Mendrix by now. The Virus always does pretty well at clearing those waves, pushing up and denying. Somber has a hard time going back. Do you think it's going to be too much of a burden for him at this point?
Not necessarily. I mean, we saw Jin strike back hard if the game gets late. Noxide do have an advantage as a whole in the team, which means they should be able to deal with Kodu specifically. And the reason why that advantage is building in the bot lane is because you're going up against a melee support versus a range support. You got a lot more poke, you got a lot more advantage when you have that range support, and so naturally that's why you end up getting a bit of a minion advantage on the ADC who has the range to sort of supplement him.
Well, that Soul Flare going to be used, but gets responded with a curtain call. Ayla has to be careful here. The last bullet coming through, flashes away. Heal as well, slowed down with a Q. Christmas Trees doesn't have flash, so he backs away.
And so that's about 40 seconds worth of roam time, and immediately Regicide is striking back. See if they can actually get this first tower off the back of that. Dendane's going to stop them from doing anything.
I mean, Lisa doesn't really have to force anything here. He's sitting quite comfortably, has 76 to 86, so probably needs to go back and farm the jungle a little bit more. We feel like, Cinderhulk versus Warrior junglers. An interesting early game, I dare say, for Dandane so far, and continue to get more interesting.
Everything's extremely standard at the moment. Lisa, generally speaking, I mean, he hasn't gone for the challenging smite, which means he has to wait until he gets some lethality before he really wants to go toe-to-toe with Dandane. Dandane, typically, this is a power spike for him, so he's more than happy to face up against Graves if they meet each other in the jungle.
Slowed down to a steady stake so far, but a 1k gold lead still remains for Noxide, easily taken back by Regicide. All they need is one of those picks just to get things going. Cloud Drake is the first, but not prioritized, and 15 minutes into this game, only 6 kills, a lot slower pace of game than we've seen out of the rest tonight.
Absolutely right there. And another thing you can take into account with this here is that you do have a double ADC as well on the side of Regicide. So for them to actually they've got 3 ADCs actually.
Count Graves, yeah, triple.
They've got triple ADC. So these guys are going to be scaling extremely well into the late game. So Noxide on a bit of a clock here. They do have the Cassiopeia and the Jhin who also scale extremely well, but Regicide will have a lot more damage in those team fights if those ADCs are allowed to reign free without any answer.
Johnson has the package. Not sure he really wants to go onto Christmas Trees, but that would open up the mid, allow a bit more pressure to come through for Regicide.
He can make it happen now. Noxide are going aggressive down bot.
Yeah, Glacial Fisher comes through, lockdown with a deadly flourish, chains of corruption there. Stand behind me, says Brom. Meanwhile, mid, Christmas Trees gets 1v1'd, I believe, and bursted down is Ayla. They traded off on the board. Sick has come down here as well. Nice depth charge to slow everything down. He will flash away and survive. But Christmas Trees goes down to the mid.
And the reason why he went down is because Lisa was there to supplement Johnson as well. So as you can see, Johnson's copped a little bit of damage, but in the end, Lisa was there to supplement it. But this is what happens when you have ADCs allowed to roam free on the map. And look how much damage they managed to get to this next turret. Noxide have reacted, but all that chip damage means next time they come around, that's going to be a dead turret, especially with 3 ADs.
I mean, Johnson now sitting on 1 kill, Hex Drinker, and the components of a Trinity Force. I dare say the next back could be the one where he finishes that up, moves to his first item, Power Spike. Let's have a look how Christmas Trees died.
So as you can see, packaged, fantastic item they decided to use there. And it was a solo kill in the end. Very well played there by Johnson, just really supplementing that use of the package. And Lisa's like, sweet, no worries, let's take the tower
Didn't have
afterwards.
any mana anyway, just decided I'll take your farm while you get a kill. But it is going to be a Trinity Force right now, 16 minutes onto Johnson. And Leandros was already picked up, but I mean, Noxide, you can see what they're doing down here. But I feel like Regicide kind of have some idea what's going on.
Yeah, they do have a good foothold at the moment. They are even on gold now, thanks to the first tower bonus they managed to pick up there. So very nice of them to actually pick that up and get the first blood of the tower. And game sort of decided to stabilize for the time being. These guys are sort of setting up control around the map. This is what happens when it's even, close towards that 20-minute mark. It really becomes a game of chess between these guys until they find a weakness somewhere to exploit.
Like you said, first tower blood is a massive significance, for Regicide, along with that solo kill. And Christmas Trees now forces himself back into this lane, a little bit more scared. Regicide hold a bit more brush control and river control as well. You can see both top and bottom. River lit up like a Christmas tree, as Brom would like to put it, but Regicide, they hold the early game key so far.
Yeah, it's really just simple at the moment for these guys. They're just sort of waiting, getting control. I'd like to see them make a move towards that top side. I think that's what they're actually aiming for now. Seems Maokai is in a bit of trouble here, but there is a lot of minions there for them to sort of supplement off. And when you've got two ADs just jumping onto it, it is going to go down quickly. Noxai's response seems to be the dragon.
Well, a smarter style response, but an objective for another objective when that is a Cloud Drake. I feel like the turret is a lot better, opens up the map for Regicide up in that top side. Artifernes has to be careful, probably just going to freeze and farm against that turret, find his edge. He's 30 CS up, so why not?
They can go for a pincer here if they decide to go for this tower, and I think this is what's happening. This is going to be a massive team fight happening very soon.
Noxide walking into it there. Last Monkey's there. Glacial Fisher gets onto Johnson, who Sick doesn't really have too much mana. There is the ultimate coming through from Cassiopeia, but a little bit too early. No, I was too early. Already people have died. Isla is going to pick up Last Monkey, waiting for it. Finally used. Locked down a couple of members. Twisted Advance going to follow through. Artifernes picks up the kill. With the ultimate from Isla, he does finally go down. You can tell that that was just messy. Mendrix still going with Artifernes, but even I couldn't keep up.
Yeah, and it just really is what happens when when teams trade objectives, and then they decide to sort of run through the jungle to make a fight happen. I mean, Noxide will group together better. That's the reason why they were able to win that fight specifically. Regicide, they didn't have their whole teammates together, and because Noxide were together as a unit, they were able to focus up priority a lot better off the back of that. And then from there, they were able to win. Christmas Trees is allowed to just sit back and absolutely decimate from the side. They do have great target focus everywhere across the board, but as you can see there, it really is just Noxide getting the first initial kill and then them following afterwards.
Well, what I thought was a petrifying gaze, actually another ultimate coming through. But in the end of the day, I mean, Mendrix, who won that fight?
In the end of the day, Noxide won that fight because
Right.
they ended up walking out with 3 people, whereas Regicide walked out with only 2 people.
Fantastic. All right, now that my head's around it, a 1k gold lead for Regicide still remains, along with that first turret blood. Hopefully I'll be able to keep up in the next ones coming through. Look, Regicide, I mean, their bottom lane is quite complacent here, 30 CS ahead, and they have that lethality build growing and growing. Curious to see where Kedu probably going to go for the Edge of Night coming through, as you would expect, but Duskblade third, or do we look at the Maw third? I mean, you got a double tank, you got a triple tank comp on the side of Noxide.
You do have a triple tank comp on the side of that. So I would be expecting him probably to go for the Edge of Night first.
Yep.
That's what he's
Definitely.
going towards.
Yep.
For. That's why he's got that little bit of a the null mantle. But here comes a fight.
Curtain Call, collateral damage already used. Hail of arrows to stop the healing, but it's not enough. Chains of Corruption going to slow everyone down in that backline while Artifernes tanks everything up. You see that Ventral Maelstrom is negating a lot of damage. He has to pop it. For the rest of Noxide, they're a 5-man unit. They're going to be happy with Lisa dying.
Absolutely fine with that as well. They're managing to have a lot of pressure on this map as well. And I mean, you look at Six. Six, fine for him to sit there and say, yep, you know, I might be able to get a turret off of this, but he isn't the fastest when it comes to clearing turrets. He's going to be using his anchor as fast as he possibly can, and Noxide will have to just continue this push up. Here they go again!
Baited, double man knock up, everything comes into fruition. The Glacial Fisher to zone off, and Last Monkey, he's going to get the Fisher, he's going to get the hits, and he picks up a kill for himself. Noxide have just crushed the bottom lane.
All right, here we go. So Noxide now are really starting to ramp up, and that was an amazing engage from Dan Dane, and that sort of helped it from the fact that they had a bit of control in the turret. They knew Dan Dane was there, and Noxide was just sitting back on the side, just waiting for their opportunity to engage, and when they went for it, everyone just was on the same page, jumped in straight away, and that was great for Noxide. They're really in a commanding lead now.
Well, I mean, the thing is here, that one pick, Dan Dane, so proactive down in that bottom lane. 500 gold lead, they've evened everything up on the board, even seen themselves a little bit ahead. This game is literally like a seesaw coming in at this 22-minute mark.
Yeah.
Regicide find picks, Noxide find picks, and the world just keeps on spinning around. Now Johnson's going to go top, try and push out that lane, get a bit more lane pressure in, and try and scale himself up. He's probably going for the rapid fire cannon as a second, third item, Mendrix. So I wouldn't be too surprised.
Yes, it will be a rapid fire cannon. That's a typical build. You get your Triforce first, then you follow through. Actually, you get the Hex Drinker first if you're going up against a AP mid, and then you follow with the Triforce to the rapid fire cannon because it means that you get that extra shot off, and you really can basically deal half of someone's HP with one combination.
I mean, when you look at the respective mid laner, Christmas Trees is on 2 items now. Has gone Morellonomicon as the supposedly item 2.5 if you count the tier, with 20% cooldown reduction as well. It's still, I mean, there's a lot of damage, there's a lot of negate of healing, but then again, there's not too much healing. I guess the cooldown reduction is the most important thing. Valkyrie to dodge that.
This is why it's so hard to put resources into ganking Corki. He'll just use his Valkyrie every single time, and although it was sort of a nice play in terms of what they were looking for, it was never going to work.
Well, I mean, the thing is here, Last Monkey sticking close to Christmas trees. You can see that down in the bottom lane, Sombra's by himself. Could get a little bit too dangerous for him if Sick comes down, but just walks around, gets rid of the tunnel. Dragon is up in 45 seconds. Now the first one was a Cloud, went over the side of Noxide. Next one, let's hope it's a Cloud. Let's keep our luck high.
Work off the Clouds, that'd be great. So it'd be nice if Noxide get it as well. I really do want to see a team now just on 3 Cloud Drakes, purely because it is just ridiculous watching them run around the map when they're out of combat.
Sick is going to push up that bottom lane, and that turret is very low, so I guess they're expecting it to go down. They're going to let the wave crush. Sick is going to back off, but it fakes it. Going to go for the turret. He has teleport available, though, and Artifernes does not.
And that was just sort of what happened from before.
So
it was actually a teleport from Artifernes earlier, which allowed them to actually get the kill there. Wow, they lost the tower there. That's something they did not want to have happen. That's why they had Sick down there specifically. And that's really unfortunate for them to actually lose that tower there, because that sort of gives Regicide a bit more of that extra goal back there than they needed and puts them in the lead.
Seesaw, Mendrix, it's pretty much what's happening on here. Noxide converges a 5-man, start going for this Dragon, and Infernal is your next one here. Now Regicide probably don't want to let this one go, a couple of wards in the back of the pit.
Yeah, they definitely are ready to take this fight here as well. A nice pullback on the Dragon is going to make it hard for them to take, and was not going to happen when they managed to pull that back and had the control there. And this is what we're talking about, them having the commanding lead beforehand. They were able to set up extra control because they were able to take out that winning team fight. And that was because they had the tower initially there in the first place. And for them to actually pick up an Infernal Drake this late into the game, now that they've actually picked up their items, is going to be a massive boost in damage.
Well, collateral damage and the old piercing arrow was used for that, but no success. As Lisa's just going to keep clearing up wards, setting wards of his own around this Baron pit. Sick is now coming back to this top side after that bottom turret was taken down. I mean, it's nice rotations from Regicide that kind of keep them in the game here.
That's the second World Breaker sim that we've seen today. We saw one on the Trundle originally before.
It's old World Breaker Nautilus, is it?
Yeah, that's World Breaker Nautilus. So that's
nice.
Looking pretty sick there.
What's he holding? The world?
He might be. Who knows? Who knows what he's holding there?
We need to watch out for Sombra. I think a good example of Jin's was explained last game and shown last game as well. But, I mean, 2-item spike for Jin. Kedu is a little bit behind. CS, though, game is still going quite well. So let's see if Sombra can make something in these team fights. We expect at 26 minutes, he's going to be the targeted factor that Regicide need to look out for. Noxide, of course, going to look at the Virus as well, especially the Corki. I feel like there's a lot of focus that Noxide have to manage from their side.
Absolutely. There's a lot of damage threats you really need to look out for who do have a decent chunk of gold situated onto them. I mean, Cassiopeia up on farm at the moment, has those extra kills as well. Sombra, he's maybe down on farm, but really that's made up for with the assists, made up for with the kills, so that's absolutely fine for him to be sitting there. And he does scale harder in terms of raw damage than Virus does, so this is good. Here comes Dan Dane.
Dan flashes onto Isla, not locked up. Curtain Call is there. He's stun up with the Chain of Corruption. In comes Lust Monkey. The ultimate has already been used, but they go on to Sick as the Redemption heals them all back up. Regicide have to disengage. Noxide, in fact, have to disengage. Artifernes is very, very low. He goes with a Twisted Advance onto Corki, makes him flash over the wall. Valkyrie to follow there. They're still chasing him up. Nice little shot. A Q from the Virus picks up the kill. Lust Monkey negates the collateral damage. And again, the snipe, the double kill from Kedu. They start walking at Baron. And what looked great for Noxide ended horribly.
This would have been great for Noxide specifically if that mid tower was not down. That was actually huge that they had that. They had a place of retreat for them to go to. Dan Dane was in the middle of it. He wasn't really able to do too much. It was a fantastic engage by Noxide, yes, but really not in the right spot. Did really get it though?
No, he doesn't take it. He gets a 3-man knockup, but Dan Dane is going to die. Very, very close. Lisa picks up the kill, and there's the ultimate, the petrifying gaze from Christmas Trees. They pick up Johnson, but Lisa just walks over the wall and says, yep, that's my kill. A double kill, and stolen for the triple with another great piercing arrow for the ace.
So Regicide really do go completely off there at the moment, and Noxide trying to make something happen. And this is what we're talking about before. Then Dane, he goes in, he starts it up, but there's no real way for them to continue this chase. They retreat into it, and there's a tower just sitting right there, and as you can see, just doing so much in terms of stopping them from doing that. The redemption comes through, and they can't continue this fight. There's no way for them to go through the tower there. Johnson comes in, he was never there the whole time, and this forces Noxide to have to scatter and retreat afterwards. They had the right idea, they just did it in the wrong spot.
Well, I mean, Somber here, just the bearer of bad news, Mendrix. See you later. I mean, they go on now, they get the Baron, and Regicide, they're in a commanding lead. 4K gold lead, much better than the Seesaw we've seen so far. They may not have dragons, but hell, they have turrets on the map. And they're looking to start sieging this one up and creating a massive Baron power play.
So typically we were talking about how Regicide will scale harder in terms of how far this game goes, or the longer the game goes on, purely by them having a 3 ADC composition. And for them to actually pick up a Baron here, they're probably going to have a massive Baron play out of it. So you're just going to continue this push as time goes on, and Noxide need to find a Hail Mary sort of engage to get things going.
Well, Hail Mary, that's what you're going to have to do, because after this, Regicide are going to get yet another turret. 6K gold lead and ever so advancing. They move top, Regicide rotating pretty smart and by the book. They're not going to make any silly plays, even Sick regrets going that way, walks back around. Next Dragon's going to be 130, but I feel like Regicide, they're going to prioritize this turret instead.
Of course, they're just going to go for the rotates. They've got the Baron, keep on using the minion waves that they've managed to build up over time. They've sort of set this wave up from there, and they've managed to pick up 3 turrets off the back of it. So Regicide are doing so good at the moment, and Noxide again trying to look for an engage, and here we go. So this might be their opportunity to make that last stand. They've got the tower this time.
Deadly Flourish locked up Sick, and he does get one concussive blow, unable to be followed up by anyone. Christmas Tree's using that miasma just to really zone off, not let anyone escape or go into that field. And they want to slow things up, Regicide. I mean, this could be dangerous if they get picked off. But then again, Noxide, I'm not sure they can defend this either, so it works both ways.
Yeah, they really were just able to just wait for the next wave and then go for the engage. They do land a Change of Corruption.
Corruption, and there is the ultimate from Brom as well. Locked up, Curtain Call's coming through and trying to hit the backside. Actually goes past the Nautilus, who didn't block any bullets there, but Regicide, they still get the turret. They're still looking good on this Baron.
They do not call Jin the sniper for no reason, so...
I don't think they call him the sniper at all.
He's a sniper.
Mendrix is an 80 carry. Wrong game. Continue with what smart
no,
thing you're going to tell me.
No, you throw me off my train of thought there. I was about to go into a massive rant afterwards, but...
I'll pretend.
I'm more than happy to continue saying Jin is a sniper.
Well, look, I mean, Jin... I got to agree with that in the end anyway, because, I mean, he's going towards his 3rd item. It's going to be an armor pen item. I believe it's going to be the Lord Dominic's Regard. Mortal Reminder, do you feel like wouldn't be the best idea? There's not too much healing on either side of the Rift.
No, but you just want to be able to chew through 6. So it really comes down to him. I prefer them to go for the Lord Dominic's Regard specifically.
Whoa. Okie
Damage.
dokie.
This is damage. 3 ADs, all you need is 2, and that's how quickly a Infernal Drake goes down.
Mendrix, Johnson has a Haunting, guys. Tell me that's normal.
That is normal.
Is it?
Actually, yeah.
Oh, great.
Definitely normal.
Fantastic.
Because with Corki, he does a bit of mixed damage. So having the
Haunting
guys means that when he does complete it for the Leandries, he will be dealing a decent amount of damage. It's good for him to actually have that specifically. That's why he has a spell penetration boots. So he's basically just making sure he's got a decent amount of penetration in terms of his other abilities.
And Teleport will be used there by Sick, just to save this turret, not give Noxide any kind of wound that they can create. 7k gold lead still remains. Regicide feeling comfortable. They get a couple of turrets off the map as well. I mean, there's no other inners remaining, Mendrix. We've only got the inhibitor turrets in the base to be collapsed on.
Yeah, and it really is just a matter of fact for Regicide at the moment as well. These guys just can continue to siege up. They've got that massive front line in Nautilus who does so much to disrupt everyone from getting through. So as long as he remains that solid figure in the front of everyone there for Regicide, they should be fine to continue any sieges that they put forward.
Okay, so again, the gold lead by the Virus is huge. That's quite incredible. You know, that's 2k pretty much. And you can see the junglers as well. The difference there is 3,000 gold between Lisa and Dandayan. I know that's a Graves versus Rek'Sai.
It's all in turrets.
Mendrix, 3k is a lot.
3k is a lot, but if you look at it, there's also 4 turrets down, actually 6 turrets down extra for Regicide. Or 5 turrets down, actually, if you do the math.
Well, I mean, and you're right there, because Lisa was part of pretty much all of them getting taken down. Now they start sieging up yet another turret as Last Monkey takes a massive piercing arrow straight through the heart, and they're looking for their next objective. Yeah, that's got to sting. Now that opens up the way. Regicide, they have nothing left but to take down this inhibitor as well. Gold keeps them mounting, and they keep crushing through. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we finished it
Make
off.
sure you get that before you guys decide to run off.
Well, look, Baron's up in 1 minute, 10 seconds. Regicide look like they're going to back off here, then regroup and potentially take yet another.
So with Noxide specifically at the moment, they sort of just need to they just need to hold out. And this is your typical red side. We need to turtle up. We need to get our Jin big. We need to get our Cassiopeia big. And then we need to hope we find a great engage. Regicide at the moment just need to keep the pressure up. They've got a sizable gold lead. All they need to do is just say, yep, let's group as 5. We're going to go top. We're going to go bottom. Just use something with that. I expect them to go towards the top side because the next big objective will be that Baron that's coming up, and they do not want to leave that free and open. So what you do is you just sort of you let your supers push in that mid lane, go towards the top to get the pressure going, and if Noxide really do commit to defending against it, you just collapse onto the Baron and then rinse, repeat.
Well, Lisa's playing it quite safe. He doesn't want to get caught out just trying to destroy a ward. You can see that he's a level above Dandayan in the mid. I mean, there's a lot of level advantages coming across the map. But Sick has always sort of been behind in CS. He's now only just catching up to Artifernes. Regicide is still looking for a pick here. With the Nautilus on the bottom lane, he doesn't have any teleport, so if they go for the Baron here, it will be 4v5 if Noxide
They do have
contest.
3 AD, so they do have the option to burn this down if they go for it, but Dandain is waiting ready in the Ashes, and they're just going straight for a burn down situation.
They have no Mountain Drakes, remember. The Redemption's going to come in here. It's smited across. Dandain way too late. Chain of Corruption misses. Dandain actually flashes back over the wall. And again, Last Monkey locked up, looking for the ultimate. He finds a Glacial Fissure, but not before he can get taken down. Redemption, it's going to be Noxides this time, but it's not going to do anything for Dandain. GA is popped. Regicide are going to hang around him and get themselves yet another kill. Christmas Tree's already taken out. Okay, find him. They did find him. Kedu picks that one up. It's 3 for 0 in that fight. And Regicide with a Baron buff, they're going to start crushing the base.
And this all comes back to when Noxide decided to push down that mid lane and go for an engage they could not possibly intake. And now they're just really barreling full. This is the last stand for Noxide.
Well, it feels like this was clean and clinical coming through from Regicide after the 25-minute mark. Before that, it's like a seesaw. Somber just disconnects. He's had enough. But clinical from a certain point, like a seesaw the rest. But after that, nice win coming through.
Yeah, as soon as they got that Baron, it really was easy for Regicide. It sort of hit the point that all their
Absolutely.
ADCs were getting to their power spikes. Regicide were able to go, yep, no worries, let's move around the map, get all the turrets we need, get ourselves in a really nice spot, and then from there just sieged. And Noxide just sort of fell over for the first one. Afterwards, they tried to make it happen again. They tried to do the proactive play, but they ended up losing again.
I feel like tonight, you know, the teams that are winning here are the teams that are coming through as one of the top strongest. We're not always getting our expectations right. However, I mean, Lisa performing on his jungler as usual. The Graves looks good on him. And I mean, in this meta, why not? It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Graves really is a contested pick, and we went into it before.
Yeah.
Gets the benefit from lethality, but then doesn't have to deal with it because he's not going to be part of that front line. And you saw how good a 3 AD composition is at dealing with neutral objectives. They just absolutely melted, especially when they did get to that point where they had a gold advantage and they had control around the map.
Well, Regicide still undefeated, but this time when I say it, I mean it. This is going to be the last game of the night coming up. Corvidae versus Legacy. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a 5-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the OCS. You're with Hysterics and Mendrix here. Now we're on to our last game of the night, which is Mendrix, I dare say an important one, because it's Corvidae versus Legacy Genesis. And I'm smiling because last week, Corvidae pulled out a very interesting pick, Mendrix.
Picked out the Udia.
What are your favorites?
And I really did enjoy the build that decided to go for it there. What was weird about it specifically with that build is that they decided to delay getting their jungle items fully completed.
Yep.
And they ended up going for a really early
Righteous Glory.
Righteous Glory,
Yep.
that's the word
Yep.
you got. Thank you very much for helping me out there. And once they managed to pick up the Righteous Glory, sort of moving around the map, being very annoying in typical Udia fashion.
Exactly right. And I mean, Boss showed exactly what he is, a boss. I mean, he had a really great early game, but I feel like it could have gone a little bit better. It was like either he wasn't coordinating with his team or it felt like the team wasn't coordinating with him, Mendrix.
And it's hard to say what that is specifically, but these guys definitely want to show up tonight, see what they can show us in terms of maybe using that Udia build to its full potential.
I feel like tonight's really been about the junglers because the honest thing is the junglers in the OCS are quite solid here. I mean, we've got Babip in the OCS. And he's a fantastic jungler. He's consistent for his team, and I'd love to see how he grows coming through this as well. So we're going to go through the pretty standard pick and ban phase now. Corvidae taking away Rengar. Okay, curious.
Very curious indeed. Normally you expect it to be on the red side, so
Yeah.
perhaps they figured, you know what, I'm not too used to the new Rengar at the moment. That seems to be everyone seems to be going for. So instead of actually picking it up, let's just ban it away so we don't have to worry about it.
Absolutely, and I do believe Legacy Genesis will be losing their bans here as well. Corvidae, do they play Udyr? I mean, like, what stimulates picking up Udyr in a comp? Is there anything, or is it just like I'm ready?
I'm ready. What do you mean? I'm just ready to go straight. I'm getting the Udia today because I think it's just a matter of comfort.
Yep.
And one of those things that it comes down to is, do I want to play a champion at 99% proficiency, or do I want to play another champion at 70% proficiency? So
a really
you have to
good
look
point.
at it in terms of, I'm not really prepared to play these champions who are meta at the moment, but I know my performance will be better and it's more value to the rest of the team if I have something that I'm comfortable on.
The only problem there is, I mean, Udyr is not the safest of picks, is he? So
He's a very safe pick, actually.
you think?
Yeah, he's an extremely safe pick.
Coming from an Udyr, mate.
He's-
Thank you very much.
He's very hard to mess up. He's very binary in terms of what he does. He farms the jungle, he
Yep.
runs at you with Bear Stance, and he goes for a stun, and then from there, that's what he does. And he's a bit of a beef champion as well, so if he's in a bit of trouble, he can get out as well. But the thing is that he has is he's very weak, doesn't have the best engage, everything's sort of subpar jack of trades, and that's what his big weakness is.
Well, it was that exciting, but we're going to see if he picks it up again or if he just moves on past and actually sticks to the meta. Now, Legacy Genesis, if they don't have bans, that means that this pick and ban phase, I mean, it's going to be quite reckless, I dare say. Could see anything come through. I mean, you've taken the Syndra, the Graves, and the Rengar off the board,
Yeah.
which means that Zyda's going to have a fun time playing the LeBlanc.
I'm surprised this would actually manage to get through. I would have thought it would.
Well, their first pick.
It'd be something that they're our first pick. They are controlling that specifically, and I guess they decided to go. You know what? We know you don't have any bans, so let's actually take this up, and it'd be nice because again, she copped a little bit of a nerf,
Yep.
but at the end of the day, she's still strong. It's a slight number tick that they decided to drop her down on, and she's still going to be dealing with those squishies very effectively.
And I feel like, both teams are getting some really powerful picks coming through here as well. Legacy Genesis, they pick up the Kha'Zix, they pick up the Jace as well. Varus over to Corvidae. Curious to see if they actually leave anything else open here on the board. I mean, like, there's some pretty OP support picks still open, Mendrix.
Yeah, I think they could get rid of them specifically, seeing as we're not seeing supports picked initially first. So, because there's so many on the board, it's kind of hard for them to actually take them off. This is what happens when you don't have a complete amount of bans.
Yeah.
There's still going to be a lot of options, because there's only going to be 2 more bans left, and then you can pinch the rolls. So, really, I expect to see some of the more stronger
That's a shame.
supports to come through.
That's a shame. It's going to be a Lee Sin in the jungle. Not as exciting as the Udyr, but, I mean, Boss, let's see how he fares on a different style of champion. As we come to the last pick of pick and ban, Legacy Genesis, yep, bottom lane gets locked in as well. I like the Jace flex, though. I mean, that's the first time we've seen that tonight.
Yes, it is the first time we've seen it specifically, and then that's why you pick it up first early, because then you can say, all right,
Yeah.
it could be
Okay.
mid, it could be top, But once you give away where your lands are going to be, it loses a lot of its initial power. So they've got to sit there and say, all right, do we want to deal with, how are we going to deal with Jace top? And we also think about how do we deal with it if it goes mid? So that's the questions that are being posed to Corvidae at the moment.
And I mean, with no bans coming on the side of Legacy Genesis, there's not too many more questions they have to ask. Corvidae kind of had the like in the first picks coming through. I mean, LeBlanc getting through by itself sounds like a dangerous idea.
Yes.
However, Corvidae had the lead last week, and it came to mid-game, and then they kind of lost that momentum. So LeBlanc's great in essence, but do you think, it could go badly like the other week?
She does fall off, so you have to worry about that specifically. If they do manage to take this to the late game, that's where she loses a lot of her power. Typically, you find with most LeBlanc games, even in solo queue, towards the higher tiers of play, roughly most of her games are ending with wins around pre-30-minute mark. And that's like 70%, that's like a 75% win rate back when she was super strong. So interesting to see what actually happens in this game.
Well, Maokai is the first ban away from Corvidae, and it means that they have one more available to them. Do they get rid of Rumble on Rumble? I mean, be honest. Like if they have Shen, on Corvidae,
yeah,
the response internationally and at home as well has been, let's pick up the Rumble to negate the tank.
You could say that. Rumble is more of a riskier sort of pick to go for, especially when you look at your team
They
composition.
banned Rumble. They banned Rumble.
So they decided to do that. I mean, when your name is Rumble, it makes sense for them to get rid of it.
Or
I
they
don't
just
think
did
it's.
what Rumble
I don't
on
think it's a
Rumble.
response specifically because, like, well, this is what we would go for if we get the Jace or versus that. I think it's because Rumble is probably a really good Rumble player.
I feel like the name kind of, would be a really good
I think
guess.
it'd be a good indicator.
You don't need
as
to know him,
it.
just ban away Rumble. Look, it is going to be the Karma coming through. Plug shown he's proficient on this champion, so have a lot of people in this league. Curious to see the support coming through now. I mean, there aren't any taken off the board that Corvidae have worried about, really.
So, I mean, when you do have the virus, you can decide to throw that with Misfortune support. That tends to be pretty potent.
Yeah.
Really does deal with the Karma very well as well, because every time she goes into trying to get an empowered Q, it ends up getting forced off with the bullets raining down on top of her face.
Make it rain.
Make
That's
it
exactly
rain.
what they'll be shouting out. But Nautilus as a flex, I mean, is it still
Not
a flex at this late?
Yes.
Yes.
Because the support's not picked yet. But then the support's going to get picked
Gotcha.
anyway, so it's not a
I
flex.
got you. I mean, like, it's getting support.
Technically, it's a flex because you don't have the support.
But hang
picked
on,
yet.
if you pick up something like a Poppy, would that not still be a flex? Anyway, it's going to be, that's still a flex. That's still technically a flex.
That is actually a flex because you don't know.
6.24.
You won't really know who's going where until they decide to do the swap. So that is a flex actually.
Well, there you go.
Because that could be a Trundle support, that could be a Nautilus support, and both of them interchangeable on the roles.
Well, Mendrick,
So they ended up flexing in the end.
yeah. Yeah, interesting pick and ban phase, I dare say. I mean, Corvidae do like to keep it interesting. As I do say, the Poppy might be coming through here into fruition for Rumble now that his Rumble's off the board, which is sad days. Poppy coming through, and we haven't seen a Poppy / Trundle / Nautilus matchup in quite a while.
Absolutely, and Legacy Genesis have actually put themselves into an item trap here. They've got a full AD team looking at that.
Good point.
So that's a really big deal. Corvidae can sit back and go, all right, let's just build some armor on everyone.
Yeah.
Screw it. Let's just just do it. Just see what happens. Get a Randuin's Omen onto Varus. Why not? It'd be crazy to see what they actually do it. But you do get armor on essentially everyone, and then from there it's just impossible to deal with everyone because they can just out tank you.
I mean, unless you put Plug in full AP, unless you decide the Karma doesn't need to be defensive.
Or possibly. I mean, you could, but I doubt it.
Leandries, man, like Rylai's, you can.
You're
just...
losing too much utility. It wouldn't work.
All right, well, you're the one that's always right. It will actually be a Nautilus support in the end. Trundle going up into that top lane against the Poppy. So nothing too interesting up there apart from a tank on tank, as we like to call it.
What, noodle fight?
Yeah, a bit of a
Battle of the Titans, except Poppy's a
Yordle.
Yordle, so she's a bit small.
Battle of the Yordles.
She's a massive Titan. She's a Titan. In
You
her
know
own
what
rights.
Trundle was? He could have been a Yordle. He just grew up.
Yeah, the troll could have been a Yordle.
The troll. That's what trolls do. Look, anyway, there's an interesting team composition coming through from Corvidae. Lee seemed to insinuate there. Now that there's an all AD comp on Legacy Genesis, I mean, how quickly do they have to close this game? How much do they have to get ahead before Corvidae are like, you guys got all day, all AD. We're fine. We're 30 minutes in. We're fine.
You think they just realize at 30 minutes, wait a minute, you're all AD. Let's just
Guys,
build
Sonya's.
armor. It'll be great. I think they've got roughly about 30 minutes is sort of their time bomb.
Okay.
That they've got to close the game out or have a decisive lead by about 30 minutes. Otherwise, Corvidae will naturally just overpower them if they build appropriately.
However, Jace is finally mid. Like, we actually see Legacy Genesis take Jace mid instead of the top lane. And you've got to agree that the win rate on the top lane Jace is not high, as we've said all the time tonight. Taking it into mid, I mean, they could just escalate this game, all AD or not. If they get out of control, they get out of control. You cannot deal with them.
Yeah, and Jace especially. I mean, he is really benefiting from these lethality changes at the moment. Copped a little bit when it comes to him actually dealing or taking away a lot of his damages that was reduced a bit with the initial nerf in 7.3. But he's still strong in his own right. He's still tough to deal with, and he doesn't really have a major counter that you can just sort of throw at him and be like, all right, cool, we don't have to worry about him anymore.
I mean, what dictates the win condition for Legacy Genesis, apart from, of course, getting ahead early and just getting out of control? I mean, where's their lane of focus? What are they looking for?
All lanes. They need to win everything. It needs, like you said, it needs to go out of control. Because the moment Corvidae slow this game down and take it late, they'll be fine. Because they know exactly what they need to do in terms of all their tanks. They're just like, yep, just load you out with armor. You'll be fine walking into whatever, like just walking straight up at them. They won't really care because you don't need to worry about getting a Spirit Visage. You don't need to worry about building Merc Treads. Sure, it's nice to have that little initial sort of like I can, walk away and walk out of stuns and everything that happens with those, but you're just going to get so much more benefit out of building armor.
Absolutely. But look, the one thing I'm looking at here, my one concern for Corvidae right now is them not knowing how to run a team fight. I mean, they were fantastic in their laning phase. Boss was so proactive, which we love seeing here on the OCS. But what do we do when we get to team fights is my question for Corvidae. I mean, like, Zyta was scared. Boss was in the wrong position. Top laner just, like, Flick was kind of a little bit too deep into fights. Could be all AD, but if you can't run a team fight, then you cannot win this game.
And that is an excellent point. And it all comes down to how far have they progressed at the moment? Have they really put the practice in? Have they put the preparation into it? We know our mid game's weak. We know our late game's weak. Let's do a lot of focus on making sure that that's what we're going to be working towards in terms of our practice and scrims, where if we do decide to do them in terms of what they do for solo queue, and just really coming together as a team. And that's something they need to do together. There's no real simple, easy fix for it. You just have to work on it and get that synergy rolling.
Well, I guess my question is, even if they can't construct a team fight, I mean, even if it's messy, do they have to? Like,
I mean, really, when you're going up against an all AD team, you don't have to. You can just initially build armor, sort of lumber into the team fight, and just come out on top because you're just mitigating so much damage. Yeah, and then Karma comes in and gets a pentakill, which
with the soul
highly
flare,
unlikely, but
just sends it
just
in.
out of the soul flare, like, yeah, you've built all armor, deal with me now, and then just. They might decide to get Merc Treads just for that, just to sort of hedge their risks a little bit.
Well, look, we'll see how the game goes. Anyway, last game of the night, Corvidae have to show up here. Remembering they took a loss last week. They fell behind, and it didn't spell good news. However, Legacy Genesis all AD composition is the one thing we're worrying about here. And I guess the simple win condition is make it to late so they do no damage to you, correct?
Exactly. That is their win condition. Make it to late. Get armor and everyone get the GAs rolling. It can be a little bit of magic
on the 80 carry.
Yeah, why not? Like, I mean, when it is a full AD team, you don't have to itemize efficiently, really, to win. You just make sure you build a bit of armor in your suite.
All right, so Rumble on Poppy, and Poppy's on Rumble. All right, Corvidae are going to be walking down to the bottom side of the map. Remember the win condition here. We cannot say more. Get to late game, Corvidae. All AD comp. That's all we really need to say. Corvidae going for the flash here. Dredgeline forces the flash out of Youngcat. Bit of early engage. I like this. I like this. Let's play the early game, says Corvidae. We don't care.
I would always trade a support flash, especially on a Nautilus, for the flash on your AD.
Yep.
So that's really great, especially when you have such a mobile jungler such as Lee Sin. So I expect him to probably change up his pathing a little bit after they manage to force the flash out of him. That's a really big weak point now in that bottom lane.
Now, Medrix, I got to ask, did I say Udyr or Udyr?
I think the consensus was you were saying Udyr.
Last week I was. I just didn't think I got to start saying Udyr. But look, I mean, boss.
You said you did so much, I'm just defaulting to you
gotta get.
now.
Oh dear, you dear. You know?
Oh dear, you dear. He's not in this game. We don't need to worry.
No,
about
that's.
him.
I mean, boss is now on Lee Sin, so it's pretty standard. I've seen the response to Kha'Zix can be Lee Sin, can be Rek'Sai. I mean, you either go tank or you go someone that can challenge him. You know, the right move to go Lee Sin to challenge the Kha'Zix.
So typically you are sort of challenging the Kha'Zix when you do go for a Lee Sin. When whoever gets to drop first tends to be the winner off the back of that. And really, they just like walks up to him and just like, "How you going, buddy?" Taking an anchor to the face.
Well, I mean, Dragon took a lot from that trade, and he's run Courage of the Colossus, which we haven't seen too much anymore. Remember level 1, Mendrix? What is the stat? Like 5 health on the shield? Like, it's something pretty abysmal.
It's based off your HP, your level. And so, because it doesn't have too much leveling, it does scale up as time goes on, but it's better the later the game goes on because typically you tend to build HP when you're playing Nautilus.
Emrata on the Varus. Going to be an interesting bottom lane, as we have seen. Not sure how the Nautilus sort of fits in, but, I mean, it's not a misfortune. Different. I mean, they're running a double tank comp. I guess against all AD.
It's going to be really tough.
I feel like it's a pretty smart decision.
And that's the damage, that's the harassment that can come through from LeBlanc. Now, so in terms of how they have that decision, it is true. They've got a massive advantage of that. Lee Sin can go tanky, still be really effective. And really, these guys can get Thorn Mail and just let Legacy kill themselves on them. So it's, I mean, a lot of advantages we've covered out, a lot of options with them in terms of what armor items they want to build. As long as it's armor, everything's good.
Well, top lane's going to be a wet noodle fight for the remainder of the game. I can guarantee you that. Corvidae have pretty much drafted themselves an interesting composition in comparison to Legacy Genesis.
Well, I guess you could say it is an interesting composition for Legacy Genesis as
quite
well.
normal.
I mean, well, it's not really normal. It's full AD.
Well, Sonic Wave misses there. Harry just going to walk around it. But you can see that Boss tried to make a bit of an impact mid.
And I mean, like, I would say the only normal factor for Corvidae at the moment is the Varus and the Lee Sin.
Well, I feel like LeBlanc is normal, is she not? And she's not always picked, so that can't be
normal. Well, I mean, that's the point.
But
like, she's always banned. It's uncommon to see her in the game.
All right, you win. You've won like 10 times tonight already. What's another win? Zyda's actually taken Ignite in this mid lane. I mean, it's pretty standard for a LeBlanc. Against an Exhaust, it's going to be a little bit difficult, but, I mean, Zyda's going to have fun with the Ignite. Emrata gets locked down here, but so does Young Cat. That's the beauty of a Nautilus. Can take a lot of this damage. The last shot, a crit. Harry goes onto Zyta. The Ignite has been used. Go back. No. Yes. Okie dokie. We're waiting for that one. Boss
is like, I'm coming too, mate. I'm here. It's a bit late now, buddy.
Well, not getting baited in because Babip comes top. Flick has to flash as well. Sends up the pillar. Rumble keeps his summoners though, but Flick has teleport if he wants to back off now.
Yeah, he probably won't need to. He's still fairly healthy. He has the lane pushing in towards him now, so he's pretty happy just to let that wave get close enough to his tower for him to safely farm it now that his flash is down.
I mean, the Trundle versus Poppy matchup is one we used to see quite a lot. Mendrix, tell me, it's not fun, but does Trundle win it?
Trundle wins.
Okay.
The longer the game goes, Trundle gets stronger and stronger as time goes on. In terms of team fight presence, Poppy typically gives it a lot more, but as you can see, I think we missed something just a little bit towards
Someone
the end
was
there.
dying. That's all right. We're going to go on a quick pause, guys. Make sure we'll get back in very shortly for you. Poppy, the longer the game goes on, Trundle wins.
Typically, Trundle wins.
I love how you say that, and then Poppy just goes right in.
We're still in the early game. It's absolutely fine for Poppy to get the win early in terms of that.
I mean, Trundle has a lot of sustain. Poppy obviously needs to get that from the Corrupting Potion as well. A lot of CC that comes out of Poppy. Curious how they work in team fights. I mean, like, I'm so confused by this Legacy Genesis comp that I'm not sure what they need to do. Can they force a fight early? Can they go for like...
They can force skirmishes early. They've got a lot in terms of skirmishes. I mean, if Poppy does manage to get in there with a decent teleport, you're looking pretty good.
Yep.
Jace is great in terms of that. You saw that he was winning the trade against Zaitar there specifically. So I think she went in, probably tried to all in, did a good job with the exhaust, and that's why she ended up coming out second best in that engage. So they do have the ability to scrap really early and take advantage of it, especially with Kha'Zix. If anyone's isolated, he will be taking them out.
Okay, so they're going to try and rush, like we've said. But like rushing, is there any chance Legacy can rush a team fight at about 20 minutes in and be successful?
I don't think they can rush a team fight because they would need Corvair to sort of play to that concept and need to sit there and go, okay, you know, this is when we're going to team fight. You guys need to be here to team fight us.
9 o'clock, be there.
Like, it's like Dragon Pit, you know, 20 minutes, be there. This is what's happening. We're going to throw down, and Corvair's going to be like, no.
No, we don't need to do that.
It's like, you can take the dragon, it's a cloud, and you're like, oh, we don't know who knows what dragon it is at this point. But I'm just saying, you know.
With the luck of the teams
Yeah.
tonight, it's got to be a cloud, surely.
Exactly.
There's been some better drakes coming through, you know, the Infernal and the Mountain as well. There haven't been too many Mountains tonight.
Yes, there haven't been that many. I think there's only been one.
Has there been one?
I think there's been
we
one.
say one because we're
Can't
going,
say.
has there been
We're
one?
sitting there, I've seen it. We've seen it happen before. I think he's going to get this kill.
Well, no, Flick running around. Rumble sends him to the ground. You can't rumble with me, buddy. That's going to be first blood to the Poppy.
And I'm not sure how that ended up happening there. I mean, the blame was pushing towards Flick. He would have been able to sit back, no worries, just give up a couple of CS. The wave would have crushed him eventually. He would have been safe under his tower. He must have gone for some CS early, figuring he'd be fine, and Rumble capitalized on it. So good job to him. He basically got the solo kill. A little help from Babib, just to sort of force the flash early, get a little bit of chip damage on, but that's basically a solo kill.
I don't know if we can call him Rumble. It's going to confuse everyone. Be like, there's no Rumble in this game.
So where's the equalizer?
I mean, I am curious as to Rumble's champion pool. Maybe next week we'll get a good look as to what he can potentially, if he can potentially play the Rumble, you know, something different up into that top lane. It is a bit of a niche pick, Mendrix, but, you know, interesting. The Poppy is still solid. We haven't seen Poppy in quite a while.
Flick, why are you building damage early? You just lost.
Interesting. he wants to 1v1.
He wants to 1v1 at the moment. I'm very interested to see what he's decided to do. I mean, he's got 3 long swords, so he's typically very aggressive. Poppy is like, Bambi similar. This is good. He's up in CS at least, so that's something. First Blood will definitely gate that and put Rumble a little bit of an advantage. But I think he needs to sort of calm down a little bit, because Kha'Zix will make a return for sure. He knows his flash is still down.
Well, Flick's gone back straight after pushing the wave, but Rumble was still there. He's got level 6. He's going to keep on pushing it forward. And Flick could potentially lose a couple of minions, but he's going right back top now. Triple longsword and a ruby crystal.
I think he's going for the Titanic. I'm assuming it's a Titanic. That's what
Wait and see.
We have to wait and see. I mean, that's what it would build into. I mean, 2 longswords gets you the Tiamat once you get the health crystal.
Interesting to watch Rumble just
sorry,
like
the bead.
CS
Sorry,
there.
the regen bead.
The best thing about this team composition from Legacy Genesis, I feel like if you poke your head out, it's going to be Poppy, Kha'Zix, and then there's just going to be like 3 lines of poke. Literally, it's going to be Jace, Jhin, Karma sending a flying missile at you. I mean, it's scary. You don't want to pop, like, you walk through a blind in a brush, and then Heroic Charge is going to set up everything.
Pretty much. You do have to be careful if you're Corvair at this point in the game. But again, you know, it's just a matter of slowing it down, making sure you don't play towards what Legacy wants to do, which they do want to fight early and make advantages of that. As long as they do that, you're fine.
Well,
and they just need to sit back and just take advantages where they can. Legacy Genesis, they're the ones who need to make something happen. They're the ones who need to force these fights somehow. As I mentioned, Corvair doesn't really have to play to it if they don't want to, but really they need to sort of look around the map and create skirmishes in lanes with advantages. They've sort of built through the landing phase.
we can see Boss is trying to path around this river, but he's spotted out by Wards twice, in fact, there. And Babib was setting up for the counter gank. Boss is going to show his face and said, hey, mate, walk around the rift. Zyda's going to keep farming up this mid lane. And Varus is going to keep doing things like that, gents. That is a serrated
Virus doing
dirk.
virus type things.
Yeah, that's right.
Starting to just sit
First
back,
hit.
get that extra poke every single time that he can. He has got the tier as well, which means he won't be running out of mana anytime soon. He'll be quite content to sit in lane and keep on shooting those arrows out as much as he can.
Well, Corvair, you're playing it nice and slow like the team composition requires. I mean, they're not rushing anything. The only thing is Flick has got my concern right now. Especially the build path Mendrix, as we've talked about as well. Boss is actually building a couple of longswords there. Has the cloth armor, so that's a good start. I mean, get a bit of armor, you'll be fine. If anyone builds magic resist, we'll let you know, because that'll be an interesting feat. But Chain of Corruption has been used. Nice depth charge. Does lock everyone up. Kick against the wall and the burst. Sonic Wave. Resonating strike. Boss is going to die because he tasted their fear. Curtain calls coming through on Dragon. He's a beefy tank, but not too beefy. Hang on. No, okay, we're not even going to use it in the end. We're like, no, there's no point.
The suspense is there, and in the end, he decides to be a bit melodramatic, as Jin does, as Jin is known to do.
Babib's actually spotted out by a ward here, so I don't know if the dredge line is looking good for Dragon.
No, I wouldn't go for it. No.
But
because that's a very healthy Babib, and he will be able to just absolutely crush through Nautilus without too much mana on half HP. Who's a support? If he was top lane, yeah, sounds great. Especially if you've got it's a 2-on-2 as it was there. But as a support Nautilus, no, don't want to fight the jungler just yet.
Trader Dirk picked up for both 80 carries here, both level 6. In fact, Emrad is level 7 on the board with a small CS advantage. Excuse me, he does move closer because of staying in that lane. Just a little bit extra. Curious to see if the supports roam this game. I mean, if you were Legacy Genesis, would you send Plug around the map in this early game? Oh, flash, okay. Sorry, Mendrix. It was just a flash by Harry.
Just a flash.
LeBlanc just runs out with Dissonance, but here comes the ultimate again. Taste their fear, looking for the missiles. Boss! You are a king! I feel like Mendrix, I feel like that was the end of Zyta.
That was the end of Zyta, and then Lee Sin decided to stop it. They call him the blind monk, but he's got excellent map awareness.
He's not blind. He knew exactly what was going on there.
Exactly that. However, Babib's not done yet. He's sitting there in the jungle waiting for his opportunity to strike. I think he's going to try and go for it now.
Void Assault was used here, but uses the Blasting Cone. Hello, Boss, I'm going to jump on you. The Leap and Taste Their Fear once again. Boss safeguards away. Shock Blast combo again. Boss, he's taken 2 of those and hasn't died. This time a little bit more crucial.
They're going for it. Here goes some action here.
Chain of Corruption is going to lock him down. Nautilus just swings his anchor. See you later, he says. Piercing Arrow, wait for it. No, we're not. Okay, that's all right. Look, Mendrix, bit of blood early game. Interesting replay. Here we go.
So yeah, as you can see there, they do the jump in, and look how quick that is.
Oh
so
my god.
That was just so well done by Bossa to jump in there, make sure he can keep Zyta alive. And again, he manages to escape after picking up his wolves as well, which is good. Well. So Corvidae doing a good job just, again, slowing this game down, not letting it get too out of hand. As you can see, Rumble's got a good advantage in terms of, I mean, at one point he was level 9 to Flick's level 7. He's level 8 now, so he's got a sizable experience advantage. So he's going to be in good stead. So I imagine Babbitt's going to be putting his focus towards other sides of the map to make sure that they can get to an equal point in experience advantage.
Well, Tiamat and what looks to be going into maybe a Phage, Mendrix?
No,
I mean,
that would be a Duram's Fist.
Okay. Interesting. No, I'm talking about top.
Top, yes.
Yeah, you're talking about Flick?
Yes.
A Duram's Fist?
Yes.
I beg your pardon, what is that?
That's the next item before you go for...
oh.
Yeah, before you go for
Isn't it Jurgen's Fist or something?
Jorgen's Fist.
No, Duram.
So, I think it's Duram. I think it's Duram.
Duran. What, the famous music band?
No, not Duram. That's Duram.
Oh,
Duram.
Oh man, what is that doing on the rift?
It's a fist thing that builds into a Titanic Hydra, okay?
Speaking of sharing fists, the ultimate down for Flick. So if he wants to make a teleport play, probably not going to be too much help. Remember, there's only one tank on the side of Legacy Genesis as well. I mean, Flick knows exactly where to put his attention. Second time we've seen Trundle tonight, Mendrix.
Exactly, and I mean, he seems to be sort of creeping up in popularity. He is a solid laner in terms of what he brings. He's very safe because he scales extremely well. So it makes sense that, he seems to be up there. I think the LPL has a lot of priority or had a lot of priority on him early. So really, at this point in time, Trundle is just, again, solid pick, showing us the advantages of having a top lane which has a lot of tanks at their disposal.
Absolutely. Sounds like every other top lane we've ever seen, but you saw there, Chains of Corruption was used, and a flash from Rumble. And now Corvidae, they start looking very seriously as Flick's down bottom. They're going to be looking at this Infernal. Babip comes and pressures it off. Boss is a little bit scared.
The Sonic Wave missed there, so that's probably going to be a Dragon to Legacy.
Absolutely. Easy Dragon. Infernal for the first Dragon. I mean, what hurts more than getting a bit of extra damage? Second most important Drake if you don't count the Mountain Drake. Or first if you count the Mountain Drake.
Well, Mountain Drake is the most important Drake, especially in this game. But here comes Curtain Call.
Curtain Call again. Remember, Subjugate isn't available. So Flick caught out a second time. And the Jin with the last shot of the Curtain Call is going to pick up his first kill of the game.
That was very well done there as well. And now what I want to take into account here is with the Infernal Drake, because I think that kill there was just a matter of fact. They found the right opportunity. Really well done by Young Cat to land everything he needed to do there. Zyt's in trouble.
indisputably, the LeBlanc can just run away from this as well. Shock Blast combination not going to find itself, but on the scoreboard, you can see a 1k gold lead for Corva Day, this early game which is so important to Legacy Genesis. They do pick up a turret, and it's going to be first turret blood. No, it's not. I'm not too smart. Instead, it's going to be a kill. Harry gets taken down by 2 members. 3 members if you count Nautilus of Corva Day, and they start going mid.
That's a good move as well. When you do have the inside track, you know the rest of the team's back as well. You just sort of make the trade that you can, and they should be able to get this. Legacy are nowhere nearby this tower. They've got the Frozen Domain just keeping Trundle up and rolling, so they'll be able to get this back away, and they'll be remaining within the sort of good, decent gold range of Legacy. Actually, they're ahead in gold.
I mean, the thing is here, shut down Legacy early. I mean, they don't have to rush Mendrix, but you could just capitalize on every mistake Legacy Genesis makes and then become an early game threat yourself. That works as well.
This also works as well. And again, picking up objectives around the map. Corva are doing excellent rotations at the moment. For them to actually just go through, yep, 1 tower, yep, get this as well, even off the back of losing a Drake and losing a team fight. Well, not losing a team fight, but losing a player.
Yep.
They're doing great. Flick's doing well, keeping up with CS as well. And yeah, I mean, they're still looking great. Eventually, the armor items should come through. Legacy Genesis really need to put the pedal to the metal and start bringing it to Corva Day.
Well, you can see that Flick is going to be fine. He's got the Rift Herald buff. Trading off against the Poppy for now is going to remain a little bit safer, especially with that extra damage threat. Level 10 to Poppy's level 11. And Rumble does have that level 2 Keeper's Verdict available. I mean, going to be influential in fights. Babip now hovers mid once again. Looking for an opportunity. I think they're rotating top here, Mendrix.
Yeah, see if they can make a move around that day. That's typical fashion. You got Poppy in the bot lane, TP available to her. Flick doesn't have that. So if they put all the eggs in one basket top, they'll be able to throw their Poppy up there as well. And Corva, they don't really have a response to that. They do need to be extremely careful because they won't have Flick as support. Flick needs to get in there, start putting up a lot of pressure, which I don't think he has the capability to do just yet against this Poppy.
Well, it's different to see Dragon on a very tanky support. I mean, last week it was the Zyra. Really good engages, but just didn't find everything he wanted in the end of the day. Flick was on the Nautilus, and now onto the Trundle. But the focus on Legacy Genesis trying to push for a lead. They close the gold gap, 1k on the board. You can see now they're all going to back off. Harry's under threat from mid lane. Zyda's still pushing this quite hard, in fact. Has a Morel Anomicon, so this LeBlanc is starting to scale up, but no one's given any kills over to Zyda. I think Corva Day, do they need to worry about that, or it's still
They do need to worry about that. Zyda should be up in kills at the moment. She should be roaming around the map, exerting the pressure. I mean, at the end of the day, just because of, by merit of the team composition Legacy Genesis has put together, it's not really the biggest deals, because Zyda's going to be able to sort of just get herself a GA, possibly also get the Sonya's Hourglass, and she should be fine as time goes on, but she should be a lot stronger considering the champion that she has, and, well, considering that it's on LeBlanc and she has Ignite, or he has Ignite, LeBlanc should be ahead.
Exactly right. I mean, like, you had the Ignite lane. Who was it? I don't know if it was Minky Whale at one point or one of the players said, you should never lose an Ignite lane, realistically, unless you're versing another Ignite lane.
Yes. I mean, that's why you are going up against Exhaust. Exhaust is a really good counter into those bursty types if you time it really well.
Yep.
But the thing is that Harry's been playing amazingly in order to keep Zyta down. And
he's up in CS.
Even though he's up in CS. As I said, he doesn't really have a major counter, but neither does LeBlanc.
Curtain Call's going to come through here, and is that Blood Moon Jin? Is that the skin name?
That is Blood Moon Jin, yes.
Thank you very much. Look, I like it. I like the sound of it. But Curtain Call, as I said, not going to hit anyone. That next Dragon's up in a minute. Now, Legacy Genesis forced their way onto that first Infernal. Curious to see what the next one is. And Baron's up in 120. We've seen cheesier things in our time. Mendrix, let's be honest, we have.
Yes, we have, definitely.
They do have control, though. So 45 seconds, they're going to clear ward coverage and potentially look for their first Dragon.
Just revealing everyone there and forcing everyone out, just getting some extra control. I'm surprised that you got Jace backing at the moment. He should be back in time for this Dragon, so everything's good. I think a lot of these guys are sort of getting back, preparing for the fight that's going to happen over it. So if you get back now, sort of get rid of all your gold, get yourself to be as strong as you possibly can, and get ready for that next fight as it happens.
I mean, Legacy Genesis want to push out mid and I guess control more of this map, as well as exert that pressure mid. Then you can potentially roam down and get your second dragon. Trying to pick on boss if they need to and accelerate things. The question is, I mean, will Corvidae contest this next drag?
They can look to, let's see what it is. It's an ocean, so it's not the biggest deal for them to really worry about.
That answers my question.
They are looking to contest it. I mean, I'm okay with the decision to go for the contestation. You really don't just want to bleed objectives unnecessarily, but Corvidae would probably be better off just making sure they play safe. So really looking to see if they can pick up a kill, pick up a decent objective without dying. That should be their main concern.
Boss is into the pit, and he's saving onto his safeguard. Remember that he's got the tracker's knife so he can get out if needed. Zyta's on the left side of this dragon pit. Now, if Legacy Genesis erupted there, could have been very bad news. The Mantra Q, the Soul Flare comes out. Dragon has to dredge line away. Babip looking for Taste Their Fear, the isolation damage. But Legacy Genesis, yeah, sure, they may lose the Ocean Drake, but they could lose mid. Maybe not.
Now they do have a decent amount there. That was an interesting flash by Zyta there.
And by Young Cat as well, so it's traded off on the board. Boss misses the Sonic Wave. He's looking for some kind of intuitive engage. Zyta, yeah, definitely an interesting flash, so we know that's down. We know that he can't really look for the big back play. Young Cat has flash down as well, so I mean, a Jhin without flash, it's got to be pretty scary.
Very, very vulnerable. And as I was mentioning, even though LeBlanc does fall off, she will be super strong going up against Young Cat. Young Cat needs to be really careful every single time he decides to put down his curtain call, because Zyta can immediately go, that's where he is. I'm going that way. I am going to assassinate you now.
To be quite honest, yeah.
It is, and she's got the ability to get around. She can immediately go, yep, let's walk this way. I'll just use my distortion to get over the wall. There he is, and he's in quite a vulnerable state when he's there. He really does need to finish off getting that Edge of Night. That gives him a little bit of an advantage. He got it!
No, well, the thing is, they're from the same team.
It looked like that. For a second, I was like, oh!
I was like, why is Harry trying to steal? And Babbitt didn't even slow down either. He
of course
just
he's not trying to steal. I was excited for a second, and I was like, oh no, he gave it to him.
It's all right.
Or did he?
Or did he? Or did Harry steal it? Look at him. He's thinking now he's getting yelled at, and he's walking back to base. It was my
blue. Tail between his legs, saying, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to."
What do you mean
you didn't mean to? The Shock Blast clearly went straight for it.
So Jaces these days, I mean, they don't build the tier anymore.
No, they don't, actually, yeah. It's an interesting variation that benefits so much more from lethality that's just not worth it. They're going for him, though.
Chains of Corruption is flash. Nice dredge line, but he's traded off with a Shock Blast combination. Depth charge onto Kha'Zix, and Babip doesn't take too much damage, but LeBlanc sends her Mimic past the turret. Now, that was a big engage from Corvidae, so do Legacy Genesis get anything out of that?
Not really. If anything, Corvidae just exerts some pressure, so they're able to put out a little bit of extra wardings. As you can see, probably too much on that brush there, but nonetheless diligent. And now they need to be a little bit careful. They've lost a little bit of pressure in terms of team fights, but Legacy is still split, so it's not the biggest deal.
Well, Harry's going to split some laning of his own, trying to exert his pressure. Look, Legacy Genesis so far haven't sped things up. It's 22 minutes in the game, and it's quite steady on the board. Corvidae still sitting quite comfortably, and they're immune to what Legacy Genesis is doing right now. With a 1k gold lead on Corvidae, it should be more for Legacy Genesis with the way they're playing, but they're just not finding their early game control. And they're not taking the ward at the back of that pit.
They don't need to.
So
this is a mind game.
This is, yeah, Legacy Genesis, they have that ward, but they don't know that Baron's getting taken. Corvidae, don't back off. This is fun. This is exciting. Do it. Do it.
It's sort of sitting there. So this is what's good about it. So you put the control ward down and they figure, oh, they didn't take it, which means they're not doing Baron. But then it sort of gets back to it. And this is huge.
Wow, that was a massive play.
That was a free Baron. Purely because they were said, yeah, we don't need to worry about taking out this ward here. And I think Legacy Genesis are like, oh, we've got enough pressure. The teams around the map that they're not going to go for it. And now Corvidae are in a very comfortable position. They can step themselves back. As you can see, the armor items are starting to be built for the tanks. That's a Lee Sin. He just picked up another chain vest. These guys are more than happy to. Zhonya's Hourglass finished for Zyta. And this is where it starts to get scary for Legacy.
I mean, Corvidae, they're happy to let this game go elongated, but a quick Baron kind of means that they want to push for pressure. They send people to the side lanes. Do they run a 1-3-1 or
No, they can just stay as a unit. They've got 2 strong tanks. I mean, if you really want to, you can put Flick. Flick will be the person that you go for. So probably a 4-1 formation will be best for Corvidae at the moment. Flick still has the Rift Herald buff. He's going to also have benefit from the Baron. And at the end of the day, he's super strong. And for some reason, they've decided to put Zyter up top. So I'm not sure what was going on with that, but they've decided to group up Flick.
Maybe they're looking for a bit of a pinch coming through here. I mean, Corvidae are ahead in gold, looking to kind of push down a turret. Zyter did miss the shock blast, but not by his own skill. Harry going to try and clear this wave up. Well, no, it was just like that inch off.
Yeah,
but coming through here, for some reason, Legacy Genesis, they are trying to force an engage, a 4v5. Flick is going to go in for this front line, but Babip on the back line here, looking for money. He does find Emrata. Young Cat gets the kill. Boss does get Rumble, and now Babip's the one in trouble. Holy moly, that Trundle does some damage, and Zyter himself has to pop a Zhonya's, but he's dead.
See, this is why I really don't like having Zyter there initially. I mean, Zyter would have been so much more value just sitting on top of Rada, waiting for when Babbitt came in and just blowing him up as time went on. And I mean, it doesn't really matter for Corvidae. Their tanks are still up. No one else can really die. And this is the advantage we're talking about.
Caught in. He gets bossed, but he gets destroyed himself. Flick sends up a pillar onto Harry. I don't think he should be that deep, but then again, I don't think he should be doing anything he doesn't want to do, and he wants to get himself a triple kill.
And this is what happens when you have a full AD team. You guys they're just able to dive turrets because they've been building against you, and guess what damage turrets do? They do physical damage.
No way, Bedrick, really?
Really, seriously, guys. Like, I mean, just... you might have thought it was magic this entire time, but believe me,
They've got
physical.
wands.
It's just,
Is
it's
it actually
ridiculous.
physical?
Yes.
I never knew that. I just thought it was just like true damage. I don't know. I'm gold. I don't know.
What
Mendrix.
happens is each extra shot that they do deals more damage over time. So eventually, I mean, it does become true damage as time goes on. But initially, they do physical damage. That's why tanks who build armor, basically those first turret shots do nothing.
I'm very proud to have you in this room, Mendrix. The things I learn, you know, they will go to another broadcast later, and then I'll say, yeah, that's a fun fact about turrets, you know, doing physical damage. But let's have a look, because this is going to be a Mountain Drake taken by Corvidae, and I'm so impressed with their early game. Instead of making this go late, playing very passive defensively, they've decided to go on the front foot and play into the aggression.
They've reached that vital point they needed to be at. I mean, Legacy needed to be out of control at this point in the game for them to be sort of advantageous, and they're not out of control. Corvidae is saying, sweet, all the armor items are coming through. I mean, that's a Sunfire Cape. That's going to happen for Lee Sin there. That's something you don't typically see on him. You've got the Randuin's Omen available on Flick. He's building probably a Deadman's Plate next. Deadman's Plate on Lee Sin as well. So, I mean, these guys are just going to be absolutely unkillable the longer the game goes on, and they're just getting stronger and stronger.
Well, Kurt Call's going to come out here, but the max range is going to be reached. Dredgeline to get out. Boss uses the Dragon's Rage, and the last bullet doesn't find any target. So Corvidae know that there are 2 ults down, that Keeper's Verdict and the Curtain Call. What do they get from this?
So, nothing really. I mean, Corvidae just back off. They got pressure in the bottom lane. Legacy are forced to react to it. And Flick's continuing to be a menace up in the top lane. I mean, he was caught out before early. He was down 2 kills. He's up 4 now. This guy got a triple kill, and he was tanking a turret for roughly 30 seconds.
He did all right.
So, I mean, it's just this game's ridiculous now. There's not too much to say about it.
Well, Flick says this is my red buff. He says it's my kingdom, and he couldn't be more right. I mean, this guy who I thought was going to die in front of a turret just stands there like no one's business. And you said it, he picked up a triple kill. So this is turned from interesting to very interesting very quick. It's a 5k gold lead for Corvidae, and the game is getting later and later. And as we know, as we've explained, as this game gets later and later, Legacy Genesis get less and less damage onto any members, apart from, I guess, Emrata. No one else is going to take too much damage from Corvidae.
It's like Legacy is trapped in this sort of closing room at the moment that's slowly closing in on
Like from
them.
Star Wars, yeah.
Like from Star Wars, or, you know, you could say typical of like a sort of Indiana Jones trap. That might be the case, but that seems to be the case. They're just slowly trying to hold off what Corvidae is, and they're just slowly pushing in, slowly strangling them out.
Well, slow strangle is never pretty. However, Legacy Genesis are not out just yet. They need to find one of these picks. They need to find Corvidae flat on their backs and take them out. Baron's up in a minute 20. They secure the Scuttle Crab. Boss is going to back off. Potentially buy that Sunfire Cape right now.
If there's going to be any chance for Legacy, they need to kill Emrata and they need to kill Zaitar basically 3 seconds into the team fight.
Yep. Okay.
They need to be gone, dead, dusted. Then you've got a 5-on-3 against tanks, who generally will probably take out a few of your squishier targets anyway. But ultimately, you can win the team fight if those two go down immediately.
Immediately. Okay. Well,
And that's what Legacy need to do, but it is so tough when you have such a strong front line. And Emrata just needs to be careful. Don't go too close to them, please.
and Emrata does that. I mean, like, honestly, first target hit was Babip, half health, and Harry was the second, quarter health. So Legacy Genesis, they're going to be running scared. I mean, they've got 3 Edge of Knights. They're trying to make sure that none of the skill shots, the ultimates, to slow them down or even stop them in their paths come into fruition. Corvidae are still looking strong. I mean, they have full control of this Baron Pit. Legacy Genesis might want to contest this one.
Another thing to note as well, I mean, Youngcat may have some armor penetration, as he's got the makings of the Last Whisper there, but he isn't the best tank buster. Generally, he's going to start the fight with a Curtain Call completely immediately removed from the team fight, shooting from far away. And that's not going to do too much damage because based off that, they go for a big engage.
Wow,
But
okay, so the flash from Youngcat, the flash from both Emrata and Dragon are down. And he is taking a lot of damage from that Shock Blast combination. So like you said, Mendrix, I mean, they just need to take him out, take the virus out. He doesn't have Chains of Corruption. He used that just then. Depth Charge is available. But you're going to have to defend the virus for now.
And this sort of just slows the game down a bit. I mean, being down flashes, being down that initial engage ultimate means Corvidae is going to sit back and wait for this cooldowns to come back. They don't even really need to wait for the flash. Dragon just needs to sit with Emrata and he'll be fine. And as you can see, this is your typical Trundle, just slowly winning the game as time goes on, is able to build way more efficiently than the Popper, who needs to go for that Spirit Visage. And so that ends up being almost a negated item against the Trundle. I mean, sure, it gives you a little bit of extra sustain if you do have Grasp of the Undying.
You don't need it.
But end of the day...
Who does magic damage?
It's
Karma.
Exactly. Karma's the only one dealing magic damage at
And not even doing any damage. I mean, has the support item, but nothing really...
It's not gonna. It's gonna be extremely negligible.
Lock it. Yeah.
You'll be fine purely with just having from the magic resistance that you've been slowly building over throughout the game of levels. Because you get a little bit of magic resistance from that there. You get a bit of magic resistance possibly from runes if you decide to build into it. Yeah, I wouldn't. I would have done full armor runes if I had the option to go for it, seeing their team. So, not too much. I mean, there's really not much they can do. I mean, even look at Lee Sin at the moment. 199 armor, only 59 magic resistance. He probably only had armor runes on.
Well, nothing else needed. You see, he takes no damage from Jace whatsoever. Flick is continuously being a menace. He gets another turret and forwards that 7k gold lead right into Corvidae's favor. LeBlanc keeps sending the Mimic, keeps throwing something in Babip's face, but nothing he can really use. Look, Corvidae, they're around the Baron Pit now. Dragon is up in 5 seconds. But they're playing with Legacy Genesis here. They keep going up to Baron, Ward, down to Dragon, Ward, up to Baron, Ward. Now they might go down to Dragon, drop a Ward.
Did you see how many Wazzers threw down there that was immediately countered by that control ward?
It's just like, oh, nothing.
Nothing's going to happen there. Just a lot of things happening, a lot of movements around the map that we need to worry about.
I mean, Flick is not taking too much damage, and meanwhile, that is a second Mountain Drake on the side of Corvidae. I mean, they've got everything in their back pocket here, and they're feeling pretty good. 7k continues to grow.
What a great Drake to get as well.
Oh yeah.
You're looking to close out the game. It's getting to that point that it's getting hard to siege. Well, getting 10% extra true damage onto turrets or 10% true damage onto these epic monsters means you get the ability just to crack it out and just win the game.
Free gold. Look at that.
And Ryder's like, sweet, getting everything now.
Look, Dragon's still looking around looking for a pick. And I feel like him and Emrata have had a lot of communication this game. They've been synergizing really well. Dragon's been running around the map, flash dredge lining a lot. Really good synergized bot lane, you can tell. So he sticks close to Emrata. They're good pals. And they'll continue to walk around together looking for a pick, looking for someone from Legacy Genesis to be out of place. And right now, Legacy Genesis, they don't have access to all that many resources.
Absolutely. And They're trying to get it. I mean, there's a good amount of wards being taken out here at the moment. As you can see, those natural drinks doing a lot of work. Flick, though, in the middle of everyone.
Just goes in. He's still full health. Subjugate's still available as well. Young Cat has that 4th crit shot available. They didn't get rid of the control ward in the pit, but instead they disengaged from the Baron and playing it slow. I mean, they're toying with the hearts of Legacy Genesis right now.
Okay, so what's good about that engage that they managed to do, they're forced to teleport out of Rumble. So what they can look to do now is send Flick to one of the side lanes, probably the bot lane, have him continue to push that out, cause a lot of pressure, force Poppy down there, that way they don't have to worry about too much. Like, basically, how someone has to deal with Flick, that's their major objective of what they have to do. And then as soon as they go for the Baron, just have Flick teleport down there and just use that teleport advantage. And that's really the next play. I mean, they don't need to. As you can see, they got Flick there. Here's the fight.
Rumble goes in, forces a fight. Zyda's here as well. The curtain call is not doing anything. Look at this. Last shot doesn't go into anyone important. Instead, Flick against the wall. But Lee Sin is in the back of this, and he goes in. Okay, first kill's already taken down. Redemption not even needed. Flick, sorry, is just frontlining this one. Boss wasn't in there. It doesn't matter because all I can see is Trundle.
Yeah, they managed to pick up Young Cat, which is all they really need. And now that they've forced everyone back, Babip is low, so it'd be a bit of a risk for him to hang around. Flick is just sitting there saying, I am so strong, I don't care at the moment. I think he's found Plug.
Dude, this Trundle is angry. I mean, what a troll. He's going to look for Plug. Will find him in the end. That's another kill on the board. 3 versus 5. You need to steal this one away, and they haven't done so successfully. LeBlanc picks up the kill. Zyta also helps get that kill over to Boss. And he's walking around there looking for the 2 last kills. One onto Harry. Here we go. There's the pillar.
I think Harry is gone as well. I mean, Rumble's here as well. Flick
Night.
Just does not care. Look at him. He just immediately walked into it. He's tanking the turret.
I don't feel like anything can be done. Sonic Wave followed up with a resonating strike. Young Cat launches him into place with a deadly flourish. Boss might go down. In fact, no, I take it back. The Subjugate was used onto Rumble. Rada picks up the kill. Boss is still alive. Flick is at full health once again. Trundle into an all AD composition. I like it. I think.
I think everyone likes that concept. I mean, it wasn't really expected.
Yep.
But it definitely is very potent. As you can see, he's got 4 armor items built there.
Even Dragon's tanking up the turret. He's level 14. In comes the Kha'Zix, gets 1 kill. Babip trying to slow the process of this game. Emrata flashes around. It's not Xpeke, but it's as close as you're going to get. Ladies and gentlemen, Corvidae pick up their first win. Well, their second win of the tournament so far.
And it was just a matter of fact for them. All they needed to do is make sure that early game never got out of control, played it slow. They definitely played it slow towards the end of the game, and just build against what your team, build against your enemy team. They're full AD. Trundle just absolutely was a monster. He was taking even no damage from the curtain calls. He was taking no damage at all. And he was just able to pierce through everything afterwards.
I mean, curious to see Corvidae give us a bit of a performance of that kind, but it's even more curious that Legacy Genesis all AD composition. They did have a tank, but when you've got a Trundle that builds 4 items of armor, runs into the fight and takes no damage because you cannot physically do anything to him.
It's literally what was happening towards the end there. He was just unkillable. You have no one that can deal with it. You need to have a form of magic resistance, or really a form of magic threat, really, to force him into building not so efficient against you. And even though they managed to pick up the Infernals, again, it's base AD that it buffs. It doesn't give you any armored penetration, doesn't do anything along those lines. So building continuous armor makes it even more worthless.
Well, what a way to finish OCS. I was going to say OPL, OCS for week number 3. OPL will be on tomorrow live from 3 p.m. and on Sunday as well. That's it for us. My name's Hysterix. Next to me is Mendrix as usual. We'll see you next week for the OCS, tomorrow for OPL.